Umbruch und Umkehr. Wandel und Wechsel. Geschwindigkeit aufnehmen. Eine neue Ära einläuten. Jetzt. Energiewende. Wärmewende. Zeitenwende. Großes lässt sich nur gemeinsam bewirken. Wenn nicht jetzt, wann dann? Unser Land steht vor großen Aufgaben. Sind wir ihnen
Our country is facing huge challenges. Are we up to it? Are we fast enough? Can we only set targets or implement things? The turning of the time isn't a one-off. It changes and challenges uncertainties. What price security? How dependent are we of the goodwill of other countries? Is Germany's speed enough to be successful in the future? It is time to think again. It's time to act. It's time to look into the future.
Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Wie schön,
Good morning and a warm welcome. I'm very pleased that on day 2 of TDI 2023, so much is happening. We've had a wonderful start yesterday, and I'm sure it's going to be as exciting and as controversial in the debate, and that's a good thing. Good morning from my side as well. I'm happy we're all here again. Good morning from me as well. I'm looking around. Everybody is looking fit and bright, but I hope you enjoyed the evening. It was a good party, wasn't it? But now we're all back here to work again. And I'm sure we're going to have some interesting debates and some exciting, challenging discussions. I know the panelists, after all. And we'll start the day just a bit like yesterday, because the issue is all-pervading. That is the relationship with China in political and economic terms. Today we have the Sino-German intergovernmental consultations. Very interesting to see what the Chancellor is going to say. He wasn't going to come out with it yesterday because he didn't want to read the newspapers today. But what do you expect? I think looking at the consensus of the 3 dimensions, systemic rivalry, competition, and global partnership in important issues, that's something we can all agree on. What's going to be exciting is just how these 3 will be balanced. And despite the importance of the debate in principle, the tangible problem for us is how the trade relationship with China will develop. But even here, the overarching strategy is fine. I'm sure we'll come to a quick agreement. But what can we do in concrete steps? And what's the framework for German companies continuing to work in China? How can that be developed? Because the Chinese business, anybody who's doing it will know, there's a lot of room for improvement. And we hope that there will be concrete progress. We're going to discuss that briefly. I'll announce it. But yesterday we said so much about our dependence on China. But what is it like from the other side? It's also going to be addressed. I thought it was interesting when he asked what about things in concrete terms, because when we listen to the debate, one of the criticisms mentioned a lot, even this morning in the media, is, well, why is it we're having these intergovernmental consultations if there is no strategy? Shouldn't we first have a strategy vis-à-vis China and then talk to them? I think, to be precise, I'd say there isn't a paper yet which has been published and is called the strategy to China. It's not that the government and the Chancellor haven't thought about how they imagine these relationships. The Chancellor represented Germany at the G7, after all, so I'm not expecting any surprises coming out of what will now have been written down. What will happen is much more interesting, because papers and PowerPoints exist on all sorts of issues. What we're lacking is the get-going issue. And the options, yes, the concrete steps. Let me repeat. Our own interests, being aware of what our interests are and writing them down, that's a good exercise. But once again, without learning the lessons from that, doesn't matter. You've got a huge pack of papers. I mean, the paper is increasing these days. It's the hard disks, the disk space on server farms, which is increasing. That's not the answer. What else are we looking forward to today? We discussed innovations and all these and information. But how can we send out a signal like that if we don't have strong economic growth? I'm sure we're going to continue in an exciting way. I mean, the Chancellor kicked it off. Mr. Lindner, let's put it carefully and politically correctly, he made his own views clear, and I hope you agree with me. Then we heard from the NATO Secretary General, not a given that he attends a meeting like this. So I think that was a great appreciation he showed us. Now we're continuing today with the leader of the largest opposition party. I'm looking forward to his suggestions, the possible alternatives he's going to highlight. After all, that's what democracies are like. Then we're going to address innovations again with Minister Stark-Watzinger, and the crowning glory in the afternoon is the minister we will hear, who is, after all, responsible for climate protection as well as economic affairs. We're going to see what will happen. He is somebody who has a lot to do with what has come out of his ministry, and I'm sure the ministers and the panelists will ask when the PowerPoints and the papers produced will become reality. I'm definitely going to ask him that. So let's look forward to the day. Absolutely. I hope you're going to enjoy some interesting discussions. I'm looking forward to a fantastic day, thanks to you two, and let's get going. Yes, a lot has happened on Twitter yesterday. You see the hashtag TDI23, so join Twitter. And we'll happily take your input on board for our debates. So we're looking forward to the first panel discussion, which will start right away.
New Kids on the Block. Wie entwickelt sich das Verhältnis Europa?
New Kids on the Block. So what about this relationship between Europe, the United States and China? We've talked a little bit about that, and I'm looking forward to the discussion now with Jochen Hanebeck, CEO of Infineon Technologies, Professor Daniela Schwarzer, member of the Bertelsmann Foundation board member. She's a real expert on international relations. We have Michael Zen from Fresenius, and we have Volker Krug from Deloitte. Please come up to the stage. So, to begin, I'd like to ask all of you the question we just asked Professor Rusvorm. What do you expect from today in terms of the focus on the Chinese government and the relationship? I don't expect any tensions, at least not on public display. After the critical analysis of the visit by our foreign minister to China, both sides have an interest in improving the partnership. And Germany is, of course, looking very much towards Brussels, where the first position paper from the European Commission on economic security is about to be presented. And we have to certainly see that in context of what we're going to witness in Berlin today. I can only endorse that. I think the technical questions will be given preference. Above all, both sides need each other. I think that's been quite clear in recent years. And above all, at what point can we, as Mr. Rusvorm said, play a part? A lot has been said. Perhaps it was the wrong way to communicate, but to say in terms of economic theories, where's there a win-win situation to be identified? Yes, I think the attitude to these talks will be really important. What confidence, what self-awareness will people be bringing into the discussion, but the style as well. Germany, standing in for Europe, if you like, has a lot to offer and a certain assurance about that. Germany can be constructive about broaching certain issues in a business-like discussion to ensure that we can follow a constructive pathway. I'm also welcoming the dialogue. There's no alternative to dialogue. We have to be thoughtful about these issues. There are systemic differences. There are options for cooperating on climate change, on global health. A lot of issues that we can only resolve together. And we should work on that. and I hope there'll be progress. Now, we've just experienced the visit from Antony Blinken to China. Is that a sign of de-escalation? I think it was very important that he was there, and also the way in which afterwards the Foreign Affairs Department in the United States communicated the visit was very important, because one point in the confrontation between China and the United States is that China is accusing the United States of preventing China's rise, that they're trying to put the brake on the Chinese economy, that they're using political measures to do this. And Antony Blinken tried to defuse that. He also very much emphasized, and that's very much in the European interest, how important cooperation with the United States is on major issues that threaten our planet. That is climate protection, for example, and not simply that the three continents all have to do what they need to do, but the origin of carbon imprints plays a part, and also need to look at what they can do together in supporting the transformation in the Global South, for example, because no one can do this on their own. Can I ask you, if we look at the overarching level, quite objectively now, does China have a bit of a point with its accusations against the United States about trying to halt its economic rise? What we're seeing is certainly a struggle around the question, who is the most important and the most powerful state in the world? And that's not just a matter of economic and political clout. China is calling for a global order in which Europe was able to develop very positively in recent years. China is challenging that order, and it's not entirely explicit. A few months ago, China, when Russia attacked Crimea a few years ago, China put forward a paper together with others describing how the world order ought to look from the point of view of authoritarian states. And this is a big challenge. So this idea of systemic conflict or systemic rivalry does indeed have a basis. And that's what the United States is calling out. So China does have a point that the United States is resisting what China is seeking to achieve for itself and in the world. But I don't think that the United States is deliberately at the moment adopting measures to put the brake on the Chinese economy. Of course, it applies to all partners, and I'm sure it'll be discussed again in Brussels, is what can still be done within China, and where are the security concerns? And that may well lead to a cautiousness about investment. If there is a risk to presence in China, if that's seen as too dangerous for certain technologies, for example. But what we're seeing at the moment, and it's not just since yesterday and Blinken's visit, for the last few weeks we've seen at least an attempt in rhetoric to de-escalate and to focus more on dialogue. And the need for that is not just the need to cooperate and mutual economic interest, but a growing concern that there could be a military conflict with China. And that's why the Americans yesterday emphasized very much that they would like to see, at military level, an exchange between China and the United States and NATO, rather more than we've had in the past. So it's not so much that there's a desire to escalate militarily, but if they're so close together, the presence in the Indo-Pacific physically, there's always a concern that there could be an unintended accident or an incident, and the channels need to be kept open. That also applies for Russia. The question recently came up yesterday about artificial intelligence and the framework conditions for working together on that in the future so that nothing happens that we would all prefer to prevent. Can you say a little bit more about how to strike a balance in this tension between China, the United States, Europe, Germany, and the different relationships that we have with China? On the one hand, partnership, on the other hand, rivalry of the systems, competition. Yes, it was mentioned at the beginning that there are dependencies, and dependencies cannot be eliminated overnight, whether economic or in economic or sociological terms, it doesn't make sense. So we have to look at not just supply chains, but really where are the outlets, where are the markets for sale? And in Germany, if you're looking at demographics, a lot of companies are already having to go abroad in order to identify, recruit skills. You mentioned AI. Of course, the fiddler is in the United States, not necessarily in Germany and calling the tune. So if you want, as a company, to do that, you have to find that balance in that triangle. And doing that within the current geopolitical climate isn't simple. You also need to think about a kind of stress test procedure. In what scenario, what would be possible? And where would you steer your investments if this were to occur? And I think that's the core question for companies. I'd like to put that on to our two corporate representatives here, but let's perhaps begin with the question how much you feel as companies that you are within that tension. Certainly we are caught within that tension, and I'd like to add certain protectionist tendencies that we've seen recently are not new. We've seen them on both sides of the Atlantic and in the East. If you think of Make America Great Again, Produce in India, and China's strategy. And if companies then in seeking markets, linking that to technological development, that's something we've constantly had to track in recent years and adjust to. I think the pandemic, because this isn't something that respected borders, and the Russian war has made certain dependencies more sensitive, has disclosed how dangerous they are. And the big geopolitical picture has changed. So that means that companies have to rethink about this transition to the future, because these dependencies had a reason. In the health industry, for example, with generics, if you were looking for efficiency and low costs, and in the past, we had a global system, which we all enjoyed, where there was a global division of labor. Then you had that efficiency and productivity if you respected certain framework conditions. That led to certain dependencies, for example, with antibiotics. With certain molecules, there are factories in China that supply the whole world. So if they close down, the whole world has a problem. That means we need to rethink. We talked about de-risking. I'd say we need structural de-risking. We need a strategic approach to this, alongside issues such as diversifying supply chains, opening up other markets. And here, within Germany and within Europe, there needs to be an interplay between business and politics, because we need a carefully thought out industrial policy. China's an example. Certain technologies are seen as key to industry, and measures are taken to reinforce these things, to make them market leaders from China, so that they can take that out into the world. If we look at the health industry, we look at it in terms of a cost factor in the social system. If you want innovation, if you want competitiveness, then concepts like de-economizing are harmful. So things that companies have to do, we have to diversify anyway in terms of markets, in terms of supply chains, but we need that framework, and we need a strategic industrial policy. We're going to come back to what you mean by that. But of course, we'd like to have your assessment as well of this field of tension. Yes, coming back to what Mr. Sen said, the semiconductor industry also comes from this optimum globalization. And of course, a lot of attention is now focused on what we're doing. So on the one side, we're getting a lot of funding, which I can understand. I can see that sometimes questions are raised about that. But at the same time, more and more restrictions. So Jack Sullivan, for example, security advisor to the US administration, small yard, high fence, means that certain technologies the Americans would not like to see in China, or not empower or enable in China. Now, that might be understandable, but with a topic like AI, and that was a very interesting interview with Henry Kissinger, that sometimes AI might be one of those issues where the US and China ought to be cooperating. It's mega strategic, but maybe in the course of the way the world works, it would exert a great influence. But small yard, high fence, the industry can work with that if the marginal conditions are right, but we can't see that at the moment. In the semiconductor, in the chip industry, we're seeing one wave after another now of restrictions. And that certainly does pose big challenges for us. Regionalization, on the one hand, it's encouraged. On the other side, the effort required to achieve granularity is tremendous. And if you bear in mind the CHIPS Acts that everyone is implementing now, that's why they're happening. Can I ask you why you, or whether you in your company, are thinking about how you might respond to a conflict between the US and China around Taiwan, which could possibly lead to a military conflict? Well, there are scenarios. You can prepare for that kind of thing. A blockade for a number of weeks, you can prepare for that. But a real military conflict, our industry can't prepare for that. I've said this again and again. This would be the worst presumable accident or incident. There would a lot of supply chains would break down, and all over the world. And perhaps this hope that the many factories that are now being built in the US and in Europe would completely eliminate dependence, or certainly in a case like that, is an illusion. So Taiwan's position in the chip industry is such that independence would be beyond reach. In the event of a military conflict, that would kick in. And even a small military attack would probably close those factories down. Yes, similar. If a conflict were to happen, there are certain things that are no longer in our hands. And if we're talking about structural de-risking, then that doesn't happen overnight. That is the way, that is the transition into the future that we need to pursue, both in terms of supply chains and in terms of markets. This diversification we need to focus on. So, of course, we welcome it if the German Chancellor travels around different regions of the world trying to forge partnerships in the hope of generating free trade agreements, technical standards for clinical studies so that exchange is greater and more efficient. Let me give you an example. In Fresenius Medical Care, we play a leading role in kidney dialysis. If the filters for the dialysis machines are exported to India, then the customs tariffs are similar to automotive filters. It makes no sense. This is a medical application. There needs to be dialogue about that. You can go to Latin America or other countries in Asia, and that is happening. At the same time, some of our investment decisions, to be quite specific, last year, we had a small company, very innovative, that we bought, and we had a certain awareness of what was going on. It's in the United States, and we were developing manufacturing capability in South America. And overall, in the pharmaceutical industry, APIs play a big role, active pharmaceutical ingredients, where we are very dependent on China. I think we are one of the few companies that still manufacture APIs in Europe, and we're going to carry on expanding that. And I can see some other companies are setting out to do things. European API, for example, has been set up. But this is happening successively. And if we're talking about an overnight development, you can see the sensitivities involved. If we look at, as soon as something moves in the South China Sea, something happens in the supply chain of the electronics that we require for our medical apparatus. And we don't have the same volume as other industries, so we tend to get the short straw. So we're welcoming the dialogue that will happen this afternoon. Mr. Schiller, geopolitics and geoeconomics in strategic governance, how much catching up do we have to do? Every year we have a CFO survey, which is a barometer to see what financial boards are thinking about the situation in general, in the sector, in the companies. And over the last 10 years, geopolitics hasn't really been an issue for them. It was bottom of their agenda. But the last 18 months have seen a big change there. It's shot to the top of the agenda. 96% of the CFOs we survey say it's their top topic from the perspective of risk. And about 2/3 of the companies are saying for them personally, not just for the sector, but for their own company as well. So geopolitics, how do we integrate that into my company? Mr. Sen's already said. So far, supply chains were entirely geared to efficiency. If you have one factory that produces APIs for everyone in the world, and you want to break that up, how are you going to do that? Ultimately, you have additional costs. If you're going to prevent risk, you have to include that, internalize that in your evaluation matrix, which is hard enough, but implementation isn't easy either, because the business case isn't clear. You have to think, are there regulatory changes in the pipeline so that you say, okay, we can cluster certain options? Or in the case of the pharmaceutical industry, for example, what about alliances that we say 5 or 6 companies get together and produce together or have something produced together? So I think this whole issue of risk is considered to be very important, but as I said, not just with regard to supply chain, also in terms of the demand markets. All of a sudden, we saw that with Russia. It hadn't been a big issue. A lot of companies were able to absorb the impact. Some couldn't, because 90% of their distribution was in Russia. But this is the balance that needs to be struck, and it doesn't happen overnight, because ultimately every investment decision is a decision that will take effect over various years, if not decades. We're looking at a planning horizon there of 20, 30 years in many cases. So from our point of view, decisions should not be based on the current situation, because as we've just heard, 2 or 3 years ago, the mood between Germany and the United States was a different one. I think this US euphoria was different. That's an interesting question, because in the foreseeable future, there are going to be elections for the US presidency again. How reliable is the United States as a partner? In security, the United States is very reliable. What we're seeing at the moment is how central the transatlantic alliance, NATO, is in the response to Ukraine. I think we've all become fully aware of that Europe itself would not be able to defend itself. But Europe is now doing more to defend itself, and that means that one of the core criticisms that the Americans had, that Donald Trump was particularly loud about, but which was already there beforehand, and which both administrations mentioned again and again, is becoming clear that Europe has to invest more in its own defense, in its own security, and it's foreseeable that the Americans will be less present in Europe because they will seek a greater presence in the Asian region, which means that they will formulate expectations towards us, not just look after your own backyard, but what about the Indo-Pacific? What are you doing there? France and the UK have a military presence there. We sent a frigate as Germany. There was a symbolic celebration, but it's certainly not what our allies were expecting. As far as economic relations are concerned, we do have mutual relations with regard to China. We want to maintain trade, we want mutual investment, and at the moment we're seeing in the United States a very transatlantic president who is very strong with his domestic industrial policy that doesn't prioritize the transatlantic relationship, but more how can Joe Biden create jobs in the United States 2 years before the presidential elections, and how can he push the green transition? This was something that Donald Trump completely ignored. He didn't believe in climate change. So what Joe Biden is doing is good news for Europe, but he is, of course, changing the investment conditions for the American market. And from the European perspective, of course, strategic industrial policy is playing a bigger role. We need to think very seriously about investment conditions in the European Union. The conditions for research and development have to be improved so that our economic relations with the US and China are based on a position of strength rather than, as we now fear, being defensive, because in both those regions, the United States and China, we have a very active state. Both of them, in their own way, are creating big changes in the economic framework. So we need to look to see which way we want to go. Doesn't mean we have to copy anything, but we need to be aware that gradually those competition frameworks are changing. So what would you like to see in Brussels? The question is also, what influence can we have in the world if we don't have strong economic growth? Well, the question of developing growth is decisive. At the moment in Germany, the situation isn't great, but we know, a bit too late, but we have realized that some programs have been set up which we hope will improve the conditions. We have the CHIPS Act on our side. We have a lot of money for the green transition, which, above all, the Next Generation EU fund, is 750 billion fund package, has not been called down yet, but that alone will not be enough. That alone won't generate economic growth. The condition is how can we can improve market conditions? How can we do something about the regulatory burden? And then we need to strike that balance, which Europe can't do on its own. With the other big economic regions, this has to be negotiated. How can the green transition be pushed with rules, with targets, and where is it too much? Where can the market mechanism apply more effectively? Where do we need incentives so that private capital plays a role in this transformation? I think the United States are quite an interesting example that we should be looking at. Within the European Union, there are very different interpretations of that. If you discuss this in Paris, you very quickly hear a demand for equally big subsidies without perhaps looking so much at the other conditions. Balance is important, but to have a well-thought-out industrial policy is certainly true, and we need to catch up a lot, especially in digitalization, where there are some technologies, as we know, that for years were not properly focused on, where we didn't ask ourselves enough where we stand. If there is ever a situation where we can't rely on other people to the same extent. Because of Russia's attack on Ukraine, we've realized that old certainties that we founded our economic model on are now being questioned, more or less overnight. So it's not decoupling. It doesn't mean that we're turning our backs on others, but we need to focus more on our own strengths and always be quite clear where we're vulnerable and do something about that. And that's the last point I'd like to do. Japan is quite an interesting example. In terms of the economic power of that country, it's similar to Germany, although it's different in many ways. In terms of the economy and security, given its geographic proximity to China and its repeated little conflicts with China, it has adopted a very different strategy and protects itself from short-term escalations. For example, the decision a few years ago to store rare earths, rare ores. That makes you better able to conduct negotiations if a neighbor is generating tensions. And in Europe, preferably not every member state separately, but Europe needs to learn from that and prepare for such a scenario, because things are going to become more restless in the international world.
And Japan also had a special incident when it came to access to raw materials, and this made Japan change their mind. Let me ask a question to the two representatives of companies. What do you think a good strategic industrial policy should look like? For semiconductor industry, I can say we're in the middle of developing such a strategy. When you read the news in recent days, you would see we're developing a strategy. Let me say the semiconductor industry is a key technology if we want to push decarbonization and digitization. It's a fast-growing industry, 500, 600 billion currently on a global scale, 1,000 billion by the end of this decade. So there's a lot of growth. There will be no solar installation, no wind park, no charging station, no electric vehicles without semiconductors. All of that is impossible. Now, we can continue to do business as usual, and the European semiconductor industry is very successful already. Think of high-performance semiconductor microcontrollers, automotive electronics, security chips. All of that is produced in Europe. And in the past, we used to receive funding. There was a successful projects of common European projects for the semiconductor industry and for the hydrogen industry. Now, from there, what are we going to do now? If we want to onshore, if we want to produce more in Europe, then we need more money. We need to use our strengths, the strength that we already have. If you go beyond that, in order to have the whole portfolio of the semiconductor industry in Europe, that means a lot. It's like a bouquet of flowers with many different flowers in that. And it will be very expensive to bring all of that to Europe. And this is why the semiconductor industry was so much in the headlines these days, because of Intel and others. So it's a conscious choice we have to take. Having the semiconductor industry in Europe means we have to tackle a few things. All countries are currently distorting the so-called level playing fields. In all countries, there's a very strategic view on semiconductor production, and we do not have a level playing field yet. And so we will have to see which will be the projects to be subsidized. We will wait and see. I can at least say the data we deliver and we have to deliver in order to get subsidies are very comprehensive. We are right in the middle of the discussion, and that is a question that always comes up. We talk about a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of red tape. Let us welcome strategic Friedrich Merz has just joined us. Let me just add one more thing. When it comes to documentation for a subsidy application, that is not what we are worried about. It's usually the small things, the nitty-gritty stuff we have to take care of. There's red tape everywhere. Sometimes very crazy situations. If I, for instance, travel from Germany to Austria, I have to fill in a piece of paper saying that if I work in Austria, I have no social security. If I go there for one day and go back the very same day, this doesn't make sense. And that really is nerve-wracking. It's not so difficult for us to file a very comprehensive application if we want to get subsidies for a new company in Dresden. Strategic industrial policy, well, there is one headline, and I know Friedrich Merz has talked about that. We used to be the pharmacy of the world a long time ago. Having this in mind, we have to ask ourselves, can we get back to that? And this industrial policy means we need a lot of interaction between different aspects and different actions. But first of all, we have to understand that the health industry, the health economy is a key industry, is very relevant. 10% of all our exports from Germany concern the health sector. 7 million jobs over and above in the health sector, 20% of gross domestic product. Now, when we understand that this is a strategic industry, it's not just a cost element in the social sector, then we can look at the global situation. There, we also have to actively support our trade policy, our international policy. What we see in China is that more and more they're using tender models that give a preference to their local Chinese producers. That is a topic that we are going to address and should address this afternoon. We already talked about APIs and supply chains. If you want to have security regarding pharmaceutical product supplies, if you want to have a reliable infrastructure, then you have to have the proper business case, and you need the proper regulatory framework. And that is even more important when we look at the new topics on the horizon, molecular diagnostics and therapy. These are new research areas, and we are relevant as far as research is concerned. But then, when it comes to upscaling and marketing these innovations, then this usually doesn't happen in Europe. And here I can quote 3 factors. First of all, we need less bureaucracy, less red tape. We should stop developing new rules. We'd rather define a number of general guidelines and leave the rest to the markets. When you conduct clinical studies today, you would have to talk to about 50 ethics committees and data protection committees in Germany. So we need less of that red tape. We need to be open to technologies. Look at gene editing, the CRISPR technology. A wonderful technology that gives new options for mucoviscidosis and many other diseases like sickle cell anomalies. The technology was developed here, but it was upscaled, marketed elsewhere. So we also need digitization in our industry. We need a digitization roadmap. 20 years ago, Mr. Roswurm and me talked about the electronic patient record. It's been introduced in many countries, but not here. But look at the United States, the big healthcare networks, the IDNs, they have 90% of all interaction on a digital scale. Data protection, linking up data, strengthening the American industry. These are the topics that are all included here, and we need a similar level of coordination. But first of all, we need to understand healthcare is a key industry.
Wenn wir gerade uns noch mal dieses Dreieck wieder anschauen, Europa,
When
USA,
we look at this triangle, Europe, the United States and China, the competition between our systems, how the state, the companies, industries and the economy as a whole can work together here so that we can compete successfully with the others. We're not talking about being front runners, but being together with all of them. Here we need to differentiate. Global companies are globally distributed nowadays. I mean, we would go to the places where innovation takes place. I gave one example. We acquired a small company last year near Boston. And we did that because of digitalization and data management. Companies can distribute their value generation on a global scale. So it's just a question of what does Europe do? How do they attract European companies? So companies could lose out if they just stayed in Germany, and therefore we need an excellent strengthening of our economic framework conditions in Europe. And there, Europe, once having done that, can be more self-confident. We have 450 million inhabitants, 1.5 million live in China, the USA, India. And the stronger our home continent is, the stronger our domestic companies will be. I have a question to all of you at the end of our panel. We do not have much time left. Do you all believe in us being able to find a balance regarding global leadership, a balance between Europe, the United States and China? Can we find common rules? Can we define the ways in which we will work together?
Also zum gemeinsamen Miteinander gibt es keine.
When it comes to working together, let me say there is no alternative to that. The alternative is unthinkable as far as I'm concerned. As far as common rules are concerned, I'm not so confident we will be able to find that, because the ways of thinking are very much different, especially when we look at China.
Aber am Ende
But at the end of the day, there's no alternative to cooperation and dialogue.
Ja, ich komme ja aus der Gesundheit und insofern ist es ganz wichtig,
from
dass man erstmal die
healthcare,
richtige
so let me
Diagnose
say,
hat,
first of all, you have to
bevor man
have
in die
the right
Therapie geht.
diagnosis
Und das
before
bedeutet
you start a
auch
therapy.
einen
And that
offenen und
means
zum Teil
we have to
schonungslosen
be
Umgang
open
mit den
and
Fakten.
frank and put the facts
Und
on
dann
the
sage ich
table.
Ihnen ganz ehrlich,
And then let me
the
say,
jury is out.
the jury is out.
Das ist die offene Frage.
Who's the
Das,
jury?
the jury ist, alle anderen
The
warten
juries,
nicht. Das ist der
nobody
Punkt.
is going to wait
Das
for
heißt also,
us.
das, was wir in Händen haben, das, was
We have
Deutschland
to
und
take
Europa in
care
Händen
of the
hat,
things
das
we
sollte
can decide
aus
here in
dem
Europe.
PowerPoint-Stadion
So we
vielleicht
should
in
finally
einen
overcome
Aktionsplan
the
münden,
theoretical
mit
level
weniger
and finally
Regulierung
end
und
up
Richtlinien.
developing an
Aber alle
action
anderen werden auf
plan.
uns warten.
The rest of the world is not going to wait for us.
Ich glaube, wie in jeder Partnerschaft
I think
funktioniert
like in any
eine Partnerschaft dann, wenn sie auf Augenhöhe
It always
ausgetragen
works if it's a partnership on an equal footing. When we look at the big regions, United States and China, and it's clear we also need a strong Europe, a united Europe. And as we could hear yesterday on our panel discussion, we still need to do a lot in order to make Europe a strong element in the triangle between Europe, China, and the United States. And we need to be agile. We need also to be a driving force. None of the three actors, China, Europe, and the US, is interested in an escalation of conflicts, in particular when it comes to military conflicts. All three regions say they want a rule-based world order. That's a good prerequisite. Europe's strength is always important when we look at what kind of order do you want. Have we been involved in the development of that world order, or have others done it for us? You asked me about the outlook regarding presidential elections in the United States. If Trump comes back, Europe will be doing not so good anymore. So we have to use our power. We first of all need to diagnose our situation. The European Union is a much more complex system compared to what the system looks like in the US or China. And Germany in the EU plays a major role, both politically and economically. And here, Germany should take the lead and use our instruments, and also make sure that we bring our norms and standards to the world instead of just getting dictated by and dominated by others. That was a very good closing word. Thank you very much for this presentation, and we are looking forward to developments in the future.
Wie es jetzt weitergeht, dann bitte ich Sie, sich einmal hier rüber zu drehen. Denn wir haben noch eine Bühne für Sie.
We have another stage for you. You might have seen it already. We are going to use that stage several times today. This is our intervention stage. Why do we have such a stage? We do have it because in a room where German industry is present, we have a lot of interaction. We have many similar perspectives regarding certain topics. We have the same challenges, but we also have diverse perspectives, different opinions. And we'd like to talk about that. And it's wonderful to today start with the German-Chinese perspective. And maybe you remember that situation that Germany used to be a country where engineering was strong, and then production took place in China. And Matthias Hüttenrauch, the CEO of ACL, is going to talk about that.
Vielleicht ganz kurz zur Einordnung.
Sie bauen gerade in Thüringen eine battery factory for electric cars in Thuringia, the largest factory in Europe. Why do you do that? Well, batteries are heavy products. They are big, and that's a disadvantage of these batteries, of these products. And that is why we are very much interested in having regionally oriented value chains. That makes us more sustainable. Our goal until 2025 is to be CO2 neutral in all factories, and our whole value chain is supposed to be CO2 neutral until 35. And that is only possible when you are close to the OEMs, like Tesla, like Audi, like Porsche. They all buy their batteries from us, and that is why we want to build a factory in Thuringia. We have taken over a solar factory. We have a large photovoltaic installation on our roof. So 100% renewable energy, very important for us. I just said, I mean, we have a lot of production in China, and we develop just the ideas in Europe or in Germany. Is that still true? I used to work for Siemens, lived in India for 4 years. It was quite the opposite 25 years ago. We have brought a lot of know-how to this region. Now it's quite the opposite. Currently, we have over 400 Chinese employees that work in our factory, that teach our European employees. So we have come to stay here. We have a battery research center in Thuringia. So it's just turning around in the opposite direction. How do you respond to this criticism that you get to hear quite often, namely that even in Thuringia, they say you get dependent. You have a lot of production in Thuringia, and immediately they say, yes, we are dependent still on a Chinese supplier. Well, what happened in China 10 years ago was the following. The Chinese community quickly recognized that the combustion engine is not a model for the future. And so at a very early stage, they focused on e-mobility for two reasons. First of all, they knew that the situation is changing anyway, and then they wanted to get the smog out of their major cities. And so in Shanghai and Beijing, of course, e-mobility is important and developed very rapidly. So they have a technological advantage, but we are going to catch up, and at the end of the day, we are going to find a good balance, I'm sure. We build licensed factories with our customers. We have no closed walls. So you're not concerned about financial dependency on China. You wouldn't think that's a major problem. I would say, yes, that's true, because we have a ramp-up of e-mobility. 2 weeks ago, ACC in France opened a new factory, and yesterday we did the same in Germany. We made all of that happen without any subsidies. We invested 1.8 billion on our own.
Aber ich glaube schon, dass sich das ausbalancieren wird.
But I think at the end it will level out. Talking about technological advantages, you also have introduced recently a new condensed battery, and I thought, well, that is interesting. This super battery, as they call it in the media, is a battery that you can use to make the cars lighter and faster, but it can even be used, this battery, in airplanes. We used to think that battery-fueled airplanes are not possible. You say it's possible. Our founder was always an innovator. Batteries have a number of challenges. There's the energy density, that is a major topic, and then batteries must become more sustainable, using less lithium, being less temperature dependent, which is a major problem for airplanes. And we introduced this new battery in Shanghai. We are not yet cost efficient when it comes to the production of that batteries, but we are improving. We said we are going to electrify everything if it makes sense economically and if it's technically possible. And that is, of course, a very important topic. Once again, there is a Chinese company that doesn't need subsidies, because in Chinese you have received more support when your company first developed. And you come here now and you show us the technological advantage that will be difficult for us to catch up. We have 120,000 employees, 60,000 working in R&D every day. So their everyday research is focused on batteries. So we are developing, and of course we would like to have competition, and of course it will take some time for the new super battery to be fit for the market, but it is still our purpose to have sustainable batteries using the batteries, making it more energy dense. And when it comes to recycling, we can already recycle 90% of the lithium used for battery production. Of course, it's good for international companies to come to Germany to work here, and also Thuringia is a good place to go to. You said it used to be a center of the solar industry, and we know that the solar industry all moved to China. Why did you decide to go to Thuringia? Of course, you're close to the automotive companies, but maybe there were other reasons why you decided in favor of Thuringia. We could take over a complete factory built by Bosch that used to be a solar factory. For us, it's important to have green energy. We have 100% renewable energy, and we are developing now a cell production. We have modular factories, and cell-based companies or cell-based factories are very difficult to build. So we had ideal situations. The Thuringian government supported us a lot. They want to have battery production as a core industry. Many skilled workers are there in Thuringia. Of course, everybody says that the Chinese workers are cheaper. This is no longer the case. So we have a factor of 2 at the moment. So if you had to take the same decision again, you would again decide for Thuringia, yes. There's a discussion we hear in many countries. They say that when Chinese investment comes to Germany, it is usually a situation that is detrimental for German labor markets because the Chinese workers are coming together with the investment. So the local population wouldn't profit that much compared to an investment in Germany made by a French company. I could not confirm this. It is actually true that we have 400 Chinese workers there. Of course, it's a central topic, and we would love to replace the Chinese workers with German workers. It's not possible. There are always 2 stages. Usually we need the Chinese workers and experts to start production, to teach the German workforce, and then bring the Chinese experts back to China. It's not possible because we do not have any German replacements. There is no longer a situation in China that all the Chinese would love to come to Germany to work here. They've got so many options in China. So Germany, as an immigration country, must think about remaining interesting for labor migration as well. The automotive industry is a key sector in Germany. Do you think we will be able to bring e-mobility to a relevant level? I think there are 2 factors that we need in order to make that happen. If you had asked me 10 years ago what industry would do, I've been in that industry for 30 years. I would say, well, there will be 4 or 6 groups. That was the time when VW used to buy more and more companies. Today, I've seen 30 or 40 young Chinese brands, new automotive brands. So it's no longer a situation where you need millions and billions in order to develop something new. You need good designers, you need an engine, a drive, and a battery, and we have to make sure we don't get too much of a gap between the high price and the low price cars. China is going to be very much involved in the development of affordable e-mobility. Now, I think in 5 years from now, the battery or the car will no longer be a problem. Many people think it's the car, it's the battery that's a problem. That's not the case. E-mobility is a new ecosystem. If you have a long-range battery that you can recharge in 20 minutes, you need a charging station. If you don't find it, that will be a problem. It will happen like it happened to the high-speed cars that were developed in Germany and then brought to China to be operated there. Thank you very much for your perspective.
Und damit übergebe ich auch direkt wieder an Isabel.
Vielen lieben Dank, Ina. Vielen Dank für das spannende Gespräch.
Thank you, Corinna. Thank you very much. We are now exploring the question as to whether Germany as a business site is fit for purpose. We've heard a few things about it. Bureaucracy is too much, costs are too high, lack of skilled labor, and something else we frequently hear is not sufficient planning certainty for companies. And we want to look into that a bit more in detail. But first of all, we're looking for an impulse statement, a key given by Friedrich Merz.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, lieber Russwurm.
President, Mr. Russwurm, Tanja Görner, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks indeed for your friendly welcome. I'm very grateful that I had an opportunity to actually listen to the last part of the preceding panel and to be able to listen to Mr. Hüttenrauch, because this gives me an opportunity to pick up on some of the threads that were discussed both today and yesterday. You've had high-level speakers. You had the Chancellor visiting you. You've had the opposition leader within the government. Now you have the opposition leader within the parliament. So you're not leaving out any one of us for the Day of Industry. And there is one guest I would like to follow who very seriously talked to you about global security policy. And I share his view that the Ukrainian war is going to keep us busy for a long time to come. Particularly those images we saw in the past 24 hours show that we are dealing with a conflict which is probably going to increase in brutality and horror. And allow me to say that particularly in these days, I would have wished, and I did wish, that last year, in the last 15 months, we from Germany would have spoken with a clearer voice, provided greater support for Ukraine from the very beginning. I wanted to say this, ladies and gentlemen, not because this is a party political matter, but because we're dealing with a war on European soil. And I very much wish that we don't have to say one day we should have done more earlier. This war must not come to us from Russia. If that were to happen, it would be a massive threat of our freedom, of our economic order, and of all that over 70 years since overcoming the division of the European continent for over 30 years we have achieved. Let us hope that we never have to say this. But apart from war and peace, the issue you are discussing here is perhaps globally the most important issue, namely how can we transform towards climate neutrality, carbon zero by the latest 2045, just about 20 years from now. We have achieved quite a lot already. I keep having to say this, because particularly in these days and weeks, it's often put in different terms, and the impression is made as if this government is the first to start with climate issues, and that they're right. And Tanya Gönner is, if you like, a witness of the political decisions. So over the past 30 years, we have already achieved quite a bit. And in Germany, exactly 2021, our carbon target was achieved with 40% below. All this while doubling the economic performance of the national economy. From 1990 till 2020, the economic performance of our country, the economic output, was more than increased twofold, and that by producing all of that with 40% less carbon than previously. I'm saying this because I'm also aware that the bigger part of the road is still ahead of us. Now, in 20 years' time, we need to achieve 60% after we got 40% in only 20. So the more difficult road is still to be traveled. But what I want to say in particular about this is that with our system of the market economy, with our freedom, this is doable. And here, there are fairly different views between us and the government, or rather a large part of the current government. And this disagreement is one we share not just with the government, but also with part of the published opinions. And allow me to repeat what I have already said elsewhere. If you're looking into the bestseller list of all the books published on these issues, then top of the agenda for months has been a book entitled The End of Capitalism. What is meant by this is the end of the market economy. That's the bestseller in the last 3 months in Germany. Top of the agenda. Third is a book from one of the research institutes called Shockwaves. And ranked fifth is a book with a wonderful title, The World's Going Down and I Still Have to Work. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I dare to say that probably such books can only be published in the German language part of Europe. In America, nobody would even dream of writing such a book. And in China, if such a book was written, it would never be sold. That's the difference. And so we need to look into the question which reflects the central dispute we're currently waging, even in the political arena. Do we trust ourselves to solve the problem with the tools of the market economy? Or do we have to make such a deep incision into our whole economic order based on the thesis we've now used up enough resource, we've had enough freedom, we've had enough market economy, we've had enough prosperity. Now none of this will continue to work, so that basically what we need to do is change to a completely different economic model. Even if some people in the current government, particularly the person at the helm of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, postulates that all of this was the market economy, truth to tell, there's a very different thinking behind such statements. The dispute about the energy law, and let's not talk about gas heating or oil central heating or whatever, just what we are seeing happening around the law, that is something which is a symptom for all we see about the climate change and the transport change and whatever other change we see. That is the political playground at the moment. Mine and our conviction at the moment is we can only manage if a considerable part of society will follow us, and we can only make it work if we link what we do with a new promise of prosperity in this country. Otherwise, it'll fail, but it mustn't fail. Failure must not happen. So as not to have any misunderstandings, we agree on the objectives. We've got to make it. But it's important to ask, well, who is this we? Is that we, the Germans? Or is it we, all of us living on this planet and using up resources? We should mean all of us, at the very least, and that's why what was said in the panel was so important. At least we in Europe need to go on the same road. And this concerns not only the noble objectives we set, but also the ways how to get there, the steps we take to reach this target. And I truly regret the fact that even in Europe, to a very large extent, we do not agree. This European Union is spending a great deal of money, and yet the strategic political decisions of Europe are still extremely diverse. In Europe, many people are waiting for Germany. This is not German hybris when I say this. This is the expectation of all of the European Union. And it's probably an opinion which is shared by more people outside Germany than within Germany. So whether we wish it or not, on the way to what we want to achieve, we will have to assume a leadership function. And I would like to give you 3 areas where I see us taking this leadership role. And the first thing is something which is almost a cliché, digitization. Digitization and decarbonization should go hand in hand. Doing one without the other is not going to work. A second big issue is immigration, in particular strengthening the labor market with more skilled labor. And this brings us back to the first issue. The way we are doing things at the moment with irregular migration through asylum, instead of having a good immigration structure, and without having that, we won't succeed. And please don't misunderstand me. The CDU-CSU parliamentary party and both parties are absolutely in agreement that this country is an immigration country, will stay an immigration country, and needs regular immigration into the labor market and needs that urgently. The only question is how to organize it. Our proposal is a very simple one. to separate the two systems, immigration into the labor market and asylum seeking, to have a digital platform for a completely digitized process of labor market migration, which includes the right to work, the right to live, supported by everybody, including the German missions abroad, which are currently drowning in floods of applications which cannot be processed because they lack the capacity to do it. Let's propose in concrete terms a digitized approach into the labor market on the basis of the uniform platform everywhere, instead of discussing how the federal and the regional and the local networks can be digitized. We won't manage that for many years. Let's organize this one stream in such a way that, God, I'm very grateful to Michael because he spoke about the pharmaceutical and the health sectors, because that's the sector which is the fastest growing sector in our national economy. No other part of the business is growing as fast. And there is no other sector where, at the moment, we are so much in the defensive, because in other parts of Europe, for example, in Slovakia, there are better framework conditions than we have. So as part of this overall context, we need to also look at what is the innovative power we have on which capital market. And ladies and gentlemen, here I can say this without getting unqualified objections. In the population, this is not something which is widely known. But industry in Europe and Germany can only continue to be built up in a successful way if we also have a working capital market in Europe. And Europe needs to have be a strong capital market location. Without having that, it won't work. So we have to think about all of that in a wider context. And if we do, I'm pretty certain we will manage. Time is pressing. Decisions and principle have to be made, but let me re-emphasize that it cannot be done against the people, only with the people. It doesn't go against the market economy, only with the market economy. And at the end of the day, it only works if you change your mindset and don't see the whole thing as a tortuous political debate, but rather as a vision for the future, as a promise, particularly for the young people in this country. And these people have more imagination, creativity, and innovative potential than many people believe they can see. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Herzlichen Dank. Und wir bitten die anderen, ja, ich freue mich.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that you are staying. We are now asking the other people to come. We will have with us Thorsten Leuer of Talanx, Patrick Wendeler, the CEO of BP Europe, and Catherine Leclerc, Senior Vice President Corporate Legal Affairs of Orafo, which is a very welcome panel. Happy to have you here.
Hallo. Herr Merz, ich würde gerne an Ihre
Mr. Merz, I would like to pick up on what you said in your address, because it reminds me of something we haven't really discussed either yesterday or today. You spoke of access to the capital market, extremely important for Germany as an industrial site. And I think many people in society are not aware yet how sustainability will make access to capital maybe more difficult and maybe even more expensive. Yes, this is a subject we could discuss at length. ESG criteria, taxonomy, from the Brussels legislative machinery. These things are well-intentioned, but not always well done. Large sections of business in continental Europe are financed by banks. I see Mr. Pappberger of Rheinmetall here. That's no longer part of the taxonomy criteria or some of the ESG criteria. So in theory, he might have difficulties even to open an account, right? Oh, it's not in theory. Ask him in practical terms what that means for refinancing the whole company. Because these laws still date back to a time prior to the war. So this is one area where we need to and have to see a correction made. And if we don't make ourselves less than we might be, And in this context, another comment. To some extent, we need to get out of this dependency on banks and move more into capital market financing. And Europe is a bit far behind. Europe isn't exactly right because the Brits have done it in a different way for a long time. But also the country has another problem, namely more or less completely deindustrialized. Then look to the US, even with the IRA. All of what is done there with this new act is all done through the capital markets. That's why it's faster, among others. I mean, there are some other aspects as well. Now, I'd like to know from the three of you, what is your assessment of Germany as an industrial location? For us, Germany is a central market, globally speaking, particularly where we are moving away from a conventional oil and gas to a more integrated energy company, investment into forward-looking energies, when we're talking hydrogen, bioenergy of different types, electric energy. Last year, that was already 30% share of our business. It's going to go on 50% by the year 2030 is planned. So altogether, it's a very important growth market for us. We also discussed the challenges. And we are talking about reducing red tape. We're talking about picking up speed, particularly when it comes to finance. But there is another important point, namely that we need to learn from the mistakes made in the past. By which I mean we mustn't make ourselves be dependent on just one energy source, so we need to be diversified, which would make us more resilient. So I'm speaking clearly about, where they talked about importing green ammonium into Germany, and this is one area where we are active in the port of Wilhelmshaven. And I think all of that is very important to have a proper balance. A balance both in how to obtain energy, but also in the deadlines on the way there, and because much hasn't even been sufficiently researched yet. And where we do have access to energy, we should use that. To what extent, since you gave the example of green hydrogen, will there be chaos introduced by Brussels, however well-intentioned, looking at the PFAs, for example, with the chemicals directives? Well, regarding Brussels, we have to make something sure, which was also addressed by way of an example yesterday, when there was one company said it took 12 people in the company to spend 3 years working out the applications in order to obtain EU funding. When we're looking overseas to the United States, all much more streamlined, much simpler. So I do not believe that it's a question of the amount of funding in absolute terms, rather the way we are set up. And what about you? Well, in the insurance sector, we tend to talk about numbers, statistics, probabilities. I love Germany, but when looking at the numbers, I see we are in a situation where the world is growing 3%. I see patent applications are going down from Germany in many other areas to e-business. So there is a very much a downward trend, even though at a high level. And when I talk to our clients, industrial clients in particular, then when we are just talking between you, me, and the guidepost, we don't talk about ease of business. We're talking post to business. So it's very difficult that you can't look ahead without constantly being annoyed about what's coming from the past. So we should look forward more. And I'm hoping that I'll have more discussions where they can say, well, yesterday somebody in the administration, the approval body, asked me, what else can I do for you? Because we want you to invest. I'd really like to be asked that question. I hear there are similar things happening in the US where people ask, what else can we do? So you invest here and not in this country of Germany.
You just said something rather good. You said, I love Germany. What do you love about Germany? Because we need skilled labor. What are we going to attract them with? Lifestyle, culture, way we live together? There's so much fantastic aspects to Germany. I always, although there are more than 100 countries in the world and I travel a lot, I'm always happy to come home. We're a people business, but we can achieve a great deal, but often we trip ourselves up. So the question is really the prosperity we have. How can we retain that and not moan, not be dissatisfied, but continue to press ahead? That's what motivates me. And I think the mood is different now. What about you? You are an entrepreneur in Germany. What do you appreciate? What do you miss? Overall, I would say Germany needs to be careful. In all international rankings that we have at the moment with regard to corporate tax or labor tax, infrastructure, Germany is a long way behind countries like the US, Canada, Switzerland, Sweden. Nevertheless, industry in Germany has achieved such tremendous things, even in these difficult last few years. At Orifol, for example, last year, 2022, we had our historically best result with 170 million euros. But the recognition is very modest. That's something that we're frequently witnessing. And I think we need a new look, a new gaze on industry. So when you say recognition, what do you mean exactly? What would you like? What Mr. Merz was talking about just now, it's the idea industry is a bad thing in itself. It's destroying our environment. But industry, the way I see it, we need for the transformation. It's not going to be the state or the German government that thoughts out and implements the transformation of industry. We need decent framework conditions for industry to develop, and this transformation will have to be done out of our own energy, our own resources. How difficult do you find the transformation? And for your company, what are the biggest requirements? Well, there are a number of obstacles to investment that we've either eliminated or are getting round in Germany. One is the amendment to the Act limiting competition, which means that in future the antitrust agency can intervene in the market as a regulator. And that's a big problem for those who invest, because the investment periods play an important part. Maturity of your investment requires a certain legal certainty. It's hard to explain to an investor, okay, you have a great opportunity here, but there's this sort of Damocles swinging over our heads and we can't influence it. We don't know whether it will conform to the law in the future. That's a problem. There are other problems too. We're talking about decarbonization. There are technologies which are already available, which we can already use, but the incentives in Germany, the regulations we have in Germany, don't make that attractive enough. Let's take biofuel. If we take all the refineries in Germany, we process raw fuels and residue from industry, from food, we could use that to reduce emissions in the transport sector by 10% by making sure that those volumes are steered in the right direction. And we're competing in Germany. If we're investing, then we need to ask, why are people investing elsewhere? There are lots of examples. Inland waterways, for example, they need to be expanded. That would enable us to shift more heavy goods from the roads onto the canals. Lower emissions. But somehow we're not getting down to it. One of my favorite issues, access to the transportation routes. It is a transportation route. Question to you, for example, what else can we expect in the future, especially bearing in mind the discussion we just had about the relationship between Europe, the US, and China? What do we need to do to ensure transportation or trade routes in the future? Not just access to raw materials. And to what extent must be ready to secure those routes? A few years ago, a president resigned in Germany who dared to draw attention to the fact that open trade routes are in our strategic security interest. I think probably he wouldn't have to resign any longer. Globalization is happening differently today, but it is still happening. And Germany and Europe must have a tremendous interest in concluding a lot more free trade agreements, but that is entirely the responsibility of the European Union. And trade agreements are trade agreements. They're not agreements about labor market standards, social standards in various different countries. The Chancellor was completely correct, I would say, when he said that perhaps these trade agreements need to be restricted to free trade policy, to make the procedural process through Parliament and ratification can be dispensed with. So one Parliament, the European Parliament, one Commission, the European Commission, and the Council deciding these things. But that assumes, of course, that the Greens in particular will not insist on their right or entitlement to explain to countries in Latin America how they need to go about their employment policy. Or when did a foreign minister last go to Brazil and the Brazilian foreign minister leaves the country at the same time? She ought to understand that as a signal that quite possibly she was taking the wrong trip. Unfortunately, we can't ask her, but do ask her if she turns up. If we meet her, we'll ask her. But let's put this individual case to one side. We need to do something which we don't learn with our mother's milk. Germany needs to define strategic interests, and that is so difficult. You can see that from the debate about the national security strategy. This week, many members of the Chinese government are in Berlin, and this government still doesn't have a China strategy. It omitted that from the national strategy, national security strategy, because they couldn't agree on it. We can't afford to do that in Germany. We need strategic consensus about how far we're prepared to go to pursue our strategic interests, and that includes foreign policy issues. We need to answer those questions. And we can't answer those questions, we can't avoid answers to those questions. We need to ask the questions and answer them. That's got something to do with Europe, but Europe looks very much towards Germany. And so this European debate is always also a debate within Germany. And we need to break out of that vicious circle. So how do we define strategic interests? We've heard from the previous panel, the world isn't going to wait for us, but we've also heard that we need to take into account the interests of our partners. So from your international perspective, how do you see that? Yes, well, globalization is continuing to happen, and we have to ask that question. What's happening in Germany? What do I think is good about Germany? If we look at the hidden champions, the people we forget, the ones who generate all the jobs, in the statistics about 3,500 companies, half of them are hidden champions in Germany. They're filling these jobs, finding markets with 500,000 turnover in the year. There are so many good examples. And they don't ask themselves how to transform. 80% of our work is abroad. We are in Germany by chance, but if you ask people why, or people ask us why we're still working in Germany, we say, okay, it's probably not because of the low energy costs. It's probably not because of the permitting procedures or the openness to technology, and it's probably not because of the demographic future. But all these companies find a place in globalization. But how do they, why do they stay in Germany? Well, is it part of their image? Do they need to be in Germany? You've listed all the negative elements. Well, image is the result of facts and experience. Image is a result of all the experience you've had, and that means trust, confidence, and that means long-term frameworks which enable foreign companies to say, I'm going to rely on the fact that it's worth me investing in this country. It's not to do with the systemic. So it's more about whether companies have confidence in the future because they think that in 10 years it's going to be okay. Otherwise, they'll take their money elsewhere. So confidence is the answer. Ms. Leclerc, do you notice Germany picking up pace? No. No, we can't really see pace in Germany. It's true. As a medium-sized company, we will be confronted with a lot of regulations in our day-to-day work that we have to tick off one by one. For example, sustainability reporting, supply chain disclosures, all these things. Our compliance department is growing and growing, and we're investing a lot of money in IT systems to support their work and training our staff, but none of that relates to the productivity of our factories, and that really is a problem. In addition to that, one point that's been mentioned a number of times already is we urgently need accelerated, simplified licensing procedures. And there, too, we tend to see things slowing down rather than speeding up. Do you have an example for us? It's always good to have a concrete example. Unfortunately, yes, I do have an example. At the moment, we're investing in the United States, in our sites there, about 160 million euros in both the US and Europe. In Germany, I think we need 2.5 years for a permit. The other one for an LNG installation, I don't know when we're going to get that. In the United States, in the same period, the same amount of investment, it's completely different. People are delighted that we want to invest. They're much faster. It's a very well-structured permitting procedure. So in 3, 4, 5 months, we're finished. And if there are problems anywhere, people from the agency concerned will come and visit us and with support staff to help us through the process. So it's not like in Germany, who drew up the plan. It's a huge difference. And the pace in Germany, just one thought on that. For us, medium-sized companies, or for industrial companies in general, it's the global speed that define our rhythm. Under all these circumstances, would you set up a business in Germany, or would you say the business we've got is better to seed elsewhere? That's a difficult question. We're in Germany, and since 1990, that's more or less our second foundation year, we've been very happy to be in Germany, and we've made a great deal out of our time in Germany. We've been very welcomed by people. People are so proud that in Brandenburg, in Oranienburg, we've managed to achieve this. We invested 300 million since the 90s across the world, and 6 million of that in Brandenburg. And the people in Oranienburg are very proud of that fact. So we're all very close, and there's no way we're going to question our presence in that site. Whether other present conditions we would come again, to be honest, looking at the rankings and our experience in the United States, I'm not so sure. Thank you for that honest answer. I think everyone's gone a bit quiet now. I thought you might be clapped for that honest answer, but I think we have to absorb what you just said. We have to digest it. We understand the significance. And probably you're not the only entrepreneur who thinks that way. You were just talking in your speech, Mr. Merz, about the market economy, and you said you were listening to the last part of the discussion about industrial policy. What do you think about this idea of strategic industrial policy in order to make this location fit for purpose? To what extent do we need it? I think it's a very good thing. I think we need to think back and not try to create market, but to define a framework and let the market find its place. That relates a bit to what you said. At the moment, there's a bit of a danger that we're creating a market through regulations and saying, we can't do that, we can't do that. And it's not so result-oriented. I think all of us need to step back and say, okay, what framework do we need so that we can generate a demand among our clients? If we look at the speed that we've had to date, and Mr. Merz talked about this, and the speed that we need to achieve our goals, we don't really have so many options now. We need to step back from so much regulation and focus on framework. and not argue about the sticks and the nuts and bolts. What about you? I talked about confidence before. A lack of confidence certainly doesn't help. It doesn't help in a private marriage. It doesn't help in industry either. With confidence, you can solve a lot of problems. You need to be clear that the market will respond rapidly enough for you, and otherwise this won't happen. We have to distinguish between complicated and complex. You can make everything complicated. The world is complex, and we can't express that in mathematical models. It would be great for us as insurance providers if we could. We have to be less complicated about accepting global complexity, and that means more confidence, and then automatically a lot will happen. Did you want to clap there? I think it's great when the audience is involved and we get these responses. Sometimes people don't believe it, that sometimes you think you're alone up on the stage, not part of a big crowd. I would like to talk to you a bit about protecting sensitive industries. That is a thought that is increasing in many countries and regions of the world. To what extent do we need more of that in Europe? Mr. Merz, export controls for know-how in these sensitive industries? What do you think about that? It fits very well to the issue that we've just been talking about. The law needs to establish framework conditions for prosperous development and not try to reflect the complexity of economic operation outside in the big world, reflect that in legislative language and say what we'd like to see. Then we get a 188-page act relating to heating systems. That's bound to go wrong. The decisive thing is we shouldn't be defining what industries we would like and what we wouldn't like. We have to say this country, and this is a prerequisite, a sine qua non, is an industrial country and needs to remain an industrial country. In Germany, there's no consensus about that. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of people who think that we can get by without industry or have a little less of it, degrowth, deindustrialization. This is a dangerous game. And of course, on the other side, we need to protect our industries better, for example, from losing their IP, from espionage, industrial espionage. We need to, through the Foreign Trade Act, we have to look at COSCO, the Hamburg port. How do we define our security interests there? And it would be good if we did that together in Europe rather than just nationally in Germany. But that does assume that we have confidence amongst ourselves in European Union. So we apply the same standards. We have that with Russia, we have that with China. Let me just mention Hungary, a couple of other countries too. We don't have that. So we have to start on a national basis. It's important that overall, with all the developments we can see, we remain open to technologies, and the state doesn't presume to tell us today what technologies Germany, Europe, the world will successfully have in 10 years. This openness technology shouldn't just be a buzzword, it needs to be lived, it needs to be fleshed out. August von Hayek once said, he talked about non-presumptuous knowledge. There's too much presumptive knowledge here in Berlin. In government, people who stand up on their pulpit and say, we know now what technology we're going to need in 10 years or 20 years. In the transportation sector, mobility, nobody knows today. In my firm belief, e-mobility won't be the only answer. It will be one answer, but it won't be the only one. Housing. Heat pumps will be an answer, but they won't be the only answer. So leaving the technology open, but establishing the framework for carbon neutrality And within that framework, encouraging investments in industry, intellectual property, protecting industry there, that is a political task that's important. And the headline there is not more regulation, but better regulation. And better regulation might sometimes mean less regulation. Yesterday we heard in one of the panel discussions, I think it was at the opening, that we need a vision for technology in this country, a vision for the way we work with technology. Yes, and let me say something that makes me very optimistic. 8 weeks ago, the CDU, the party here in Berlin, we had a modernization congress here in the Tempodrome. And we let people pitch, like with industrial presentations. And young people stood up and presented their ideas about what they're doing in their companies. You do a similar thing here over the 2 days. We have so many young people who are enjoying working in Germany, developing in Germany, living in Germany, and producing. And that momentum, I think, needs to be fostered and transposed into everyday society. We have this potential in this country. We have the young people who like being here. And to come back to you and Germany as a location, tell me a second country in the world where you have so many opportunities to work at home and abroad. Tell me a second country that offers more opportunities from Germany, from your country, to work around the world, whether temporarily or permanently, with a base in Germany. There's no other country that is so well organized in that respect. So to tell a story, especially for young people, to give them a bit of a prospect for the future, I think this is the most important social task we have at the moment, apart from war and peace. That's the most important task. If we're going to tackle the most important challenge, including climate change, and not from the pulpit, but with enthusiasm from the grassroots. We don't have a lot of time, and I'd like to ask you both whether we need export controls for know-how or for certain investments. And then the last question will go back to Ms. Leclerc about the history of your company as well. Oh, me as well. But, okay, I think, again, it makes a lot of sense to define the framework. Every industry is different. And here, too, we have to say that how narrow that framework is has to be thought about very carefully. But to come back to your point, something struck me when you said, do we need a vision? Because people are emotional, and perception counts. The way I see it is important. So without wanting to issue any political statements, when Obama came in, he needed 3 words to enthuse millions of people. Yes, we can. So it's a cultural issue. As someone who knows both sides of the Atlantic, I don't know whether that would work here. Okay, I'll take 5 words. But one is clear. I'm not a politician. But one thing's clear. We're all human beings. Okay, maybe we need 5 words. But if you look at the Silk Road from China, you have a vision. Let's take 5 words and try an emotional appeal to reach out to people. And not just we can. We have to, not we can. No, export controls. Someone speaking for the energy sector here. To make it clear that the import of energy is a very important criteria and will remain so for a well-functioning economy in Germany, it's important to accept that. It's important that we include this in our strategies, hydrogen above all, and the possibility to import ammonia. It's essential for this economy to carry on functioning and decarbonize. You have the last question because you have this history in your company. I don't know whether everyone is aware of it, but I read the story began in the Kingdom of Prussia, and you've been through a lot since then as a company. You've mastered a lot of crises. In relation to that history, what do you feel about the current situation? What are you concerned about, perhaps in terms of costs or energy? And what gives you hope? Well, what we would like would be a clear commitment by politicians to Germany as an industrial location. Companies are still being offered sites, and our Prime Minister in Brandenburg, Voigtke, or Mr. Haselhoff is another one in Lower Saxony. They're very good at that, but just subsidizing, encouraging business to come in is not enough. And we need more. And as a small, medium-sized company at the moment, we feel that we're not recognized enough. And what we would like to see, as we've heard, and let me sum it up very briefly, 3 buzzwords. One is this industrial perspective, less regulation, more air to breathe, and enabling people to work productively, faster, less complicated, permitting, and just modestly, a little thing just for us in Orafol, that would be a permit for our LNG tank facility. Amazingly, we were quite alone in thinking about this in March of last year. We planned everything, we designed everything. The technology is there, the equipment's been designed, but we're still waiting for the permit. And we probably have to wait at least another year. So these containers are stuck in the sand of the Mark of Brandenburg. Germany, Germany. Thank you very much to all of you, and please enjoy the rest of the day.
Wir haben jetzt schon viel über Technologie gesprochen und wie könnte es anders sein? Wir werden natürlich auch uns jetzt über
we are now going to talk about artificial intelligence.
wollen und natürlich auch müssen, denn
And of course it's necessary for us to talk about artificial intelligence.
Ich kann Ihnen sagen, natürlich
the
bin ich
title of
auch
the
auf
panel
die
is
Gedanken gekommen,
Artificial
diese
Intelligence, the
Anwalt
holy grail of the digital age.
schreiben zu lassen.
And
Hab dann einfach
of
gedacht,
course I
ich
wanted
gucke
this
mal ein,
title to
schau
be
mal, was
written
dabei
by
rauskommt.
AI,
Und
and
dann kam
I entered
künstliche
the
Intelligenz ist ein Thema, das uns alle betrifft und das in den letzten
keywords, and I read that artificial intelligence is a topic that has become much more important in recent years. Well, that's a very generic thing. Of course, you would get an answer using artificial intelligence that you can use, but if it's just a generic sentence, maybe it's not what you really need. I'm looking forward to talk to my guests about the AI Acts, and we are going to talk about what the level of development is in Germany. And here I'd like to welcome Hans-Jörg Schäuble, the Vice President Customer of Aleph Alpha, Professor Alena Büchs, the Chairwoman of the German Ethics Council, Gilles Mabier, the CTO of Continental Automotive, and Stefan Schnorr, the State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport. Let me start with the question. Can you please describe your emotional relationship to artificial intelligence? Would you say, I'm in love, or it's an exciting thing? How would you describe the emotions you have when you hear AI? Well, yes, it's exciting. This is something I would say it's really fascinating. It's a thrilling topic. I'm not a technician. I do not develop any AI. We would like to create a proper framework for it to be developed, but I think many things will happen and need to happen, and we have to also see the opportunities and be prepared for them. How about you? Well, when a teacher talked about artificial intelligence and explained the logic, then he always said at the end, oh, well, we don't have the data, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the computers to do it. Now we have all of that. We have the data, we have the computer capacity. And the problems, then we can bring it all together and master many things like sustainability, mobility of the future, carbon neutrality. So it's an extremely interesting time because we can use AI to solve many issues. We can use it as a leverage to bring about progress. So you're curious. How about you? Thank you very much. It's a very good question at the beginning. The professional answer of mine would be from an ethical perspective. AI has enormous opportunities and many risks. You want to have the opportunities, you want to minimize the risks. My honest answer, if you ask me about emotions, is I'm fed up with AI because I talk such a lot about it, but we as a society are currently thinking about AI all the time, and I'd be very happy to sort of have a bit of sobriety when it comes to looking at AI, not just saying AI is the end of the world or is the promised land. Let's get back to the realities. So we used to be very enthusiastic, then we were disappointed, and we are getting a little more enthusiastic right now. As far as the public debate is concerned, people are not so sure about what they think of AI. Well, I wouldn't say I'm in love with AI, but I would say it's really a very interesting topic. We are entering a new era. We learn about the opportunity that AI offers. So I'm curious. I wouldn't say I'm in love. That would be going too far. What can AI do for industry, for individual companies? Mr. Merz said interesting things a minute ago. He said that in Germany we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel all the time. We should do the things that we can do in a better way. And I think this is what we've been doing over decades in Germany, and that's what they say about Germany. Germans are very much focused on increasing the efficiency of processes, and that is why we are competitive, because we have a good cost situation. Now AI comes in, and AI can do it better than we can. Don't you think so? Well, it all depends. Depends on the question at hand. There are certain topics where indeed we can handle huge data quantities. Their artificial intelligence is so much better than we are. Whether AI can replace human beings everywhere, I have my doubts about it, at least. Of course, that is true today, but it will also hold true for the future, I think, because we as human beings, we have so many more levels, we have feelings, we have more perceptions, and we can feel. AI doesn't feel. Maybe AI will learn to feel on the basis of sensors. One day, AI might be able to feel, but that's the future. Also, when it comes to the hype cycle, it's a question of what you look at. At the moment, we optimize a lot. We use existing technology. The next technology level will come. New models are being developed. There's a company who announced something completely new. Well, let's wait and see. At any rate, there is very rapid development going on. It's not just a question of optimization. It's a question of further development and sophistication. What Mr. Merz wanted to say is we should optimize our standard processes. Here, we are reinventing things. Machines all of a sudden can understand content, can interpret, can use logical reason. That is something we can't do. This is something we have to develop and invent in the first place. How do you use AI at the moment? A couple of years ago, we decided to develop our AI competencies in Berlin. A couple of years ago, we opened our AI labs. And this is where we develop competencies. We work together with universities. It's a place to be. And we have organized AI with two purposes: empowering companies, that's purpose number one. AI can improve processes, and it can also improve products, like, for instance, automotive industry. Everything that is done by humans can be done, can have autonomous driving cycles. A couple of years down the road. We have 2,000 employees, data scientists, data analysts. I was in Stockholm yesterday, where we have our recycling company. Here we try to use artificial intelligence to improve our level of recycling. And that is to say, we have understood that AI can be very useful. And so I think AI is widely accepted in our companies. So your employees are not concerned about losing their jobs. That was one of the concerns we used to have for many years. When you hear blue-collar workers, they would tell you immediately, yes, we need AI. They accept it. It's not a question of just replacing jobs. It's an additional opportunity to come to terms with the complexity of business. But there are also companies, we could read it in the news yesterday, who say, yes, there are certain functionalities where we won't need any human employees anymore. AI can do it on its own, even in the creative sector. Yes, recently I attended an event organized by Minister Heil. He has in the Ministry of Labor a think tank, and he could show that there are sectors, especially in the insurance and banking industries, where it is quite clear that lots of jobs will get lost, will be taken over by artificial intelligence. You just addressed the newspapers. Of course, that concerns Bild-Zeitung. For us in science, it is a relevant topic. We are revising our audit modalities. It doesn't make us go unemployed, but we see more and more being taken over by AI. So many activities will no longer be relevant for human employees. We have written 500 pages about the topic of AI. So if you want to have a deep dive into AI, read our summary. We also have an executive summary, but take the 500 pages and read them. As long as we analyzing artificial intelligence, we have to talk to people, and this is what I do. I also talk to creative people, and I keep telling them, look at AI. It might be the case that there's a system that can handle it well, but we are not going to leave it all to AI because of certain human competencies. And this is what every sector has to think about. These systems, of course, are improving. ChatGPT is a wonderful product. It's in its beta phase at the moment. We train it, and the next version comes out, and that's all okay. But it also means that we as societies have the right and also the obligation to design it, to monitor it. That also concerns those people who have responsibility. Those decision makers out there have to monitor, because they take decisions that concern the people. Feasibility studies, of course. We have formulated an ethical rule. AI is supposed to support and widen the capabilities and capacities of people, must not diminish it. It's a simple rule, but the devil is in the detail. And that concerns all sectors. If you take a close look at that situation, I think AI is a wonderful tool, can help us to overcome the demographic challenges. I come from the medical sector, and we are confronted with so many challenges, a lack of skilled labor, and there's a lot of opportunity for AI, but we have to do it responsibly. So opportunities must be used in a way that creates harmony, in a way. Well, you always need rules to achieve harmony at the end of the day. And here we need politicians, we need decision makers. And Mr. Merz just said, well, it's different technology, we do not know what the future will look like. No, we have to develop rules for a technology, the future of which we cannot predict. And that is why we should not create all kinds of complicated rules. We do not really know what the future holds in store for us. This hype about AI. AI is nothing new. It was invented many years ago. But AI for normal people is something they haven't seen because it was somehow embedded in the system. Big data, AI technologies were added. We got better and better. Industry 4.0, Germany as a front runner, and there AI was integrated more and more. I think the new thing about it is the generative product of ChatGPT. It's no longer an embedded product. It's a tangible product in as far as software can be tangible. And that is why we have this hype about AI in all the discussions. But as far as the future is concerned, we're not so sure. We have already talked about some examples. Medicine, logistics. AI does a lot already in medicine, like breast cancer recognition diagnosis. We do not know what the future brings. What we need is a set of rules for AI developers. We have to tell them where the limits are. And this framework should be generous enough, big enough, so that developers can flourish instead of just focusing on all kinds of nitty-gritty aspects. And that's always the danger of, for instance, the AI Act on a European level. Create a framework. That is what we need to do, and that is what developers want to have. They want to have legal security, and they need to know what they may develop and market and what they may not develop and market. As far as detailed rules are concerned, they should only be developed when we have a concrete problem at hand. Just anticipating problems and setting up rules and regulations for that, that is not a good way to go forward. On the European level, that would mean that developers get strangled and would go to a place outside Europe. So we have to look at that situation, focusing on the opportunities. What I heard is that the AI Act is seen critically by you. The AI is a good foundation. The European Parliament, for instance, has identified a number of things where they say these applications are high-risk applications. Documentation must be more comprehensive. I mean, if one of the hyperscalers from the United States does the same thing, they would have a better situation. We do not just want to support the hyperscalers, we also want to support the SMEs who develop AI applications. If they have to document too much, they cannot manage innovation. So we need rules and regulations, but we need to be a bit cautious about some of the overly detailed requirements. That would be over-regulation. We're talking about over-regulation a lot. Let's talk to someone who deals with artificial intelligence. Are you looking forward to a framework?
I'm looking forward to guardrails, certainly. What I'm missing in the debate is that guardrails aren't simply to be seen as a guardrail to the outside world, but also as an opportunity. If we ever come to not mastering technology anymore because we've got so many guardrails that nobody can do anything, and there aren't that many commercial companies in Europe engaged in basic research. If that happens, we have another problem. We just consume, business will go, we buy from a hyperscaler in the US. If it's from the US, it's good, because the second big player would be China, and that's less good. So I'm lacking that particular argument. And the second thing is we need to diversify and differentiate. Differentiate in medicine. I'm sure it's a different thing to use AI than when I have production data in a factory. when I may say, I'm using AI in order to, for example, cut down on downtimes, get machines up and running quicker. That's a different content. That's a different meaning compared to all sorts of medical research issues. So we need to differentiate, and the discussion needs to be differentiated as well. And let us not forget one other thing. Obviously, we need to make sure that we decide how AI behaves. AI itself has no objective. Ultimately, in oversimplified terms, it does statistics. It's learning procedures based on statistics. And it really makes a difference whether I train an AI from English language-based data or from European-based data. You get different results then. Very simple. If you ask, what's a perfect Sunday? The English language system will tell you when they're showing American football. Just in Europe, most people wouldn't care. We would be interested in our football, soccer in American terms. So it may be banal, but it does explain what I mean by differentiation. We also need to have sovereignty. Sovereignty is also important for value creation and for maintaining the added value. Otherwise, somebody else will skim off everything. The guardrails may be great. Whether anybody will really keep to them is another matter. It hasn't always worked in the past. The fines are high for small companies, not really an issue for the big players. So I think these are issues that should be part and parcel of the debate. And we shouldn't just sort of say, oh, we need to limit, we need to hem in. No, we should shape, we should design. And when we have that debate, I agree. And that there certainly have to be limits, ethical, moral, is not in question. Well, there was indeed a different sort of outcries also from the AI researchers who said, and I think I probably know your answer, but the researchers themselves said we need to worry and take care that AI doesn't develop too much too fast. To give us your answer. Speaking generally, we always have to look at who has cried out. And if somebody cries out and then sets up a company for the very purpose that he cried out about, then I'm asking myself what happens. But there were also high-caliber scientists, academics of good renown, that certainly. But I'm just saying that progress cannot be stopped. And when China starts all of that, it doesn't matter anymore who did an outcry or who didn't. And we're a smaller region. We need to look into that. America and China are already doing something here. Europe has a little bit of AI technology, and we are a tiny part of that. But ultimately, nobody can stop it. Just use social media platforms. You can ban it any which way you like, but people will use it. They'll always find ways of doing it. It's part of society by now. AI in many, many different ways has also become part of everyday life. We all have a smartphone. We all get sort of travel suggestions. There isn't a single person writing these. May I add, please, because I think this is one of the most exciting debates. Because obviously a lot of what we're doing is sort of diversion and distraction, fair enough. Nobody wants the killer AI, and we all know it is a possibility, not entirely unrealistic, even though far removed yet. What is more interesting and exciting is to look at what has happened behind the scenes when the CEOs did their Europe trip in preparation of, for example, the AI Act. And I've been active in this context, and we just did work on that. I had the privilege to be part and parcel of some of these lunch meetings. And I found it quite interesting that, particularly looking at the big American tech companies, first of all, they are looking at the EU regulations in a way less negatively disposed than usual, because they think that what is threatened in the US is worse. And I've heard that it's based on an act which comes from the year 1976. And looking at AI, trying to regulate it on the basis of such an outdated act, wow, that's going to be interesting. But looking at the experiences with data protection in Europe, that seems to have really caused a learning curve, also in the US, and not necessarily negative. I mean, there's no such thing as a ban, which is really being considered. I mean, just forbidding this, it's thank God it's not happening. But interesting enough, at these luncheons, all these many gentlemen were in agreement and said very clearly, Europe and US, we have to be sticking to each other here, best case, including India. And let us agree in the very foreseeable future on minimum standards. Minimum standards. How far these minimum standards will go here, speaking from an ethics perspective, I would give you a different answer than somebody who's just a software developer, obviously. It goes without saying. But still, I thought it was very interesting that we said the basic democratic systems should really get together quickly and hammer in the tent pegs and then draw some lines with everything that is entailed and all the provisos. But then you would have a critical mass if we could get together like this. There will be an opposing position, of course. I mean, you said earlier, nothing can be prevented. And you can't prevent other regions in the world doing something and doing it differently. That is true. But it might be an interesting balance of power which we create. May I interject briefly? Because for reasons of time, there's another question I need to ask. Shouldn't the US also talk to China? However difficult the discussion may be. Oh, geopolitics, I'll hand that over to you. Very briefly, yes. A company doesn't cry out for regulation because we love regulation. We only do that because we know that if we offer products as part of a regulatory framework, we can offer these all over the world. So regulation can create market opportunities, but it can also, if it's excess regulation, prevent market opportunities. And we have to find the right balance. And the AI Act at the European level is an excellent basis. But from Europe, we can't regulate a global AI. That's why this year the G7 decided on the Hiroshima process, so-called, which includes India. So it's G7, Europe, Japan, the US, and India. And these countries all say, what we want to do is jointly develop these guidelines for AI. And it's very important for companies as well as for countries that our democratic basic principles are maintained in that plan. It doesn't make sense to discuss the matter with China now. First of all, within the G7 Hiroshima process, we need to decide what we want to do. The OECD has done a lot of pioneering work as well. And after we've done that, we can approach other parts of the world, including China. Doesn't make much sense if we end up with two different types of AI and AI regulations. But let's first of all see we create guidelines, but not too much detailed regulations which would act as a block. You say you're already using it. Is what we're doing enough? You could probably save a lot more money if you used more AI. Well, first of all, I would like to say that we welcome the fact that there is a regulatory environment, because we want to remain competitive, but in a regulated market. That's very important. And we also have competitors from within our region, and we want to act with them and compete with them, but all following the same rules. That matters. We also are very happy to explain from a technology point of view how far AI shall go, should go. But it's up to the politicians to define the limits. I think it's part of a democratic openness what is needed from politics, namely that we end up with a balance. For us, it's not a discussion, yes, there has to be regulation, and we learn every day, step by step, what we do. And of course, experience from our region can be provided as well, because we are active not just in Europe, also in the US, in Asia, particularly in China. So we can explain how this is developing and what we can learn from these developments. Despite this, I believe Europe has a need for doing something, for doing regulations, so there's no debate about that. I see it, I would assume, as an opportunity for us as society to take the people with us on the AI journey. I've heard a great deal about it, and I think in the end, AI will remain something done by people for people. And I think we need to discuss in great detail from that angle what makes sense and what doesn't. We have to discuss that elsewhere because sadly our time is almost over. But there is one other question I should ask. We heard yesterday Intel is getting almost 10 billion, so that's a US company again. And there are different types of sort of subsidy or state aid for AI, but nothing of it will come in 10 years to us. But how shall I put it? AI, artificial intelligence, do we give enough room, enough attention to that issue? If this will really define our future as strongly as some say, shouldn't we invest much more into it? On the one hand, as we all know, we've got excellent basic research in Germany, as far as AI is concerned too. So what we are lacking, not just in the terms of AI, that is the sort of jump from academic insight, research result, to practical application. Then we discuss too much. So we need to get into application focus far more. And indeed, we notice that in China, for example, an almost infinite amount of money is pumped into those companies that are developing AI. And this is why at the European level, divergent from the normal state aid system, we've developed IPCI projects, which are also used for battery chip manufacturing, which enables the chip manufacturing in Magdeburg, for example. So yes, we need to discuss at the European level how we can provide more state support to companies to push such matters forward. This is what we've done with batteries, with chips, and with some other technologies, including, for example, quantum computing. And I think we need to do it for AI as well. So at the European and the German level, oh, certainly. We want to have a targeted approach, and that maybe is the specificity of the IPCI projects. They're European projects, not just national projects, because whenever one country provides money, there is slight market distortion. So we need rules, not regulations, but IPCI does provide that. And we need to put much more of that into AI. I absolutely agree with you on that. One last question, maybe, because the time is gone. It's quite a provocative thesis. However, I sometimes postulate that, we're discussing speed a lot when it comes to AI regulation. Are we too fast, too slow, rather? And sometimes I ask myself, the discovery of slowness, which we have in Europe, which we often use as a detrimental thing, couldn't that be an advantage? Because if we do it right, maybe we'll have the good AI and not the killer AI. Well, it is an argument that I put forward occasionally. I'm coming from the Ministry of Health at the moment, and they were discussing data protection. And obviously, we discussed the European data protection system and all the complex matters. And one of the things I used to put forward was a moderate, sort of snappy, but clear, concise, unequivocal, not too detailed, that sort of regulation. That could be a driver of innovation. And then this data and privacy conversation, which is a dreadful debate in Germany, let's not kid ourselves, it's awful. In Europe, the idea was driven by hope. Let's say data ethics made in Europe. Let's frame it in a positive way. And to some extent, many people don't know that. I mean, it's all absolutely hell if you have to turn that into practice. But to some extent, yes, it worked because our data protection rules have become an export hit. Not in its entirety and not all of it, but yes. So one can frame things positively. And right now, many are looking towards Europe to see how we will tackle this issue. And if I may put it sort of a bit bluntly, nobody's looking at China and say China is going to come up with the most responsive use of AI. That is left to us. And I would like to see a bit more, it's hard to say, but I'd like to see a bit more self-confidence in Europe as far as this is concerned. I'm not talking about slowness. I mean, that drives me up the walls, really. I mean, we still haven't got the electronic patient file after all. No, this is not, it's not slowness that we want, but we've got a system of values. It's not something for the rubbish heap, is it? So let's sort of carry it forward, be proud of it, flesh it out, without letting it suffocate us and stop us from acting. So extend, not reduce. And this is true for regulation as well. And I mean, generally speaking, fairly confident that unless we do too much bad things, things will somehow fall into place. And so we need to be a bit more self-confident. We have something to offer. And maybe that's something that not everybody else in the world can offer. And we have it, and we can make something good happen with it. Some excellent final words for this panel. Now, if you want to discuss digital ethics a little more, we're going to have a talk about future in the digital world,
You will find that out on the patio. We'll have to see whether that has been changed. Then we have another panel, 1450 on the 5th floor. There is a TDI web talk at 3 o'clock, opportunities for young people in developing and emerging countries. So we've got lots and lots of things happening. Outside, the weather has cooled down a bit. I'm telling that to the hall audience. This means that you probably don't want to eat outside. So we've provided lunch on the 3rd floor as well for all of you who are watching. First, we have the web talk now. 14:15, we'll continue on the main stage. Enjoy yourselves.
2000 Fintechs gibt es mittlerweile auf dem afrikanischen Kontinent. In Südafrika gibt es rund 500 Startups, ebenso in Kenia, Ägypten, Nigeria. In Nairobi befindet sich das Silicon Savannah. Laut dem World Robotics Report wurden in einem Jahr an Industrierobotern installiert 24.000 in Deutschland und 268.000 in China. Wenn Sie als junger Mensch in einem Entwicklungs- oder Schwellenland einen Job in der Technologie- und Digitalbranche suchen, werden Sie ihn finden. Denn IT-Fachkräfte sind überall auf der Welt gefragt. Umso mehr, als nicht nur die IKT-Branche und die Digitalszene im engeren Sinn Fachkräfte brauchen. Von E-Agriculture bis zu E-Commerce, Smart Energy und Smart Cities, Industrie 4.0 und Health Tech. Alle Branchen werden digital transformiert und mit ihnen sind alle Berufsfelder heute auch einem Technikverständnis unterworfen. Selbst im absoluten Niedriglohnsektor, dort wo er die Schwelle zur Ausbeutung manchmal unterschreitet, werden Jobs in der Digitalbranche angeboten. Die traumatisierenden Arbeitsverhältnisse, unter denen OpenAI ihr Produkt ChatGPT in Kenia optimieren ließ, sprechen Bände davon. Die digitale Transformation unserer Welt wird von zwei Modellen beherrscht. Dem US-amerikanisch geprägten, profitorientierten Big-Tech-Modell mit den Folgen wie Plattformmonopolen und Datenmissbrauch und dem chinesischen, staatszentrierten Modell mit Auswüchsen wie Überwachung und Zensur. Wo ist hier der Sweet Spot für Deutschland und die EU? Womit punkten wir gegen den Wettbewerb? Die Bundesregierung hat deswegen beschlossen, 2023 erstmals eine internationale Digitalstrategie vorzulegen. Denn während wir uns hierzulande mit OZG und IT-Konsolidierung herumschlagen, ist die Wahrnehmung der Leistungsfähigkeit Deutschlands international eine völlig andere. Ich weiß aus vielen Gesprächen mit bi- und multilateralen Partnern, dass wir einiges anzubieten haben. Vielfach genannt werden unsere exzellenten Forschungseinrichtungen und Ausbildungsstätten. Von Quantentechnologien bis zum industriellen Metaverse wird es weiter Top-Innovationen made in Germany geben. Und natürlich hat auch Deutschland namhafte IKT-Konzerne, einen starken Mittelstand und eine blühende Start-up-Szene bis hin zu Unicorns. Deutschland ist ja in der Entwicklungszusammenarbeit weltweit das zweitgrößte Geberland. Die Leistungen von GEZ und KfW werden in unseren Partnerländern auch im Bereich Digitalisierung deutlich wahrgenommen. Das Digitalportfolio des BMZ umfasst mehrere 100 Millionen Euro. Unter anderem betreiben wir 20 Digitalzentren auf 3 Kontinenten. Mit GovStack haben wir ein Leuchtturmprojekt in der nationalen Digitalstrategie des BMDV, das auch im GovTech Campus Berlin, beim Handelsblatt GovTech-Gipfel oder beim Sovereign Cloud Stack-Projekt der Agentur für Sprunginnovationen Sprint Beachtung findet. Die europäischen Regulierungen von Datenschutz bis AI Act, vom Digital Markets Act zum Digital Services Act werden sehr genau verfolgt, auch in unseren Partnerländern. Die Rolle Deutschlands in internationalen Prozessen und bei den entscheidenden Partnern ist groß. Vom Global Digital Compact der UN bis zum Internet Governance Forum, von der UNIDO über UNDP bis zur ITU und Smart Africa. Zur Unterstützung der EU-Digitalagenda sind wir in mehreren Team Europe-Initiativen unterwegs, allen voran dem Digital for Development Hub. Das internationale Herz der deutschen Digitalpolitik schlägt im BMZ. Das internationale Herz der deutschen Digitalpolitik schlägt im BMZ. Das ist meine feste Überzeugung. Und ich freue mich sehr, dass wir gleich 3 konkrete Beispiele aus der Praxis dazu hören werden. Diese Stärken Deutschlands müssen wir stärken auf den Beschaffungsmärkten, Absatzmärkten, Arbeitsmärkten, Datenmärkten. Deshalb hat Ministerin Svenja Schulze vor kurzem zusammen mit den Vorständen der GEZ und KfW das Netzwerk Digital.global gegründet. Hier laufen seit Anfang des Jahres in einem One-Stop-Shop All Things Digital der Entwicklungszusammenarbeit zusammen und Partner tauschen sich intensiv aus. Von der Make IT Alliance über die Strategic Partnership Technology in Africa bis zur Agentur für Wirtschaft und Entwicklung. Auf der Republika, beim Digital Sustainability Summit der Bitkom, vom Münchner Kreis bis zum Blockchain Breakfast Baden-Württemberg. Auch für Ihr Unternehmen, Ihren Verband, Ihre Branche, Ihre Schlüsseltechnologie gibt es Anknüpfungspunkte unter bmz-digital.global. Die digitale Transformation des globalen Südens ist für Deutschland, Politik und Unternehmen Herausforderung und Chance zugleich. Lassen Sie uns weiter kooperieren und gemeinsam aus dem Fragezeichen des Veranstaltungstitels ein Ausrufezeichen machen. Danke.
Ich bin Vorstand der Karl-Duisberg-Gesellschaft, Vorsitzender des Vorstandes. Die Karl-Duisberg-Gesellschaft gibt es seit 1949, seit über 70 Jahren. Wir beschäftigen uns mit Expertenaustausch. Wir haben in über 80 Ländern 300.000 Stipendien vergeben in den letzten Jahrzehnten und haben heute den starken Fokus auf den globalen Süden. Dort Länder, vor allem in Afrika, Nairobi, Nigeria.
Countries especially in Africa, Nigeria, Nairobi, Tanzania, Kenya. But I'm also a digital entrepreneur. I belong to the Berlin Group.
Digitalisierung seit 2 Jahrzehnten.
So we've been involved in digitalization for about 20 years. We have a lot to say on that. We have people from all over the world working for us. And that's a lot simpler these days, remote.
Das ist immer eine Win-Win-Situation.
That's a win-win situation, always, both for the people working, who can be in the various countries. We're talking about Africa, but we've also worked with people in India and so forth.
Das stärkt die Wirtschaft dort.
That strengthens the economy there too. But of course it's an excellent opportunity for small companies. We work together with the Development Ministry and the Development Agency here in Germany on implementing projects. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank, Bernhard Longin,
Thank you very much, Bernhard Longin, as Deputy Chair of the Karl Duisberg Society, for your support for this event. And also a big thank you to Martin Wimmer, who is head of the Digitalization Department in the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. So who am I? I'm Monica Jones. I'm a freelance presenter on television and at events. And for the next 45 minutes or so, I have the opportunity to present you 3 specific projects from the digital and technology sector, which are already generating opportunities for young people in developing countries and emerging economies, exclamation mark, so that the digital transformation is fair and inclusive. And I'm really looking forward to what we're going to be hearing about. Here in the studio, I'd like to welcome, and let me start over on the outside, Professor Dominik Ohr, who works for the German Society for International Cooperation on the Smart Africa Digital Academy and a digital learning platform, atingi.org, which he helped to develop. And that's what he's going to be talking to us about in a moment. Next to him is Svenja Schouten, who is Deputy Managing Director of Digital Skills Accelerator Africa. That is basically a charitable, a non-profit that she's been working for as a project manager for the last couple of years, looking at network structures with startups. And obviously you're going to tell us more about what your platform does. And last but not least, Thorsten Turner, Managing Director of the Cyber Competence Center. And he's also from the Excel Competence Center in Germany, because that's a partner company of the project that he's going to be telling us about. And I'm sure he's going to correct me. Is this develop public-private partnerships, yes? It's a virtual conference center in Africa. And you also represent the small and medium-sized companies in a number of Eastern Africa countries. So thank you for finding the time to be with us. Before we get into the discussion about the value added and why developing countries and emerging economies are worth engaging in, as you come from IT and the digital world, tell us briefly about your projects. Mr. Ohr, you could begin. Atingi.org, what is it?
Ja, vielen Dank.
Okay, thank you very much. We believe we can see in German development cooperation that digital transformation is an important catalyst for development in our partner countries. But it's also a challenge. It's a challenge for our partners, for companies in the private sector, and for the people on the ground. As the situation in Germany is indeed. And that's why we rely very much on partnerships. If we're going to seize those opportunities of digital transformation, we need good partnership models that help us to identify new requirements in the labor market and to match those with people who have the right skills and competencies. In German development cooperation, we have this learning platform, Atingi, which we've launched to offer new learning opportunities that will fill skill gaps and convey new knowledge. This platform currently has 700,000 learners on it. So it's a global platform. But we also have about 70% of those learners who are actually on the African continent. But now quite specifically about partnerships. In close cooperation with TUI Care, we've set up a joint learning program for the tourism sector. In tourism, over the last few years, there have been a number of developments, especially during COVID. There were changes in the market which meant that a lot of people lost their jobs. And so one of the great challenges in the tourism sector is the placement of people with experience of the sector. And the courses that we've developed, we have 60,000 registrations, and a third of those are from people with a low level of education. But these are low-threshold courses, and they are helpful to people who are mobile. And thanks to our work together with TUI Care, they've been recognized by the industry, and they've been developed together with the industry. We think that this kind of collaboration can serve as a model and will help us to promote development in the context of digital transformation, because we have this collaboration, because our learning platform and our partners. And just briefly, because we will come back to this very specific example of your collaboration with TUI Care, but digital learning platforms are nothing new in themselves. What is the big difference? The big difference is this focus on a low threshold access. We're assuming that especially in the context of digital transformation, there are lots of gaps in the knowledge, and there are new requirements for learning. And because we have short courses, low threshold courses, which are very focused on mobility, enabling people who are mobile to take them, we think we can offer quick support. Thank you very much. Then I'd like to hear from Ms. Schouten, Digital Skills Accelerator Africa. In 3 minutes, just briefly, why should we be interested in that? It's a very important question, thank you. DSAA is a non-profit structure, so we have basically a charity founded at the end of 2019 by 3 companies, Maritech, Digital Economy, and Majorel. And our member companies and we ourselves focus on offering training programs in the African region. They are needs-oriented for the local market. And DSAA is supported by a special initiative, Good Jobs for Socially Fair Transformation. We're delighted that we have this collaboration. And a particular focus we have is a target group, women and people with disabilities. And there we take our partners, these companies, at their word. They say they want to help these target groups, particularly by involving them in training programs. We play an advisory role in implementing these programs. For example, recruiting processes operated by companies, and that makes sure that the processes are inclusive and that the training programs cover business process outsourcing and information and communication technology. So if I'm a company and I come from the IT and the digital sector? How can I take part in your projects? Well, the companies we work with range from African startups to German SMEs and indeed international big groups. We have all of them. We have 18 companies on the DSAA, so nobody's bothered about this. Everyone feels at ease. The companies approach us directly, but we do have project managers who go out there actively to canvas, and we work with the German Development Agency network who suggest companies to us that they think might be interesting and make the contact so that they will sound out whether we can work together in the long term. Okay, so we'll be talking a bit more about that in a moment. Mr. Turner, we've got so much space, and here we have a glass of water for you. We think of everything. So, Virtual Conference Center in Africa sounds great. Develop PP, tell us about it. Well, it doesn't just sound interesting, it is interesting, and always has been. A lot is said about the metaverse and the virtual, people know those virtual goggles that you get in gaming, augmented reality. But the point of these is to bridge time and space, and it's not used enough to do that. So we have built a bridge between Europe and Africa, because on the one hand, in Germany, in the digital we need Africa, but Africa doesn't necessarily need Germany. We have to be clear about that, because they tend to look at America and China, who are also fighting over these African markets. So when we were looking at our corporate strategy, we realized that, okay, we're active in the US, in Europe, and Asia. But where are we in Africa? Nowhere. So we said, okay, let's develop a network. Let's go into this in depth. Get to know the cultures. But we also want not simply to go out there and offer what we do, but we want to get to know other people's perspectives. So that's why we set up the Virtual Conference Center in the virtual world. We linked universities who meet in virtual space. Their students get to know each other, and we've got to know each other too. That's an important aspect for me, that we don't simply transport our training courses. We also trained in what is important to those markets, what works there, and which paths do we need to adopt with our company. And I can say with pride today that we did pick up contracts there, and together with the DGE that has made this project possible for us, we've been successful, saying, yes, okay, we are now operating in the African market, we've achieved that objective, and we're recruiting highly motivated people there who want to accomplish something, who want to learn, who are thirsty for knowledge, and who are, despite all the difficulties, all the formalities, happy to work in Germany, but then to come back, because, of course, we want them to work there in a sector and work for us in their sector. So you're not recruiting them away from their home. It's not about a brain drain from Africa. It really is value added on both sides. So you said you're active on the African continent. Is that everywhere, or are there specific countries you specialize in? We've been focusing on Eastern Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Mauritius, and Southern Sudan. We've gone into Sierra Leone. Now we have to wait a bit for the elections, but there's quite a lot, and I'm happy about that, especially to get to know people, because we want to work with our partners as peers, as equals, and not to come in as Europeans and impose things. We've seen in Kenya, they are often so much further than we are. That they have a 4G everywhere, which I have problems with if I'm traveling from Berlin to Hamburg, so I'm learning a lot. We can only dream of such things here. So first of all, thank you very much for that initial impression. Now we know more or less who we're dealing with, and at this point, I would like to say goodbye to Professor Orr. Thank you very much for that brief introduction, and he's going to be replaced by Jost Neumann, who is responsible for programs at the TUI Care Foundation. You're also involved in Uganda and Kenya on startups, and you're developing sustainable tourism there. And we heard from Professor Orr that you are basically, to take an example from the private sector, You've been working with Attinger.org. Tell us what exactly relates to your interests, how this feeds into your interest. Tourism and hospitality, the TUI E-Academy. To what extent is Attinger.org helpful to you, and what potential can you offer there in generating jobs?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon to all of you. The TUI Academy was established, and it went live only a week ago, and it's an opportunity to develop digital training. We work together with training institutions on the ground, but basically this, I think, is the results of our conversations with the German development cooperation organizations like GIZ, the German Ministry for Cooperation, and we use Attingi as a kind of backbone of our training activities. The TUI Care Foundation and TUI as a company, of course, have certain branding requirements when it comes to digital education and vocational training. And we said Attingi as such as a platform is a wonderful solution, a solution that we would like to use as a bi-label solution in order to offer accessible education and training tools. On the basis of Attingi, we have built up our TUI Academy. Why is it good for the people on the ground and for us as a company? And GIZ, we do have a network on the ground. We are a big company. We have our supplier companies. We have relations to the political level, to civil society organization. And so we can place educational tools quite well. And these education courses and training courses also have certification opportunities. And in the sub-Saharan Africa, people have developed many opportunities and skills, and they never could get a certificate for everything they'd learned. The E-Academy that we have built up now makes it possible for people to get badges, micro-certificates. These are digital badges, and those badges concern information also about the training course contents. And so it's a very very innovative tool. And it's also important to say that this content can be endorsed. That is to say, you can use your capabilities, and we as the TUI Foundation and the Siemens Foundation have worked together. How to become an electrician, that's a platform that we have also generated. So people who go through these courses do not only get a micro-certificate, it's also supported by private sector companies. That is to say, if I get such a badge and this badge is endorsed, that means I have a fully fledged vocational training qualification. No, not yet, but it prepares you for a training path, and it opens doors for you. So you can mention the badge in your CV, you can talk about that if you have a job interview. So it's not just a certificate, it's an innovative certificate, can easily be shared, and that makes this whole project so interesting. You gave me many examples. It all sounds so easy, so simple. Let's say, the Chinese are there in Africa, and it's time for us Europeans to be present there as well. Is it so easy with Schouten? What is the administrative framework that I need in order to work closer with Africa? How do I create my IT environment so it creates an added value for the people on the ground? We work together with DSAA, and when it comes to training programs, you need a reliable infrastructure. And beyond that, you also need people with good digital competences. DSAA supports the companies when it comes to markets opening, and here we see it's always good for companies to have bundled information so they know where to go to, which administrative institutions they have to go to. What will happen if I want to, for instance, open a business in Ghana? DSAA is supported by the Federal Ministry of Cooperation, and ever since our association was founded, we were able to develop lots of training programs in the digital sector. For instance, we could overcome investment barriers because of a lack of knowledge or local administrative procedures. And we have always seen that the university curricula that are currently offered are not very much focused on the practical knowledge, the skills you need, digital skills you need. And so for students of university courses, we need to have also courses available. So we see gaps, and we see that companies need software developments. The young graduates come from universities, but they do not have the soft skills about how to handle customer service, how to deal with German customers. So they need a kind of certain knowledge about the culture of their German clients. And what do you do with people in Africa? Did you have partners on the ground that had prepared the ground for your company to come in? Or can you just go there and start working? I mean, we've been active in Africa, in East Africa and Kenya for many years, so I already could rely on a network. But for each and every company that wants to go there, it's a challenge to make a start. It's not about the people. It's our own standards that we think we need to fulfill. Let's take the buzzword of data protection. We were very much worried about data protection. How can I work in Africa when it comes to processing personal data? It was very important for us to adhere to the European rule. We had to carry out data protection audits. We had to implement a number of technical and organizational measures that African standards did not even have in mind. It was a very comprehensive effort, and I would be happy to have other opportunities for German companies to work there. We have so many standardized opticals that are not developed in Africa that we bring there. What does that mean for the scalers? And we're not just talking about Africa being a wonderful place to be. As a company, as an entrepreneur, you do not just want to go there and work there for once. You also want to grow and generate a profit. And you want to be inclusive as well, so it's beneficial for everyone. The project we talked about today, are they scalable? Can they also be implemented in another context? With you, Mr. Neumann, for instance, the TUI Academy. Is that something where you would say, all right, we'll do it, and it could be a good model for others as well? I think it's very scalable indeed. We had our first webinar yesterday. We had participants from Kenya, from Tanzania, but we also had participants from Rwanda, Zambia. We even had people from Jamaica. Obviously, that's not Africa, but that shows us there is a global interest in such digital solutions, and that digital solutions are usually very scalable. And of course, when it comes to Africa, you also have different regulations in different countries. You do have different frameworks in place, and some of the things need to become more mature, and there are, for instance, certain obstacles that you have if you want to scale from East to West Africa. So you always have to have in mind what the local requirements are. But the central element is very much scalable, and of course there's so many very creative people. There's a lot of power for innovation, and that is usually underestimated by us. So for us it's necessary to get going very soon, because there's a lot going on there. Scalability, that is one of the things we wanted to discuss, but we also wanted to talk about red tape, all the regulatory requirements we bring from Europe, from Germany in particular. And Mr. Neumann already mentioned the different frameworks. What do you do about that? I mean, you have to take a look at every country. You have to also know the legal situation, the regulatory situation of each African country, and you have to match it with our European requirements. And there's the language barriers. Germany is spoken by, say, 100 million people globally. That's not much. In Nigeria alone, you have 220 million people. That is to say, you have to leave your German ideas behind. You have to change perspectives. That might sound a very radical demand, but it would be a good idea to have English as an official language in Germany in order to be able to conquer the scalable markets. We have the platform technologies. They work globally, and they're on a good basis. Many things are possible. In the virtual world, people meet independent of the color of their skin. It's the kind of island of my dream, because the only thing that counts digitally is creativity and skills. So our German ways of thinking have to be adjusted, have to be changed. That's an interesting idea. Maybe here a virtual training would be a good thing to have in Germany as well. Many companies, first of all, want to see what is happening in these markets over there. But I'm convinced that one day we are no longer going to use smartphones anymore. We will just have augmented reality, these special glasses, special goggles. We do not have to travel anymore. We do not have to emit CO2 because we use airplanes. We can use the new technologies to do so many more things than today. But that will mean we will have market shifts as well. And here for Germany it will be important to have competencies, and we do not have enough of these competencies right now. You have just said there's so many companies, German companies there. How about the mindset? Do we know what waits for us in Africa once we go there, invest into training? How do you create a win-win situation? I think in order to answer that question, you have to look at two narratives. We already talked about the lack of skilled labor in Europe. Currently, we have so many vacancies, 137,000 vacancies in the IT sector in Germany. According to forecasts, the number of vacancies could rise up to 1 million in Germany. So we have a massive gap of skilled labor. We have to sort of fill those vacancies. When we look at the African talent pool that we have, it could easily be used to fill the gap. And I see a win-win situation for both sides. And that is very important to note. Remuneration that is being paid because the local infrastructure rises, of course, is important. We will then have a win-win situation for both sides. If people get a fair salary in Africa, get good and stable jobs, and have a long-term opportunity to build up a life for themselves. Let me add, because that's such an interesting topic. When I live in Africa, I study there. I'm an expert. I have a good job there. Now I think about going abroad with my family, maybe. Because I'm an expert, why should I come to Germany? If they offer me jobs in the United States, in the UK, going to Germany means you have to learn German, a totally foreign language. Germany is not known to be a place very inviting for foreigners. There are many people from East Africa that you say, I go to London, to Sheffield, to New York, but Frankfurt, Munich, I don't even think about it. So we have to improve our image, don't we? Oh, yes, and even on a massive scale. I absolutely agree with you. This is what our goal is as DSSAA. Brain drain is not what we want, and so we support our member companies that already have opened up a subsidiary in Africa or are about to establish such a subsidiary. So as to develop targeted training training programs, and then after undergoing training, those people will have a promise to get a job right on the ground. And so maybe the experience that people have with the German companies that come to Africa and invest there, maybe that helps to improve or change the image of Germany. Let's hope so, at least. I think of all those who attend our conference this year, our Day of German Industry. And probably there are some people present that come from the IT and digital industry. You might be curious now, but you may not be 100% convinced, is it worthwhile to look at Africa? I mean, it's not Africa alone. We have many other developing and emerging countries, and maybe you're a bit skeptical about the benefit of those countries. So at the end of our conversation, let's once again talk about the context of development cooperation of Germany and the industrial interest. Could you explain again if the development of a technology, digital technologies sector is a game changer, not only for the countries, the emerging developing countries, but for us? Who wants to start? Mr. Töllner.
Nicht in Afrika präsent zu sein,
Not being present in Africa
ist ein Niedergang der eigenen Firma.
Means you ruin your own companies. You must be present there. You must create jobs there. Creating jobs is one thing. On the other hand, you also do something in order to improve the stability level of your own company, because the markets over there are huge. There are more and more middle-class people, and there's money available, there's a demand, and of course it's worthwhile investing for that reason. And it's also beneficial because you can learn for your own cooperation, you can improve the level of cooperation. But first of all, before you even go there, you have to get prepared. You have to deal with the languages, you have to deal with the culture of the countries you want to go to. And we also have to change our mindset, not believing that we know everything better than everybody else. We really have to be a bit more modest. Africa can live without Germany, but Germany cannot live without Africa. So invest now, be present now. Otherwise, we are going to lose another region. We have lost so many regions already in the IT revolution. A lot of software industry is located in the US. A lot of hardware is being located in China. Now we have to not walk the talk. Politicians have been talking about Africa for 15 years now. Of course, stay with us during our conference today, but then walk the talk. I can just subscribe to what was said by the previous speaker. There is a huge talent pool on the African continent, and I think we are at a moment in time where companies start understanding that Africa has a huge potential. And, working together with a network like DSAA offers many advantages. You can use the synergies. You can develop things with us, tackle problems together with us. As you've said before, you need to know the local conditions and local culture. That's very important. Otherwise, you will have market entry barriers. And as a company, you should be aware of what you need to do in order to develop and flourish quickly after market entry. And we can give you a lot of support.
Ja oder nein? Haben Sie es bereut, nach Afrika zu gehen?
Did you regret going to Africa? No, I mean, I lost my heart to Africa, really. And I'm using the instruments that are there to do business in Africa. And I think the opportunities there should be used, risks should be taken, because the rewards you can reap, these are amazing. And as I said, it's worth not missing the boat, because that boat has almost left already. So the boat's left and we hear the ship's bell ringing. Thank you very much, Ms. Neumann, Ms. Scholte, Mr. Thoma, Professor Rothe, who was part of the first round. Thank you very much for sharing your projects with us. Now, of course, I can't do anything else but to say that what I realize is we need Africa, but Africa doesn't need us. But I'm sure there are many other thoughts that you would like to ventilate. But I hope that you have now been able to make you interested in Africa and other development and developing countries. And certainly, I am looking forward to what the final speaker has taken with him. He is the head of International Cooperation, Security, Raw Materials and Aerospace at BDI. I'm sure you all know him, Matthias Wachter. Matthias, that was a very interesting discussion. Was there something new for you? What do you take home from that? Thank you, Ms. Jones. And first of all, thank you very much to our partners, to our panelists for a debate that was really interesting and shared many insights. We live at a time of change, and any time like that also means it is another time for working with developing countries within ICs. And as Germany, as the BDI, it's our interest to intensify the cooperation with these countries because there is a pronounced dependence from Asian markets in many areas and also of Asian suppliers. So we always say Africa is a must. And we try to enthuse our companies to just look at Africa, to be more committed in Africa and to grasp the opportunities which exist there. But if I say it's a turning point, it also means it's time to change the kind of cooperation we have there. We need a new approach, and that's what we've heard today and what we will take with us. We need to really rely on innovations more also for new technology, because that's the biggest lever which will help us move African economies and integrate them into the global economy. Many African countries, many young people in the countries of Africa have a lot of technology affinity, and that's what needs to be brought together. And then there's a great opportunity in it for both German industry, but also for a sustainable economic development of our neighboring continent and of many of the individual newly emerging economies and developing countries. Against this backdrop, thank you very much for everybody who's taken part. It was a very exciting discussion, and I can only hope that you have a very interesting, exciting day of industry. Thank you.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück nach einer
Hello and welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful break with important discussions and a stimulating exchange. Over the last day and a half, we've been talking again and again about how important innovation is for prosperity, and we want to discuss how important education is, what these framework conditions are, if we want more innovation in Germany, and to implement those. But before we plunge in depth into that topic, let's welcome the Federal Minister for Education and Research, Bettina Stark-Watzinger. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Russwurm, from me too. Very good afternoon. A good afternoon for industry. A few weeks ago, we had an event called InnoNation, and we met a lot of us there, and I can pick up seamlessly on that. But these industry days are taking place in a difficult setting. As you'll all be aware, the after effects of the pandemic, war in Ukraine, disrupted supply chains, high prices for energy, inflation, interest rates, big challenges. But I didn't here to paint black walls. We are really at a crossroads, or others prefer to call it a transition into a new era. It's interesting. It's become fashionable to demonize economic growth. And degrowth is the buzzword. There are some in our country who say that profit is immoral, but they still want the state to spend more and more money on services. We can't simply dispense with the effort that generates our prosperity. Industry isn't simply there for its own sake. It enables us to achieve the things we want to, because it's the socially vulnerable groups who suffer if we degrow. So there is an origin for all the things we are able to do as a public purse, and that is the economy. So we need to respond in appropriate ways. Economic competitiveness must be our top priority. It's our secret weapon. And it's not new, but it's progressive. It's been tried and tested during crisis and has huge potential, and that is our social market economy. This is the success story of our country, ladies and gentlemen. And in the crisis, we saw this, the creativity that evolves from this. The vaccine wasn't a game changer, it was a life-saver in that situation. And what we need is what we had during the crisis. We certainly need a hunger for a fresh departure. Innovation. Let me mention three factors that I think are particularly important there. First of all, unchaining. Unchaining, because there is so much that acts as a brake. Bureaucracy. There's 700 pages from the Bushman ministry, you perhaps remember, with concrete proposals for getting rid of red tape. I'm sure you're familiar with Germany's strategic position, but the idea is that new technology and innovation must be applied quickly. Because basically, we're not talking about excellent research for its own sake. We're talking about the pace of innovation. And that's why the key to success is that knowledge comes out of people's brains, out of the universities, out of the research institutes, but into business, into the economy, into practice. And that's why what we're trying to do is set up partnerships, a kind of matching, a kind of Tinder for civil society and industry in the interests of social innovation. Regional alliances that have a more than regional impact. So networking, research institutions, knowledge, experience. This is about optimum making for startups, because innovations are teamwork, ladies and gentlemen. So, hence these innovative regions, whether you want to call them German valleys or high-tech clusters, innovative mixtures of deep research with as little bureaucracy as possible so that we have leverage to tap that potential. Germany was a country of progress and can become that again, from inventing the printing press to vaccines against COVID. But we need more innovation. So Sprint, this agency for rapid innovation, climate protection, digitalization, and fair education opportunities are the challenges there. We can't take yesterday's answer. The Sprint Freedom Act is on the way to the cabinet so that disruptive technologies can break through more frequently. Sprint is also working on startups. That's another unchaining act that we have before us, because the graduates, the postdocs, they have the knowledge and they need to be able to offer it to the market. I say able because Sprint has launched an initiative so that this intellectual property can rapidly be implemented in the form of products with new momentum for the transfer of intellectual property. We need that. So the motto must be, do more, prevent less. The prerequisites for that are long-sightedness. That means giving people longer reins, loosening the reins, and having confidence in other people. Now, one thing I do have to address is data privacy and its shallows. Now, of course, data protection has to protect data. Of course it does, but it shouldn't protect things to such an extent that ideas are unrecognizable once they come out of it. We have a reputation, Germans and their data privacy. Apparently, we're tripping over our own toes here, because data are the most important primary material in the 21st century. Even in our own country, we find it difficult to get data from A to B, and that's not just to do with data protection. With our new Research Act, we want to make access to research and innovation easier, and that means we need a shared culture for data. We saw it with manufacturing. If we have confidence in another, we will move forward. So we need to strike that balance between protecting individuals and unleashing that potential for innovation. So I say we need to protect data, we need to continue doing that, but we also need to be able to lift that treasure chest out of the ground. And that means more potential for research and development. My second point, of course, in Germany, there are very different opinions and feelings. But as a nation, as an inner nation, we need more risk. We need more agility and less German anxiety. Commercial thinking, entrepreneurial spirit, that includes being bold and being prepared to fail if necessary. And even if etiquette teaches us otherwise, we have to talk about money. Because 2/3 of young people leave school, according to a study by the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, and say, I don't know what happens on a stock exchange. 80% of families want economic education for their children. So what are we waiting for? Let's make financial education easier for them, because they need courage, not fear, in order to become independent. But the good news is that this knowledge of the financial world makes it easier to deal with risk. And that's why we ministers agreed in March to set up a financial literacy movement. The idea is a financial literacy strategy for our country, because I believe that if you understand our economic model, then you'll be able to drive it ahead. You'll be able to be an agent of innovation and serve prosperity in our country. Third and last point that I would like to make, openness to technologies. neutrality around technology, especially with the decision makers in Germany. And I'm quoting Twitter here. Why is being open to different technologies positive? Being open to different technologies is a sign of an inability to take risks and a lack of technical competence. How good that there are individuals who can predict the future of our country. We've come across them in the past. The influence of the internet on the global economy is going to be less than that of the facts, said Paul Krugman, the economist and Nobel Prize winner in 1998. Or there's no sign at all that nuclear energy could ever be useful, Albert Einstein in 1932. Our state of knowledge today is not chiseled in stone. It's not absolute truth. So using a technology today should never mean that other technologies are elbowed out. We need competition, not a planned economy, ladies and gentlemen. And to be quite specific here, this is not the fetish of an optimistic research minister who likes to believe in the future. There was a study on this a few years ago. Transformation based on broad technology and broad energies would be cheaper than strategies that are based on all electric. 600 million euros cheaper. That means 600 million euros that can be spent elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen. So we've adopted a strategy for the future, research and innovation. There are specific missions there that we will channel our work along. Stakeholders contributed to drawing up this strategy, and the same will happen with the missions. So just as we worked with the BDI on mergers with specific outcomes, because if we want to be prepared for the future, we should not be damning growth, because growth doesn't just mean more of the same, it means more better stuff. So we need an innovation. We need to close ranks between the private and public sector. Formats like today show that we can do this in our country. We should do it more frequently. It makes us strong. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you.
Bleiben Sie gerne. Bleiben Sie
gerne. Do stay up here. We want to invite some other people to join the discussion. Bernd Ohnesorg, as president of EMEA, Siemens Healthineers, Ulrich Stoll from the Supervisory Board of Festo and from the IN, our standards body, and Philipp Justus from VP Central Europe, and of course our minister.
Frau Ministerin, Sie haben gerade die Zukunft.
Minister, you were just talking about a strategy for the future, research and innovation, and a lot of people here, I'm sure, are asking how far we've got with that. Well, the strategy was coordinated with all ministries. That was an achievement in itself. And now we are setting up a governance structure. There are various structures. There are those that bring in the overarching themes. Then there are coordination bodies. And then there's an innovation team. We want to work together on industrial matters, economic matters, and also with the universities. You might soon be receiving a letter of invitation to join us. So I can understand it. I don't know if other people have been wondering. This coordination process has been completed. We're talking now about implementation. Yes, we're in the implementation phase by setting up the structures. So first of all, the question is, what are we going to do differently in this strategy? A couple of words about that. Up until now, you would plan for 5 years, and then as a minister, every 2 or 3 years, you would receive an expert report saying, you did this well, you did this badly. I don't think we have that time anymore. The development cycles, the innovation cycles have sped up, and the generation of knowledge is much faster. So we also have to change the way we work together. And hence these structures, which are enduring, They will come together several times a year so that we can keep adjusting things. Think about what is happening with AI. We've had AI for a while, but now the discussion has become virulent so that we can respond quickly and agree with each other. Secondly, we are setting objectives, targets that we can be gauged by, something that politicians don't always enjoy, because we're saying we want to achieve something and not just formulate a paper with a strategy in it. So these more agile structures and this closing of ranks with everybody involved in innovation in our country, that's new. And I'm looking forward to it. And now we're looking at implementation. When will these bodies start doing their work? Then we can launch and build on what we have and start developing the new topics. How long is that going to still take? Well, as you know, perhaps there's a ladder. We're sending out the letters now so that straight after the summer break we can get going. And when you say short-term response, what does short-term mean? That we look in the short term to see where there are trends and developments. So that's why it's so important that we work in teams where we have competitive strengths that we can push and say perhaps makes no sense to do this or that, so that this coordination, because I can only spend every euro once over, that we look to see that the objectives we draw up together can actually be achieved, and with new breakthroughs, make sure they happen. Yesterday, the minister was talking about promoting the investment, Mr. Lin, I'm talking about. I'd like to ask the gentlemen, after all they've heard and what they are picking up at the moment about innovation in Germany and closing that gap, can you see a transition happening? Is this a new era?
A new
era, well, we can perhaps declare one, but if we look at what innovations are, an innovation must be marketable, and there's only one arbiter, that's the customer. So innovation is converted into a product or a service, but it's only of value if the customer wants to pay for it and to use it. And I think you presented where innovation comes from today, and in the future they have to happen faster. And I come from the German Institute for Standardization, DIN. This is a valuable contribution because standards also help us in the process to make things marketable. You need references, later you'll need safety standards and so forth. There I think we have to speed up too. So the way we work has to speed up. We have a platform, but business needs to be involved early in the thinking process. A good example for me is always setting up the charging structure for e-mobility. We started with a few highly innovative startups trying to resolve this with patents. But I think it really kicked off and became a business for industry when you had standardized adapters and plugs. We can do all that, but we need to start using that lever earlier, and not earlier in development, but earlier on than that, in universities, in applied research and so forth. We need to train people to understand what standardization means, because it's a basis for innovation. And in Germany, we used to be good at that. That's why we're so good in the international competition now. But we have to stick with that, and other nations are not falling asleep.
We can talk about that in more detail to see where do we need standardization in this process of innovation so that innovation is not going to be hampered. And that's a discussion we need, where we need to have free innovation. How about the turning point? Well, first of all, let me say it's very good to have a future strategy in the making. It all depends on the core elements based on this turning point, the turn of an era. We need to think about what are the strategic central elements for our further development over the next decades. We heard that data-driven innovation is very important. You addressed it too, Minister. It's one core element, and it concerns all industries. And there, of course, we need to have a good framework. We need to have a partnership with industry. We need to have access to data that are needed for innovation, research, development of new products. And since I come from the health sector, let me give an example. Here we have very sensitive data, and of course it's a major challenge for the healthcare sector to provide data. But we heard today it's also about a very strong sector that deserves to be given attention here in Germany. We heard about the contribution of the healthcare sector to the gross domestic product, over 1 million people working in the health economy, all in a context of very sensitive data. But we have data-driven innovation in that sector too. And we need to have the opportunity to use that in a safe framework in the future. Let me talk about digitization. Since my company, Google, is a digitally driven company, we see an acceleration. We see that Germany is not one of the front runners of digitization, because we have a digitization index in Europe, the DESI. There we are on position 16 of 27 countries, so right in the middle. But we also see Germany getting faster, both as far as users are concerned and as companies are concerned. The corona pandemic has led to an acceleration in terms of the levels of digitalization. So as industry in Germany, we can use much more digital technologies. We had to do that during the times of the pandemic and the lockdowns. And we see the same speed also in 2023. Companies are interested in setting up interfaces, digital interfaces to their customers, and they do not develop everything on their own. 5 years ago, we would have said, well, every company needs to develop its own digital solution from A to Z. But today, everybody looks at what are the possible partners, what are the possible cooperation formats. And that is also a success factor. So we do see speed picking up, and Germany still has a lot of potential for digitalization because we have such an industrial, strong base, both in terms of SMEs and major corporations. And in all those areas, we can be a winner of digitalization. We just have to use the opportunities. Let me address a critical item when data are concerned. When I talked about that a couple of years ago, everybody was just smiling. But today, when we talk about data being a treasure, data that need to be used to foster innovation and be competitive, who do we share our data with? Where do we store our data? And what are the risks if we share data with the wrong partners? Well, you're looking at me, so obviously I'm going to answer. That's a major concern of ours, and that is why, as the federal government, we talk to our value-based partners about data, their usage. And we also talk about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is so precious. It's even priceless. And we need to guarantee transparency also of artificial intelligence. And it's very important also to have safe data. Of course, that means that individual companies must not be limited in their own development, so they do not need to be forced to share data with competitors. But on the other hand, if you create spaces shared by several partners who trust one another, then it's a good idea. When we talk about mobility, manufacturing X, those are areas where data can be shared in order to unlock the potential of efficiencies. So different opportunities exist. We also do research regarding data trusteeship models. And then we have initiatives already based on partnerships. And we also have international competition. Today we have German-Chinese government consultations. And we always say, if we want to do business together and if we want to share our scientific efforts, then we have to store and share data in a safe framework. And of course, over and above, you would work with your partners that share your own own values. Sharing data is an asset in itself, in its own right, but it must be based on value-based partnerships. Who are our value-based partners? And where would you see the limits of our cooperation with China? Of course, every company is free to take its own decisions. I look at value-based partners, I would say on a European level, we do have partners already. Of course, we could look at the details of the Data Act and the AI legislative efforts in Europe. Of course, within Europe, we should have the opportunity to scale up. These are our value-based partners. And only if we are strong together, we have an opportunity to set international standards and be attractive as a region. As far as private businesses are concerned, as I said, every company is free to take its own personal decisions, but when we talk about research and sensitive technology-based data, then we would say in some areas we are going to work with this or that country, in some other cases we would not work with countries. I can comment, of course. I come back and again would like to refer to the healthcare data. The European Data Protection Ordinance is a very stable basis, and we have talked about value partners, and we talk about the European contracts here. We shouldn't forget that here in Germany, in Europe, we want to develop data-driven technologies, and so we should be in a position to partner up with people or companies that share our values. The chairperson of the German Ethics Council said it's not ethical not to use data. That is a discussion we should also have. I mean, data-driven innovation in medicine is ever so important and can achieve a lot, be very beneficial. And the healthcare sector is faced with a huge challenge, a very big demand and a growing demand. And that, of course, has something to do with our demographic changes, the aging of our population. But on the other hand, we have a shortage of labor. We have to perform more and more services with less and less people. And in that light, we need data-driven innovation when it comes to networking and increasing our efficiency in procedures, less duplication of medical tests, early recognition of diseases, and more personal medicine, more personalized therapy. This is the only solution that would help us to come to terms with the demographic changes. And let me also say we are right in the middle of demographic changes, and we can only do that if we have artificial intelligence, if industry and research work together to develop solutions for early diagnostics and therapy, like cancer diagnostics. We had a meeting called Vision Zero. We need AI-driven medicine. And it is our responsibility to find solutions to provide access to data and protect the data at the same time within the meaning of the GDPR. Now, we talk about data-driven innovation. How do we make sure that added value will be created here in Germany and in Europe? Well, since we have limited access to data in Germany and overall in Europe, a lot of technology development takes place in the United States. They develop artificial intelligence. We do have certain centers in Germany that could create much more value, but for that purpose we would need more health-related data, not in order to just produce things and create an added value, but in the interest of our patients. Artificial intelligence, I mean, sometimes we have all these developments taking place in the United States or in China. Then, of course, we can use them to a certain degree in Germany. But as soon as we have specific issues, we would also need our own developments.
Philipp Justus, wenn Sie das jetzt betrachten und aus diesem multinationalen Konzern kommen, wie ist Ihre Einschätzung zur Position Europas in diesem Dreieck?
What do you think is the position of Europe in that triangle, United States, China, and Europe, when it comes to AI applications and global leadership in tech businesses? Well, it's a multifaceted question. Of course, we have a very good starting position here in Europe. We are a large and attractive market for many companies, be it Chinese or American, or coming from all over the world. We have a strong economy and we have excellent research. You have just mentioned that. And here I'm talking not only about Germany, but about many other countries in Europe. AI was a development that took place in Europe as well. A lot of fundamental research was conducted in Germany. The Max Planck Institutes for Informatics, the many universities, they developed a lot. We have to just be quicker when it comes to converting research into practical applications. Of course, there are barriers that our companies see if they want to use data-driven applications, and it has something to do with our mindset as well, where we said, well, we can't catch up anyway, so let the others stay in the lead. I would rather say use opportunities now. There's so many things going on in the AI sector. The AI development is just starting. A lot of research was done already. German companies have the best starting positions and can be in the lead. Every industry can develop applications now. And here we need common efforts, and here we need also a regulatory framework. We have to facilitate new processes, be less bureaucratic, and we also need industry to start working. From the point of view of an American company, I can say Europe is in the lead, not concerning each and every technology, but over and above, Europe has a very good position. And that is why Google and many other American companies invest in Europe. We have developed a big software development center in Germany, data protection in Germany. There, Germany is very sensitive, and we said, and that is why we are going to have our data protection center in Germany. If it works in Germany, it can work anywhere. And we were right in taking that decision. We have developed a solution in Munich that is applied globally by us at the moment. So we should be positive about the future. We should use the strength that we have. And we just have to stop being lookers-on, just standing at the sidelines. We have to start moving now. You just mentioned something that we have talked about very often at the Day of Industry. We have said we need to make things easier, have simpler procedures. What are the opportunities to reduce red tape, not only in Germany, but all over Europe, so that we can implement innovation much faster? Reducing red tape, that is much better than any subsidy program we might develop, because we need agility, flexibility. We need private capital that has a risk appetite. So reducing red tape is not a nice to have, it's a must have. We understand that. But we also feel we need a certain degree of security. We need changes. These changes are necessary because the government cannot all do it alone, and that is why we need industry. It starts with
wie Kollege Buschmann sie angesprochen hat.
The facilitation and simplifying procedures that Mr. Buschmann mentioned. I mean, we have 16 federal states, 16 interpretations of the data protection law, and it would be wonderful wonderful to have that unified instead of talking to 16 different
sind alle Ministerien
regional authorities. Then we need to digitize our administration, public administration.
nicht nur der Fachkräftemangel, sondern eben auch die Prozesse schneller werden. Sie haben mich gefragt, welche Chance ist es? Ich glaube, der Druck ist jetzt da. Wir sehen die Herausforderungen, wir sehen auch, dass Investitionen abwandern und deswegen ist es notwendig, eben die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit und die Nährboden für das, was passieren muss, zu gestalten. Insofern ist das die Aufgabe der Legislaturperiode und jetzt nach Krisenbewältigung der letzten Monate ist das jetzt eigentlich Top-Priorität.
On the level of our government. After the crisis mode we were in for the last 3 years, this is now on our top priority.
Aber wir sind auf demselben String. Ich glaube, es wäre schon mal gut, nicht nur die Bürokratie zurückzunehmen. Ich kenne die 700 Seiten, die auch der Herr Staatssekretär
Strasser macht. Es wäre noch besser, keine zusätzliche Bürokratie noch hinzuzubauen. It would be already a good start if we didn't increase the level of red tape. A moratorium of new and overly complicated legislation would be a good thing. We just have to muster the courage and become much faster, and that gives opportunities for all our industries.
Wir haben gerade sehr gleichzeitig die Mikrofone gezückt,
took our microphones at the same time. You were faster than me, but allow me to add a few things now. Talked about data protection regulation and the 16 ways in which the federal states of Germany interpret these laws. That's difficult to handle. Slowly, we are seeing some progress. We have certain ordinances and regulations to make things easier. But we also have to look at Brussels. And we have mentioned a few things. There's regulation in the pipeline. There's the Data Act. There are other aspects that will concern all our industries. And here, I again would like to refer to the health sector, which is very much regulated, both the pharmaceutical and medical appliances and equipment sector. And here, we would like to have more freedom to use data for developments. In Brussels, we see more and more legislation that do not take into account any other existing legislation that has been in place in individual countries. This concerns us very much. There's a new AI regulation that in part is inconsistent with the medical appliances regulation. The Data Act is being discussed, and potentially that could be a reverse engineering opportunity that is leading in Europe, and one could create a simple access to the outside because reverse engineering for non-European competitors could be an interesting thing. So it's more important than ever to look at what Brussels is doing. And at the moment, I'm quite concerned about what they are doing over there. Do you have any demands for the German government? Yes, we should make our voice heard. Industry and industry associations have started a dialogue. And we are telling Brussels that some of these laws, which might be difficult, they are made because of good intentions, but they could create a conflict. So keep our eyes and ears open. We do not criticize for the sake of criticism. We are criticizing because we are seriously concerned. I can only agree to that. And let me also say what we can create. We have, for instance, the digital product passport that is being rolled out. All information is accessible anytime, anywhere. You would find all information regarding the raw materials, the supply chains, recycling, and circular economy potential. That's a huge step forward. And such a passport is so important. And we started developing it, and here we are indeed front runner. That should be the mentality to carry us forward. In standardization, we've done a lot, and that will be also a major competitive advantage on the global markets. I wanted to ask you about standardization anyway.
Normung von Innovationen und auch
nexus between global market power, standardization and innovation.
Wettbewerb, in dem wir uns befinden. Welche Veränderungen finden da gerade statt?
What changes do you see happening right now, and how does China try to implement its own norms in a global market? I told you why German industry internationally has been strong and is still strong, because we developed norms and standards at an early stage. That's made it possible to be comparable, competitive. Werner von Siemens always said, who's got the standard has got the market. Other people have recognized that, and this concerns all of us, international partners who joined the ranks of standardization. China is doing it now. Other countries are doing that now. It's an international standardization process. Like a little United Nations, international standardization bodies are there. And if you're in the lead as far as processes are concerned, you will have a competitive advantage. So let me call upon all of you, be active in standardization, and that will be a very good thing to have. Even the cards you're using are being standardized. It's not enough. We also have bigger ones and smaller ones in terms of the paperwork that is standardized. So be active in standardization. Germany has a lot of potential that can still be tapped. We have become faster, more agile, and use AI as early as possible. And in Europe, we are starting to develop a good framework, also including standardization. The last moments of our discussions have started. Mr. Lindner was with us, and he also talked about supporting innovation. What is the support that we would need, Mr. Justus? What would be your wish list?
Finanzielle Förderung ist nicht das Thema, mit dem wir uns am meisten beschäftigen. Wir beschäftigen uns mit der Frage, wie wir es schaffen können, in Europa dieses Versprechen eines gemeinsamen europäischen Marktes wirklich hinzubekommen. Das halte ich für wichtig, einerseits für die Digitalindustrie in Europa, damit die Chancen eines Berliner Startups oder eines Madrider Startups
so that all the startups in Madrid, in Paris, and in Berlin would be just as good as the ones coming from New York or San Francisco. So far, we have not fulfilled the promise of a true common market in the European Union. And that should also mean we avoid duplicating regulation on a European and national level. This is what we oftentimes see. As soon as we feel, yes, we understood how to implement a certain regulation for this or that product of ours, then all of a sudden we are confronted with another local regulation. So do it once right for the whole of Europe, for all the 27 countries, and then do it right and on the basis of one single applicable standard. But you're also talking about money, don't you?
Wir lassen Ihnen gerne das Schlusswort, also gerne.
We leave the closing statement to you, Minister, but let me say support or subsidizing as far as strategic healthcare product is concerned, digital medicine. We would recommend
und Entwicklung ankommt, der universitären, nicht-universitären Forschung.
Focus on research both in universities and outside universities.
Jüngstes als größtes Start-up
we are the largest startup company of the world. Siemens Health Engineers set up 7 years ago.
Glaube ich, da geht es jetzt eher um die Förderung in die richtigen Aspekte, um die Innovation on the ground zu fördern.
In order to implement our innovations on the ground. For us as big companies and for the small startups. The framework, the legislative frame is so much more important than just money. We need to have the right European framework for data usage. We need the support of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. That's more important than just being given some money. And hopefully we are going to make progress in that respect. Let me summarize. Make everything a bit simpler, quicker, faster, and only adopt a new law if you phase out an old one.
Frau Ministerin, Sie haben in Ihrer Rede von Matchmaking gesprochen.
Minister, you mentioned matchmaking in your speech. How do you want to intensify matchmaking? There are two examples for that. One I already gave you, the German Agency for Transfer and Innovation, which looks at the regional ecosystems, not necessarily very clearly defined, but still what they're doing is something which bases its program on those who are on the spot, who've had ideas and have done something with them. So this is one side. The reverse side of the coin is we want to get the public and private sector together better. Two concrete examples for that. One is we need private capital to be increasingly directed towards universities and other institutions, because the government not only cannot fund all of that, but logically shouldn't either. And since we're talking about these matters, we talked about nuclear fusion as the next sunshot project, so-called. I think from the very beginning, transfer has to be considered when starting, because researchers can create the basics, they can do prototypes, but the actual implementation is done by industry. So working together from the beginning so you can be properly targeted without losing too much time. So more matchmaking and also a joint willingness to embrace risk if need be. So to see the opportunity, not just the risk. And something else which is very important, because when we're talking about the AI regulation, it's not just finding a technology bad and horrible and regulating it. And in medicine, for example, it's also very important to see other things, just the problems. We have to look at the applications and which risks emanate from which application, and then not to overestimate the risk given all due care, which is, of course, a must for such technology. So wonderful final word for the panel. Thank you for that.
Ich weiß nicht, ob Sie das Wort flexen kennen.
I don't know whether you know the word flexing. Flexing muscles? I have heard it for the first time last year. It's a word in new German speak for new kids. It means flexing your muscles, showing what you can do, what you've got. And I have the feeling that maybe the European Union knows what flexing means. While we are rearranging the stage, I'll read something to you in English.
Meaning the EU institutions and EU member states jointly will mobilize up to 300 billion of investments for sustainable and high-quality projects, taking into account the needs of partner countries and ensuring lasting benefits for local communities. This will allow EU partners to develop their societies and economies, but also create opportunities for the EU member states' private sector to invest and remain competitive, whilst ensuring the highest environmental and labor standards, it does say highest environmental and labor standards, as well as sound financial management. I could continue reading this because it also says that it's in line with the UN Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, and so on and so on and so on. And what the EU is talking about is the Global Gateway project. So there is a lot of flexing, maybe, because what we've heard yesterday is there is a skeleton, but there now needs to be flesh on the bone. That's something we do want to talk about with our next guest, especially what is Global Gateway and the Belt and Road Initiative, and is the European recipe for sustainable prosperity competitive? I'm very looking forward to discuss that topic with Teddy Subramanian. He's the CEO of COMISA, which is the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa Business Council. Dr. Franziska Brandner, sie ist parlamentarische Staatssekretärin beim Bundesministerium für Wirtschaft und Klimaschutz. And we have a remote participation of Koen Duns, the Director General for International Partnerships at the European Commission, and I'm quite sure he will know all those answers. So, we've got one of three guests. That's good. There we go. Welcome. So, Thank you for coming and discussing that with us, and thank you for joining us today. Also, what the EU is writing about its own project, it says the EU's Global Gateway Strategy is on track to deliver on that target, and the target I've just read out to you. What do you think, Mr. Duns, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly, if not, please correct me. Are you on track? Where on the track are you?
Well, thank you very much for having me. And I mean, first of all, my regrets not to be with you there. First of all, because the setting looks much more impressive than here in my office, but also because I would have had, if not the opportunity of being there with State Secretary Brandner, whom I know well, and with Teddy, of course. So, but the agenda is really impressive, and I must say many thanks to BDI. With whom I've had a number of contacts already on the Global Gateway, and that's very good because we cannot do it without the likes of BDI. Are we on track? Honestly, I think we are. It's of course a very tall order, as you have said, but I think that first of all, the understanding in broad circles that in the times we live in, geopolitics, geoeconomics, and the international partnerships that our partners want from us, that these align, that understanding is really there. And that's in itself quite a shift. But when we talk to partners, it's very clear that just as we in Europe look at strategic autonomy, at diversification of supply chains, at de-risking, at building our economic resilience, our partners, whether they're in Latin America, in Africa, in Central Asia, in Southeast Asia, are doing exactly the same. And so there is very clearly space. If you look at it from the perspective of Venn diagrams, there is absolutely space where the interests of our partners and ours, where they match. And that's the space Global Gateway wants to occupy. We definitely have the capacity and the firepower to do so if we act as Team Europe. And Team Europe is a very broad team. It's composed of us here in Brussels, the EU institutions, plus our member states. It works with our development finance institutions, KfW, the DEG, IFD, EIB, EBRD, and so on. It works with the private sector, and that's the real critical component of it. And increasingly, we are involving as well the export credit agencies, Euler, Hermes, and so on. And we are focusing them on a number of key priorities. Critical raw materials, the energy transition and the linkages needed, transport connectivity, digital connectivity, and so on. And so if we can get Team Europe to play as a team, and if we really bring to bear all that we can offer in terms of technology transfer, funding, political and policy accompaniment, then absolutely we are in the game, and we will be able to deliver the kind of things that are important for us, that are important for our partner countries, and that ultimately will make not just the geopolitics, but also the geoeconomics work. We will, no doubt, in the space of this discussion, have the opportunity of getting a bit more granular into some of the points I've made.
So when someone says, yes, we can, if, the question is always, can we or can we not? Because you say, basically, the Global Gateway initiative is not, it's not super old, but it's also not born this year. Does that mean if we can act as Team Europe, that we're not able to act as Team Europe right now?
Let me give you a couple of examples. I think what we're building these days with a country like Namibia on green hydrogen and on critical raw materials gives us a flavor of what Team Europe in action, what Global Gateway in action is. We have important, massive, basically, private sector investments of German companies. We have European ports engaging already with the port of Luderitz in Namibia for the future export of green hydrogen. We are investing in capacity building of the Namibian state so that they not only have the know-how, the human resources to run a transformation of society and the economy towards a green economy, but also can design the regulatory frameworks that are needed for that. We are investing in the power systems, the transmission lines, the strategic corridors, and all of this done by Team Europe and its various members. If I look at another example, what we're doing, again, with Africa, on vaccine manufacturing, we all know that our partners were absolutely looking at the world and see who is going to help us build vaccine manufacturing capacity on African soil so that when the next pandemic hits us, we are not again at the back of the line. Well, we see out here, again, a number of European companies combined with grant funding, combined with loans of our DFIs, are in a growing number of African countries, Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana, South Africa, are building that capacity on the ground. I could sum up a whole list of projects already where a global gateway is happening as it should be, combining basically private sector investments with public lending and with public grant funding, and all of that packaged in an approach with partner countries that is at the same time policy-driven and with political compact.
I'm definitely going to ask you that because there is a list. I think there's 87 points on that list. There is criticism for that list as well because supposedly there is some initiatives that have been planned before a global gateway, but let's get to that in a minute. I just want to ask you first, did you notice global gateway in the past 2 years, or was it something that maybe happened, but the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative was much stronger and overpowered it all?
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Let me maybe start from where Mr. Kuhn stopped. When he talked about Team Europe, I would probably use a different connotation. For me, for it to work, it has to be Team Europe, and if it is intervention in Africa, it has to be Team Europe and Africa. For it to work, it cannot be unilateral. And to answer your question, I think, and as you rightly said in your introduction, the skeleton is there, but we are up to see what flesh we are going to put on the bone. And this is my perception of where the global gateway is at the moment. We can obviously cite examples of where we are starting to implement, but probably my intervention on this particular aspect would be to take one step backward before we talk about the global gateway, to put it in the right context in Africa, which is the constituency I represent. First of all, EU-Africa relation has been governed by the Lomé Convention, initially, the Cotonou Agreement, the post-Cotonou Agreement. Now, if you're talking about a new partnership with EU, we have to see whether that partnership that we have developed in the context of the Economic Partnership Agreement, is it delivering? That's the first point I want to make. Yeah.
And is it delivering?
Probably Mr. Kuhn can answer that question, but I can say from where I come from, in the COMESA region, many countries are yet to see the benefits of Economic Partnership Agreement. So that, in my opinion, should be the starting point before we start talking about the global gateway. If I may come back to this issue of the global gateway, there are a few caveats that we need to put into context. Let's take the context of the geopolitical context at the moment. Even myself, I have been promoting global value chains, looking east, looking north, looking west. But all of a sudden, whenever there is a problem, we say, oh, Africa is the new El Dorado. That's where we need to invest. But it doesn't work like that anymore. If you are to have a partnership with Africa, a gateway to Africa, I think the partnership should be much more sustainable. Mm-hmm. You have to strengthen institutions in Africa, private sector institutions in Africa. There was a long list that was about international institutions who are going to work on the global gateway. That's fine. But what are you doing in terms of sustainability to support the institution in Africa, in COMESA?
if I understand you correctly, is that they don't do it yet, or not enough at least?
Not enough, in my opinion, not enough is being done. BDI, for example, with whom we work closely at CBC, they are doing the right thing. They are strengthening the institution, the private sector institution in the country. Yesterday we had a lot of discussion and many people came to the conclusion, we have to act local, we have to act regional. What's the point of, for example, having international institutions which are already supported by budget, Germany and others? What's the point of them intervening in Africa when, for example, we have institutions in Africa which can help? That's the second point that I want to make. The third point, I think I heard the minister earlier on talk about agility. Agility rather, I prefer to use the word agility. The question we have to ask ourselves, so many challenges Africa is facing: debt crisis, climate change, disruption in the global value chain. If we are to address these problems, would the global gateway be agile enough to adapt to these changes so quickly? That's where you have other partners coming in. That's where you have China coming in.
Are they more agile than the European Union?
Definitely, in my opinion, because they are able to act more quickly than the EU. That's the question about agility. When you talk about agility for your domestic constituencies, it's already very bureaucratic, I heard, but just imagine the context in Africa, where at the other receiving end, just the bureaucratic procedures that we face in getting projects. So agility is an issue. The other issue, again, for me, if the global gateway is to work, is the question of infrastructure, and infrastructure. That's where the gap is. You don't have to have 20 solutions. That's where we need to put the resources in Africa, in COMESA. Just to give you an example, with our modest resources in the COMESA Business Council, we realized that we cannot look at trade in isolation. And I was very happy to hear many delegates talking about digitalization. We realized that many women in Africa, they cannot trade. They cannot trade not because they can't access goods, because they can't make payments. So we are developing an online payment platform to help women. So that's infrastructure, both soft and hard infrastructure. And then my last point is about, you rightly said, whether I knew about the global gateway, is the issue of communication and coordination. So I think much more needs to be done on that aspect. And I'm very happy that Mr. Kuhn mentioned he's going to work with the private sector. I represent the private sector in the COMESA region. So I do hope to work with you and probably work with your colleagues to have information on the global gateway.
Thank you. You've now heard quite a bit from the receiving end. What do you feel?
You know, I think that, as Kuhn said, we are on the track, but it's not a fast track. So we have to get to the fast track, and I think that is what we need to work on. It goes a bit to what you said in terms of speeding up. I think there has been a momentum over the last couple of months to speed it up, Kuhn, to be, you know, I think it was a bit for a year or more, it was not so fast. And I think we're speeding it up now. And let's see what it is about. We have seen that China has been very strategic in combining geopolitics as a foundation for its economic success. It's a very strategic approach, very smart. I always say, you know, we can applaud them. It's quite impressive. And we have, as soon as we started in our new term as a government, said that we need to combine geopolitics and economy much stronger in order to guarantee the future foundations of our economic success. And this kind of strategic thinking is new, not just in Germany, but also in the EU, in many EU member states. It's not our first reflex to say, so, you know, who do we partner with, which companies, how do we go strategically, etc. about it. This is new in Europe. We can say it's a bit late. Probably most of us would agree. But better that we started now, finally. So that is the first point I want to make. Finally, we are doing strategic thinking about bringing together geopolitics and economy And in that, yes.
May I ask you just one question? Because what I did read is that it's not a mutual understanding that this is the right way, because supposedly within Brussels there are people saying that basically replacing Global Gateway for development, classical development aid is not the right way.
No, but Global Gateway, and we do this at home here, is the exact attempt to bring together development, trade, and economic funding. So that is the attempt. You also need development funding, because for what you just said, to help developing institutions, etc. So this is the classical part. But the idea of the Global Gateway is to bring it in a smart way together with the private sector, with trade, export credits, etc., and make it a strategic approach. That's how others do it. They go into a country and they say, okay, so what do you need? You have whatever. You have gallium, you have lithium, you have vanadium, whatever. So if I want to use that, what do you need? You need the infrastructure to bring it to a port. You need housing for the people locally. You need training. You need ABC.
And probably a port.
Yeah, probably a port.
Yeah.
So these are the questions that usually we are not so capable of bringing together as an entire package. And that's what we're working on. But it's new for the EU. It's also new for Germany. And I'm glad, Tanja Gönner is a prime example of bringing GIZ and BDI together. So, we're trying to use this as well, to say we do this together. It's a team Germany, it's a team Europe approach. And if I may say, we were the first going to deliver one list as a government with priority projects. Other member states had sent one from the development ministry, one from the foreign ministry, one from the economic ministry. And we had managed to send one to agree as Germany already on a priority list. So in my opinion, it's important to see it as a partnership, to work locally with the actors on the ground, be they private or public, and then bring our private sector in as well. And there is a business advisory council. Right now there are applications ongoing as far as I know. So it's supposed to be set up very soon, and I hope the Commission will listen to it very well.
What do you answer critics who do say, well, the list that you've sent, and the list that's now been given out again, is not really innovative, but it's actually been old projects?
Part of the old projects are good projects which were unable to be financed in the past. So just because there was an idea of working on something doesn't mean it's bad. It's often the case that there were good ideas before and nobody was ready to finance them or to go in and make the connections. So I think to say we just have to start from scratch and there have been no good ideas in the past, for me, this wouldn't be a good approach. There have been many good ideas in the room. So it needs to be a right balance between existing projects that you also can start financing right on, because if you start from scratch, then you maybe, it gets off the ground in a couple of years. So take those in the pipeline that make sense, make them better in a coherent approach, provide better funding. And I think on a European level, we have to be frank, the European Investment Bank needs to play a much larger role. I think we have a real deficit there. The EBRD is great in the countries they can act. EIB is far from that. So we need better financing conditions for our companies. We need to make it more coherent. But for me, the criterion is not, has the project already been developed in the past, but is it a good project?
When it comes down to, let's say, that initiative, which is competing, and it's set up to be competing with the Belt and Road Initiative, do you feel like this is an equal race that we're running? Maybe you answer?
We're catching up, basically. Look, let's be honest, we're catching up on so many areas when it comes to economic security. We're catching up. Are we already there? No, it's a race. Are we good enough? I think we have all the potential. Look at you in the room. Many of you are active. So I'm confident we can make it. But yeah, it's a catch-up race.
What do you feel? I mean, you've said China is definitely more present. China does come in. You said it. They're more agile. They're faster. They're also way quicker, easier to give out money, to hand out money, which actually now has a trickle-down effect on themselves because some of the credits can't be paid back. And obviously for China, that is also a problem. But still, if you had, and I know it's a hard question in front of this audience, but if you have the chance to speak to a Chinese investor, probably state-sponsored, or European Union, what would be easier for you to deal with?
Well, as you said, China is basically intervening more on some, let's say, concrete infrastructure, and obviously money is not an issue for them. They're pumping money, and as you rightly said, also come with it some conditions. Debt problems in Africa, which get worse with China. But what I would say from my perspective, I'm going to be very honest with you, I think COMESA Africa countries have been traditionally dealing with Europe, has been a privileged partner with Europe. If you ask me my honest opinion, definitely I think it will be easier for us to work with the EU, given our traditional ties, our legal and parliamentarian system that we have. It will be easier for us to work with Europe as opposed to China. But look, there is also a question of pragmatism. Whenever you face problem, whether you face difficulties, you take the first one which comes. Yeah, if you need to build an airport, and well, it takes 5 years on one side, it takes 1 year on the other side. Not difficult question to make.
And
so it's a question of
sometimes even quick when it comes to airports.
Yeah, so so that's the choice
you
have
have such a good track record on that, so,
so
you can't blame the EU for that.
So that's the choice you have to make.
Yeah.
Somehow I'm tempted to say it's a good problem to have if you have multiple partners to choose from, which one is going to give you the best solutions. But also we have to be mindful of the conditions which are attached to them. And I think that's something not to be neglected, in my opinion.
Very good that you say the conditions, because also, I mean, now we have been the Chinese-German talks today, the consultation, and what has coming out today already is that both countries do want to invest more in saving the climate and doing more. Nevertheless, in the past, we have to say China was not super active when it came down to building infrastructure in countries where there was really sustainable or where they tried to be CO negative or whatever. Is that something that you, especially because you said the climate crisis, obviously one of the biggest problems in Africa, is that something that you would be looking at more nowadays?
Yes, definitely. For those of you who know Africa, who've been working in Africa, you take the example of South Africa. COMESA, we do not cover South Africa, by the way. The country at the moment, they face a situation of load shedding. There's literally 5 hours of electricity per day. Just imagine the impact on competition.
I've been to South Africa last year. I noticed.
Yeah, so you notice that the problem that they're having. Now, imagine the impact on the industries, the competitiveness of the industries there. We had similar problem in Zambia. So definitely, that's something we are really looking forward. What are the potential for renewable energy in the COMESA region, alternative sources of energy? Myself with BDI, we have started to work and look at some potential stakeholders, for example, on green hydrogen, and that's something we are keen to explore. We are not saying we are going to adapt it, but we are keen to explore new areas. And also we are keen to work with the European Union. They are coming forward with a project on circular economy. So we are keen, if they wish to work with the private sector and the business community in the COMESA region, we are keen to work with them on the circular economy. Yes, definitely, this is something we are ready to embrace. Myself, as a COMESA Business Council, I've taken the engagement to work more on every issues having to do with addressing climate change. And I'm very much looking forward to it, and I think that's the future where COMESA will be heading.
Mr. Dund, when you hear this, is that something, because we also said, like, where are we going to get the ideas from to what Global Gateway could be potentially to fill out the 300 billion euro investment? Are you and your team and your staff, obviously, do you go to Africa and other countries to see what's actually needed on the ground to then make that a project?
Well, thanks a lot. Of course we do, and I'll pick up on a few points that Teddy and Francisca has made, but maybe to start with that one. Actually, 2/3 of my staff are on the ground. I mean, the DG I run, 1/3 of the staff is in headquarters, and 2/3 are on the ground. most EU delegations, EU embassies on the ground, I mean, the biggest number of staff in those delegations are actually staff for the DG International Partnerships. Because since a long time, we design what we do, we set the priorities together with our partners. Now, as Teddy said, and it's a very important one, you know, if you look at the big figures, Europe, we are by far the biggest trading partner of Africa. If you look at the foreign direct investment stock, Europe is 3-4 times bigger than China, let alone the United States. If you look at official development aid, so the grant funding we provide, we are by far the biggest. And yet, African partners, and notably African citizens, they don't know. And why is that? Precisely because to a certain extent, we have been disconnected. We've done trade, and then we've done investment, and then we've done aid and development policy. And by not connecting these dots, basically you work in silos. Whereas when you connect them, 1 + 1 + 1 is not 3. 1 + 1 + 1 becomes at least 4. And that's exactly what we're doing. Now, we combine that with the fact that we have been in the past, precisely therefore, been doing a lot of intangibles. We've done budget support operations. We have supported Teddy. I mean, if I look at the amount of money over the past cycles under European Development Fund 11-10, we have actually funded the regional economic communities, East African Community, COMESA, SADC, and so on, with core funding. I mean, these are important amounts, but they're not visible. Why? Because this was pure core funding and not linked to tangible projects. And therefore, the return of what we do to funding hard infrastructure is absolutely fundamental. And so, as Teddy said, this is a real need in Africa. Well, we are going to be there, and we do that together with our private companies. That is linked up with a very solid dialogue on the ground, not just with partner governments, but with partner business associations. I mean, COMESA is based in Lusaka, in Zambia. We had a few months ago a business forum in Lusaka. We are multiplying the number of business fora, Europe with an African country on African soil. We're not doing that in Brussels or in Paris. We're doing it in the countries, and we see how European companies go there. They are interested, and if we can join that up with the loan agenda of our DFIs and with the grant agenda of the development finance institutions and the agencies, then we are really playing. Final comment, agility versus sustainability. There is, of course, a trade-off, and you can't have your cake and eat it. And we know that we need to be faster. I think Francisca has said it as well. There is an awareness that we need to be faster, but we cannot be fast at the expense of sustainability, because we fundamentally think that the kind of co-investments we do with African partners need to stand the test of time. They need to be future-proof. And that has consequences. It means that the impact assessments we do are serious, environmental, social, but also economic. We will not build a railway that ultimately does not pay itself back and therefore creates a fiscal hangover. So we will look at this in a sustainable way. That takes time. I mean, we all know that infrastructure building in Europe takes time. So it takes time in Europe, it takes time in Africa. But I think that the results of it will stand the test of time. And so there's a trade-off to be made. I don't think we want to sacrifice sustainability, but obviously we will do all we can to be faster than we have been in the past.
If I may add, because Teddy, what you have been saying, I think the major shift that we are hopefully able to do with Global Gateway is that it's not about we help African countries. It's not that we help us, but it's that we have mutual interests. You have interests in not just, for example, exporting your raw materials to China, where they are processed and then come to Europe. We have interests not to get all our processed raw materials from China, but to have refining outside of China. So there's a joint interest, yeah, between many countries there, or Latin America and European countries. And now the question is, how can we bring them together with private sector actors, because there's money in that sector, it's not charity. How can we bring together the infrastructure needed for that? How can we help with training, with skills and funding? And this is a new approach. It's not about we help you, but it's about our mutual interests in this more complex geopolitical world. And I think that is the new approach, and I hope it will work. And then we line it up with trade, so that our trade agreements actually do facilitate, for example, refining in some African countries, in Latin America. Because usually our trade agreements were countering, were in opposition to those goals. So we are aligning trade agreements, financing tools, our aid policies, plus our support to companies. It's new. I hope it will work. We do everything we can. And I'm very much looking forward to many of you participating in this, because in the end, it's not charity. There's profits to be made. There are many wonderful countries out there, teddies, and I hope we will be able to catch up and create the foundations for future wealth. Thank you.
That could be perfect last words. I still want to add one question, just because I was curious. In Europe, we do speak a lot about de-risking. It was called decoupling a while ago, and now it's de-risking. Do you talk about de-risking at COMISA?
Yes, definitely. Everything that having to do with promotion of business, promotion of sustainability, this is something we definitely we take into account. But what we also have to take into account, there are more pressing needs that we have to address with regard to debt management, with regard to the disruption in global supply chain, recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. There are also other pressing issues that we have to address. But definitely, some of these issues, we do discuss them, but there will be a time when it become more urgent. At the moment, I think in Africa, in COMESA region, we have some really pressing issues that we have to address. But I do really like your comment about mutual benefits for both Europe, Africa, and COMESA. This is where we need to head, I think, if we are to really make progress.
Perfect. That's now really good last words, and we're going to leave it like that, and there is much more to be seen. I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you. We're going to have a very short break, and then we're going to see us back on stage. Thank you. Wir haben ja heute schon ein wenig über internationale Partnerschaften gesprochen und das werden wir auch weiterhin. Und ich bin sehr froh, dass unser nächster Speaker nicht nur eine Partnerschaft mit uns anstrebt und auch aktiv daran arbeitet bereits, sondern vor allen Dingen auch die gleichen Ziele, was das Thema Nachhaltigkeit und Klimaschutz mitbringt. Und darüber wird er sprechen. Darüber werden wir auch gleich noch im Panel sprechen. Ich begrüße ganz herzlich Jan Christian Vestre, den norwegischen Minister für Handel und Industrie. Wie soll ich es anders sagen? Herzlich willkommen.
So, liebe Freunde, es ist schön, heute mit euch hier in Berlin zu sein. In Deutschland dem wichtigsten europäischen Partner Norwegens. Friends, I'm always very glad to tell people about all the great things Norway has to offer. But I'm extra thrilled to be here with you today, among friends, I would say close German friends at Tag der Deutschen Industrie. Not least since I can talk about my absolutely favorite subject, and that is how can we turn climate action into profitable business cases. Danke. There are, unfortunately, people still thinking that the green transition means we have to leave behind all the good things in life, that we have to choose between saving the planet or creating new jobs and economic development. But friends, it's not like that at all. Those gathered here today know that the green transition means great opportunities to build new profitable value chains, better and happier societies, new jobs, and protecting existing jobs, well-paying jobs. In January, Vice Chancellor Dr. Habeck and I signed a joint statement about German-Norwegian cooperation on climate, renewable energy, and the green transition. We agreed to accelerate our cooperation and partnership within the fields like hydrogen, offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, shipping, batteries, microelectronics, and critical raw materials. Because we do know that we have to work together, we are stronger together. In Norway, Germany and German products, of course, are known for quality, engineering, and reliability. German cars, for instance. Oh Lord, I love German cars. And I have to say that back home in Norway, we do smile a bit wider and a bit prouder when we see German car manufacturers teaming up with friends in Norway. Not long ago, Porsche signed a new agreement with Norsk Hydro to get the greenest aluminum in the world for their cars, leading to 60% reduced CO2 emissions. That is one example showing how Germany and Norway can work together. And of course, Mercedes-Benz. We all know that Mercedes-Benz, no, they won't accept just anything. It is das Beste oder nichts. So, when our friends at Mercedes-Benz wanted to reduce their carbon footprint on their power-intensive computer simulations, they came to Norway as well, to the Lefdal Mine data center. The center is running on 100% erneuerbaren energi. That means that they can reduce their own emissions, going green in the future. And to mention one more example, when Great Heidelberg Materials are building their first carbon capture system, they are doing it in Norway. They will be able to produce concrete with zero or low emissions. It's not science fiction, people. It is happening it's happening right now. And we have the possibilities in a safe way to capture, store, inject the carbon 3,000 meters below seabed, where we used to extract oil and gas. This is a very important contribution to reach the Paris Agreement and to help our industry to develop. As I said, liebe Freunde, das ist keine Science Fiction, es passiert hier und jetzt. So we see it again and again, how Norway and Germany are go-to partners for creating value, cutting emissions, staying optimistic. Everything is possible. BDI and their Norwegian sister organization, NHO, have also a joint statement, and they have a strong cooperation between our two countries. They have defined that as a success point to reach the goals we have in our Energiewende. And we have two other examples right here, soon on stage, Voith and Sunfire. Voith delivers goods and services to Norwegian hydropower plants. In other words, liebe Freunde, they are directly plugged into the production of green energy in Norway. And Sunfire, another extremely exciting company, well, they have the technology to produce electrolyzers for hydrogen production. That is also something we have a lot of experience with in Norway. In fact, going back all the way to 1927, when Norsk Hydro produced hydrogen with hydropower using German technology. Norway's greatest asset, which I'm immensely proud of, is the highly developed skill set of our workers. And we also have vital resources for the green transition. We have the minerals. In fact, we have what is likely to be Europe's biggest deposit of rare earth minerals in Norway. We do have the renewable energy, and by building 1,500 floating offshore wind turbines the next 20 Jahre, we will actually double our electricity production, going green, working together with our partners in Europe. We have the technology. We are one of the most digital countries on the planet. And we also have government policy that supports the green transition, mobilizing private investments, working together hand in hand, private-public partnerships. Friends, that's what we have to do if we want to succeed in reaching the great goals we have defined together. Exactly 12 months ago, the Norwegian government launched our Green Industrial Initiative. That's Norway's most ambitious industrial policy ever. And we are now developing new green value chains at a pace, a speed, with a momentum we have never seen before. I have seen Nils Aldag, the head of Sunfire. He says, hydrogen is the answer. What's the question? Friends, I like that approach. And I have to say, Wasserstoff, and I love that word, Wasserstoff, it's the most beautiful word on the planet. It is one of the key areas in the Green Industrial Initiative where we can work together. Because we do have the resources, we do have the know-how, and we have the technology to produce hydrogen in large volumes. But there has to be a market. And as a small country, Norway is dependent on a pull from the demand side in Europe. We have to be pragmatic, we have to be technology neutral. Norwegian and German actors are now working closely together on this feasibility study on transport of hydrogen. And friends, this is super exciting. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to give us enormous opportunities. So, liebe Freunde, if we want to reach our common goals, we must step up the game. We need more private-public partnerships, we need more cooperation, we need better risk mitigation to mobilize more private investments. In Norway, we are seeing a boom now in new industries, more investments than ever before. And some people are still asking, can we afford all this? All this change, building all these new industries. And my answer is, can we afford not to? Of course not. Liebe Freunde, I've been a business leader myself for 10 years before I became Minister of Trade and Industry. I've made those difficult investment decisions. I know it takes courage and vision to succeed with something new. You have to invest to be able to develop and to grow. It requires courage, it requires long-term commitments, willingness to rethink our business models. We need to develop maybe new return on investments analysis that won't give your shareholders a heart attack. We have to be more creative. But friends, in the long run, this is going to be very profitable. It is profitable to save the planet if we do the right decisions now. One of my heroes in life is the Norwegian entrepreneur Sam Eide. He studied here, of course, in Berlin, and started his professional career in Hamburg, of course. Eide liked to use the expression, where there is will, there is way. And I think we can all be inspired by that. Wo ein Wille ist, ist auch ein Weg. Together we can and will reach our goal. We can do it, but we have to want it. So, liebe Freunde, Deutschland und Norwegen, 1 plus 1 ist mehr als 2. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
I was just going to say, I'm just going to leave you the applause, but I will have to ask you to come back. Please, for the panel. Mr. Westre, I'm hoping you're going to join the panel as well, even though we very much enjoyed your speech. But please come back, and I'm also going to ask Thora Falk, the CEO of the Voigt Group, on stage, as well as Niels Aldag. You've spoken a bit about him already, the CEO of Sunfire, and Anne-Laure Dorchamard, the executive board member of Siemens Energies. Please. Hallo. That was almost an emotional speech. I'm quite sure you've heard it. Everyone very much enjoyed that. Because you've mentioned speed, I was asking myself, have you ever heard about the term Deutschlandgeschwindigkeit? Do you know what that means? Well, supposedly it means that we're now going to speed up everything that we want to do in Germany, especially when it comes to climate solutions, to be way better than we are right now. Have you noticed that?
Yes, and I think you are doing it right now. Showing, don't telling.
Okay, I'm quite curious, because you've been here before. You've been to Berlin before. You've met our minister. You've met Mr. Habeck. What have you seen since? What is something that still sticks to your mind? What was the best thing about coming here, talking about the project?
I mean, Germany is always the best, and I think how we have been able now to get rid of Russian gas, and when we're talking about speed and pace and mobilizing, I mean, this is something for the world history. And at the same time, the German industry has not decreased their targets and their goals. And I think that's brilliant, because a lot of people would, been rethinking, can we still reach the ambitious goals we have defined? And what I hear from Germany, and especially from the German industry, is that you are moving forward faster than ever before. And as the biggest, most influential, most energetic, most important economy in Europe, that makes me extremely optimistic about what we can achieve together in the upcoming years.
I do love that optimism. Unfortunately, I have to say, I have to pour a little bit of water in the wine. I don't know if that's an English saying, but because Lanxess, for example, did decrease their outlook for this year, which had a huge impact on their stock and the whole industry, the whole sector. And we also do have that recession problem at the moment and that inflation problem at the moment, but still very looking forward to have you being so optimistic about it. Then let's talk about how we actually do come into action. All of you here have hydrogen projects or do you want to invest more in it? And I'm asking myself, maybe we start with you, when we do talk about it and coming from the idea to an actual action, your microphone is there. Do you feel like we are fast enough? Because again, talking about speed, Deutschlandgeschwindigkeit.
No, I don't share this optimism for Germany. I think we have to significantly pick up speed, and we can see it in other countries how that is done. I mean, the obvious are the approval times for new projects. I mean, we do hydropower, also hydropower to produce green energy. And if I talk to my salespeople, they say, no, it takes too long here to get a new power plant approved. I'd rather sell in India or in Africa or in North America, because it just takes too long here. If we start a project here, a big new hydropower project, it probably takes 7 or 8 years until we get the approval. And in India,
and that's just the approval.
That's just the approval, and then it takes another 7 years for realization. If I go to India, I get it in 1 or 2 years, and then I can go starting. So they have the sales and profit pressure, and of course they go to other countries where the approval times are much faster. And I think there we have to speed up. And then I think the other thing we have to do, we have to be more open to different technologies in Germany. I mean, we have to not only stick on wind and solar and other things, we have to be more open, use the whole variety of technologies we have to get this transformation going. And there, I think we are too stubborn on those things. So I'm not so optimistic on Germany. Norway did a good way, like thanks you for mentioning for it, but you have, I think, almost 100% hydropower. You know, Switzerland has 66% hydropower. And of course, hydropower also has its disadvantages, but it also has a lot of advantages, and you get a lot of stability. And these countries are less dependent now on gas, and they are more stable. And another thing that hydropower, I'm talking about hydropower because of Freud, but another thing that hydropower can offer is the pump storage plants. Because I think one topic we constantly underestimate in Germany and also in Europe is the topic of energy storage. Mm-hmm. Because if the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, what are you going to do with the energy? And you have to store it. And I think there I would do much more incentives, much more subsidies to promote this technology, because without this, I don't think the goals are going to be reached that we have set ourselves in Germany.
Mm-hmm. Which I find quite interesting that you mentioned that, because that problem has been present since whenever we started talking about solar panels and wind energy, I don't know, 15 years ago, and hasn't been solved yet. But when we come back to the question of where we actually are when it comes to hydrogen, I mean, you wouldn't have founded your company, you wouldn't be working in it, and you wouldn't be as successful if we wouldn't be on a good path, right?
So I think, first of all, when we founded that company in 2010 and started it in 2009, I think people weren't thinking so much about hydrogen. And I think back then we were at a point in time where we spoke a lot about electrification of everything, which was certainly the right first step. And I think we've come a long way. And to be honest, I really like the energy and the optimism, because I think if we want to go forward successfully, we need that kind of optimism, and looking back and fighting about the mistakes that have been made in the past won't help us. When I look at what has been done and where we stand today, I think that Europe in the space of hydrogen is actually not in such a bad situation. If it would be my employees, I would say you've taken a lot of things to 85, 90%, and you've done a pretty good job at this. What I would probably criticize a little bit is that we are having difficulties to give things the final push over the line to really start seeing concrete large-scale effects. Yeah, just to be slightly more specific, companies have invested significant amounts of energy into engineering studies, into planning projects. I would say, compared to other regions in the world, Germany and Europe substantially more advanced in thinking through what it means to realize a green steel project or a green refinery or hydrogen supply to a refinery, those kind of things. I think when it comes to the regulatory framework, we have a variety of mechanisms that are well thought through to a certain degree. We have ideas of how to start this industry, but we lack the last meters to push that over the line and get those things starting.
But that's already quite optimistic, I find, as you've been saying, because the last mile doesn't sound like we have problem in the beginning when it comes down to regulatory problems and actually getting it on the road, right?
I think that's the key point. It's really getting it on the road. I think if you compare Europe to other regions in the world, I think we are further ahead in thinking through how to bring renewable molecules to the electrolyzers. We are probably further ahead when it comes to the questions in which industries to best use hydrogen. We're not talking too much anymore about passenger cars. We're talking more about steel industry, chemical industry, the hard-to-abate sectors. If you go to the US, it's partially, I think, still a bit different. And the level of understanding of what you can do with hydrogen, I think, is not as well developed as it is in Europe at the moment. It doesn't mean we should slow down. That other regions of the world will pick up. But I think we're still in an interesting position. And the key question is, how can we turn that into profitable business cases? How can we make sure that what Volkswagen, BMW, and Daimler were in the 20th century, how could electrolyzer companies become that for the 21st century?
Does that mean you want to become the next Volkswagen?
That would probably be a bit too big, but I think we have to think about what the business models for Germany and Europe are in the future. And I think I'm in a privileged industry that is actually an industry that needs a lot of the resources, human resources we have in Germany, Maschinenbau, Anlagenbau. And hence, I think that there is a good chance that similar stories will be written. Whether we'll become as big as Volkswagen or not is a second question. But it's a huge opportunity for Germany, for Europe, and we should grab that with optimism and make something out of it.
Siemens Energy actually invested quite a bit as well already. You wouldn't probably have done that if you wouldn't think that the outcome would make it worthwhile, right?
Indeed. But maybe as both here are saying, I do believe that even though Europe has been doing the right thing, going into the right direction, when you look at the IRA, it's not comprehensive and not direct enough for us to be able to do these long-term business investments. Let me give maybe 3 examples. First, there's been something that's been very good, which is setting a clear target of 40% of local European clean tech manufacturing to meet the European energy demands. This is great, but it's still too broad. It's a target, it's not a clear, direct way to get there. If you take the example of the wind industry, for example, we have a lot of very strong European players there, but all of them are losing a lot of money. So if we actually want to go and reach this 40% target, there's needs for much more concrete actions and incentives from Europe. For example, putting in place the right incentive schemes in the auctions or the tenders with ESG criteria or local job criteria or local carbon footprint criteria, so that you have the same level playing field for things that are produced locally or are produced elsewhere and are imported to Europe, things like that. A second example, and Mr. Haag has talked about it, is permitting. In the Net Zero Industry Act, the permitting topic is going to be accelerated, going from 2 to 7 years to much less. But I think this is not enough. We actually need to accelerate the permitting for the projects themselves. We've been talking about 10 years for the north-south German route or for offshore wind projects in France. And this is not the way we're going to really be able to accelerate the energy transition. There's been some tentatives to actually have this silent procedure in the European texts, which say, after a certain amount of time, if there's no response, then it's actually agreed. but it has been completely diluted in the text, and this is something that we need to work on. And the third example, which is actually a very good one, I think, from the Net Zero Industry Act, is on carbon capture and storage. There's something very interesting, which is to say we have a clear target of 50 million tons of CO2 storage that will have to be stored in critical strategic storage capacities in Europe. And in order to get there, this time, there's implementation incentives, which are all the oil and gas companies that actually produce in Europe oil and gas that emit CO2 will have to invest in the CO2 storage capacity that goes with it and match. And this is great because it will create the right economy, the right system to make it much more economically viable at scale, and then help all the hard-to-abate industrial sectors decarbonate in a viable solution. So there's tons of good things, but we need to go the step further and make it concrete, implementable, less bureaucratic, more direct, so that we can move faster.
Mr. Wester, when you hear this, is that something that you think that we're going to be able to solve? Are we going to be able to take it to Brussels, for example, and make sure that's actually going to come sooner? What do you think?
I would say that I'm still as optimistic as before, even listening to you, because what you are describing is that we have to utilize our entire toolboxes. And I agree on that. We have to utilize the entire toolboxes. That means faster permitting. It means that we have big and bold goals and ambitions so that we have a predictable environment for business investments. For instance, when we are saying that we will build 1,500 offshore wind turbines the next 2 decades, the industry knows that there will be a market. I think we need to use public procurement more efficiently to speed up this transition, and of course risk mitigation. That being said, this is going to be profitable. And that leads me to my main point today, that is that the private sector and the companies have to see this, because we cannot send the entire bill onto the taxpayers. We cannot say that this is the responsibilities of the states, of the politicians, of the European Union. We can work together in private-public partnerships, but the industry has to lead the way, and the industry are leading the way, especially here in Germany, and that makes me very happy about the future moving forward together.
That's a very good point. You've really... You feel like there's enough freedom in the complexity that there is, because what you're explaining is if we use the whole toolbox, it's good, it gives us a lot of tools, still makes it more complex to work them all at the same time, right? So this enhanced complexity still doesn't hinder us or the German industry, from your point of view, to actively invest and be active about it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what we're seeing now. I mean, take the steel industry here in Deutschland. Extremely important, not only for Deutschland, but for the entire Europe and for the Western world.
And has been struggling.
Has been struggling, still challenges. But they are closer now to reach their climate goals than ever before. They haven't been able to implement the technology yet, but the technology is available for the first time in the mankind's history. That's my point, because now we know how to produce fossil-free steel. It requires enormous amounts of Wasserstoff, and that's why our two great nations are working together on Wasserstoff. We do know that the hard-to-abate sector is 100% dependent on carbon capture and storage, and we have that technology available right now. So I fully agree with my colleague. It's about implementing, but the main responsibility of implementing is the private sector. We can motivate, we can guide, we can use all the tools we have, we can provide better risk mitigation than before. It's a lot of things we can do to develop things. I mean, we still need a massive amount of research and development to make sure that the prices on new technology goes down and the efficiency goes up. But still, friends, we can do it. And that's so important, because there's so much negativism and so many things to concern about today. We have a war in Russia, we have the inflation, we have the energy crisis, but let's step up the game and focus on the things we can do something about. Then we will reach our goals.
Okay, if we're talking stepping up the game, what would be a good step for you to be able to step up that game? Like what kind of support would you wish from either another company or the state?
Well, I think the big question is, do we invest further in Germany or not? And the circumstances that right now are the way they are, with the high energy prices and the high labor costs and the increasing bureaucracy, that it's very tough to make that decision. But there's also some positives. I don't only want to be negatives, there's also positives. You know, we export a lot of our projects. We get great support from the Hermes Kreditversicherung for export financings. This is a competitive tool that we use, so we can be internationally competitive. And we have great people here. We have great engineers. We have our engineering centers in Germany, so it's not all bad in Germany. But to be honest, whether we make investment decisions now in Germany or in Eastern Europe or in India, at the moment we prefer Eastern Germany and India because of the circumstances that we have here and the return on investment that we get. So I think we have to speed up with the incentives we have. I think we can also learn from other countries. There's a lot of things that Germany does good, but there's a lot of things that other countries also do good. I mean, like Norway does a lot of things good. Or if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, I think they do it very smart. Of course, they put a lot of money in there, but they work with tax incentives. You know, I think there we can do a lot more to give the company tax incentives when they invest in the right technologies, where Germany can be in the forefront. And we have a great opportunity to be at the forefront with the renewable energies, with electrolysis or wind power. You know, one day we should make money there, or also with hydropower. And there to have intelligent and smart incentive systems on a tax basis, I think that would be a great push. We need a push to pick up speed, because it's not too late yet. We can still win the game and the war against our foreign competitors, but we need to get going now.
But you've mentioned, like, we are going already quite a bit, but we don't get far enough. There's something hindering you, so, like, all the time. From you, very, very specific, what would you need?
So I think really the first thing to do is to look at the catalog of great tools we have prepared, be it a Bundesemissionsschutzverordnung, be it a Net Zero Industry Act, be it a Renewable Energy Directive 3, the Hydrogen Bank, H2 Global and those things. Look at those things and try and debottleneck them. Yeah? Push them the last meters over the line so that those tools finally start to really come to force. That's the first one. Then you touched upon an extremely important point. We are great at innovation. We've had an amazing public-private partnership on European level for hydrogen that was started after 2008. So the innovation part in the hydrogen world, I think, is fine, and we see the result, which is great German and European companies that have invested significantly into good electrolysis technology, much better than in the rest of the world. But how do we scale that up? And that has to do with working capital financing, with Euler Hermes Exportkredite, Aval-Kreditlinien, the whole set of tools that big industrial companies can tap into in order to finance their growth in an energy transition, which is going to be bigger than anything we've seen in the past decades. And there we need to see how we can provide support, sometimes maybe not with cash, but just by saying, as a government, I want this, and I will back up the risk behind it in order to enable those first projects. And last comment, what do we need is, I think we need a bit of focus on the right industries. We've spent an awful lot of time fighting about which industries we don't want to use hydrogen in, and we've forgotten a little bit to discuss in which number one industry do we want to start. And while I'm not a fan of refineries, and I wish that we reach a future where we might not need them anymore, because at least the fossil ones, I think refineries are an excellent place to start. Steel industry might, at least to a certain degree, be an excellent area to start. And that's probably my three things. Pushing things over the line on the regulatory side, the last mile, financing tools to finance this unbelievable growth in the clean tech industry. And the third one, focusing a little bit more on the areas that are really interesting and stop debating about the ones where we don't want to do things.
Okay, I think like the last point that you're making is like automotive industry has been on the topic of like hydrogen, and then everyone kept saying like it's not going to come, and then supposedly hydrogen is not worth it, and that you've mentioned as well, but like we can use it in a ton of other places. But the financing aspect is interesting. Do you feel that the financing should should be coming from the state, or at least backed up by the state, because we do see in the US and in other countries, and we've seen it on one of Isabel's panels today, this is the discussion on private investors. And we actually had a very large interview today where a huge private investor did say that's very interesting to support European countries and companies in those fields.
So just to give you a very specific, quick example, I need domestic demand. If I'm forced to start on the other side of the world, I will never become a big player in this industry. So I need to start with projects in Germany, in Austria, in the Netherlands, and so on. I have a German project where I receive 40% prepayment on 100 million euro equipment, and I have to issue a bank guarantee for that, which I can only get if I put the 30 million or 40 million euro right back in cash into the bank. Yeah? It might just be a short-term problem, but it's an example of something that doesn't work today. It wouldn't cost the government much to say, okay, I help the bank by backing up the risk and enable this innovative mid-sized company to finance its growth. You have similar things on the working capital side, where you don't need that much cash, you just need someone who says, I'm willing to back up the risk that a commercial bank takes. And I think there's willingness to discuss this amongst the CEOs of the big German banks.
Mm-hmm. Very short.
Very short. I think we need both. We need these public-private partnerships. And I think we need more culture in Germany to do this and to get it going. And we can do it also with smaller projects. And for the larger projects, we need the state guarantee. You know, otherwise, we won't be able to take the risk. And like I said, we get great support there by like building a hydropower plant in Africa. We need the support, and we bring the technology, and it fulfills both purposes. You know, bring technology there and keep employees in Germany because we produce a hydropower plant.
You've also mentioned regulatory issues. Maybe in the last minutes that we have, let's touch up the point of the EU. Do you feel like the EU plans do support the action plans, the public-private partnerships enough, or something that Brussels can do more?
So, I mean, we've been talking a lot about, you know, government support, local support, which is key, and I completely agree with what you're saying, which is hydrogen will grow first through local industrial clusters with local demand before then going up to importation, etc. And before we can actually have it at scale, and this is something that is true for the whole energy and industrial systems in Europe, we need an integrated energy system approach, both for green electrons, for electrification, and for green molecules, hydrogen. My point is, it is very important to do wind and solar farms to produce, you know, generation, but we need to invest massively in the transmission grid. We need to invest massively also in creating all the right interconnections between the countries so that we can have a fully optimized and cost-effective energy market in terms of electricity. And this will be a huge change compared to today's energy market in Europe. So we have to work on that. The second point on hydrogen is the same. It is a completely new infrastructure that we need to build. We need to be able to produce it locally, to transport it, to store it, for it to be able to, you know, complement electrification, be used in flexibility with hydrogen-ready gas peakers and things like that. And there too, if we don't invest in an integrated hydrogen backbone that is capable of creating this market, this internal market for Europe, we will not have the scale to be able to really decarbonize and create the right business models for our industries.
Because we've been speaking about Team Europe in a panel before that, do you feel Team Europe is strong enough right now to do that, to deliver that?
I think so. You will tell me, but I think so. There are topics around hydrogen, nuclear, etc., where I'm French, working for a German company, and I know that sometimes there's discussions between the two countries, but there is really, really this very strong will that you are talking about in creating everything that you know can help accelerate and both accelerate the energy transition and create a strong set of European players, both for the industry in terms of energy security, resilience, and autonomy also in the global European competition.
That sounds really good. Maybe your last words on Team Europe, and obviously, like Norway, are you going to be able to hit your goals?
Yeah, we are struggling too because it's very hard. I mean, Nationally, we are going to reduce our own emissions in the entire economy by 55% the next 7 years. And the last 33 years, we only cut emissions by 4%. So this is exponential now. But again, it is about implementing the technology we do have available. And I agreed with a lot of my fellows here, and I think Europe is moving in the right direction now. I'm 100% confident that Germany, this government, the cooperation with the private sector is moving in the right direction. We agree it's about speed. We agree it's about finding the right tools. And if we utilize that, I'm pretty sure we will get there. If we reach all our targets in 2030 or not, nobody can predict, but we will be very, very close to them. I just have to add one more thing, and I'm sorry to bring up a new topic now, but because I know we're running out of time, but it is a really important issue also that we have to put some kind of cost on emissions. You know, carbon taxes are extremely efficient. And when everybody is talking about the IRA now and the Americans, yes, let's be inspired by our friends in America. But I think we do things way more efficient in Europe because we do have the ETS, we do have the quotas, we do have the carbon market, we have the principle where the emitters are actually paying, and that brings extremely efficient tools and mechanisms and incentives to trying to look for new technologies and reducing the emissions. So I think this carrot and stick approach, where we have the carbon pricing, but at the same time providing risk mitigation from the states to be able to go from A to B, that's the key to success, and the Americans haven't found out yet, but we know here in Germany and Norway.
I promise you we're going to talk about the carrot and the stick later because we have been talking about it yesterday. A very, very short answer, and then we
It was just a reaction on this. I mean, I do agree that the carbon tax is a very good way to create the right incentives within Europe, where the carbon tax and the ETS is applied. But we must be very careful, and I'm talking for the whole industry where we are global players, we must be very careful at the impact that it has in the global competition, also outside Europe for us.
We will discuss that later on, or next time, or in a different panel. Thank you very much at the moment. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you.
Vielen Dank an Ina und ihre panel guests.
Thank you, Ina and her panelists, for that last round. I brought my partner along with me onto the stage. She's a very special woman, Carletta Heinz, who's CEO of Heinz Glass. Probably a lot of you have something to do with Heinz Glass every day without noticing, because they're a market leader in the world for producing those glass flagons. Yes, we're based essentially in Germany. We have a site in Bavaria, another in Thuringia, but we're operating globally, and we have production sites elsewhere. In China, India? Yes, China, India, in Poland, and in Peru.
Wenn Sie an den Industriestandort Deutschland denken, dann geht
So if you think about your location in Germany, what runs through your head? Then I think there are a few things we have to tackle together to make sure that we can retain that industrial location. For example, bureaucracy, cut the red tape, reliable conditions. We need to get a grip on the labor market. Well, that's a few points that have been mentioned a few times today already. Costs are too high, the bureaucracy is too intense, we don't have enough planning security. A lot of people have spoken from the bottom of their heart about that today. What about you? Yes, we have a particular situation because our location in Thuringia, where we have a glass foundry, a lot of us, we took a decision a long time ago that we wanted to be more sustainable. We wanted green power, more electricity, not everywhere, but because of the crisis, we decided that we would refit. And instead of 9 million for a new gas system, 50, 60 million, we would go for 2 electric foundry kilns. Oh, we have to digest that. How much a company is prepared to invest in order to be more eco-friendly. But sustainability has been on your agenda for a long time. Yes, my grandfather in 1971 introduced the world's first electric foundry at our Bavarian location. And today we are still running that on electricity. But we are a small company. We need support because on our own we can't make that kind of investment. So we have to say your company has been producing glass for 400 years. 401.
Und das ist deshalb so wichtig,
And that's so important, this 401. It's a very important injection because I read that the energy crisis within that 401-year history was the biggest crisis that the company's ever confronted. And that is quite something if you think about the historical periods that you've been through, the wars. And then to say what we experienced there really was a matter of survival for us. Yes, it was one of the worst crises. Over those 400 years, we've had some big crises as well, energy crises too. We used to use coal for the foundries, but it became too expensive, so we transferred to oil. That became too expensive and wasn't available any longer. And every time, we wouldn't have managed on our own. So that means we've got the Ministry of Economic Affairs with us, the ministers sitting here in the front row. What would you like to tell him? He's looking very carefully here. Well, first of all, I still take the view that our current government is doing more right than wrong. I'm sure he's pleased to hear that. The bureaucracy has to be reduced faster. It's clear to me that a federal minister can't do micromanagement, but we really do need the support and this step forward in the transformation. It's true that we have to submit 3 applications. They spend 3 months looking at them, and then the ministry wants another 2 months. Altogether, that's 15 months, and that's far too long. We don't have permission to start ahead of that. We have to wait those 15 months before we can even start. And then it takes another 12 months till we get what we need to do it. So, like I said, our kiln is about to die, and we can't bridge the period between. I don't know how to keep the labor on the books. I think it's so important that we tell that story here, because in the last 2 days, we've talked about a lot of overarching issues, a lot of headline stories, and it's important to hear these practical stories. When you think about your company and keeping that company alive, where do you see your status at the moment? What's the role of the state? How much intervention should there be from the state? I think in a well-functioning market, the state should not be intervening. But if the market has come off keel, like the energy market, then action has to be taken. And there are proposals for countering this so that our country can become competitive again, at least within the EU, says Carletta Heinz. And I think that's a fantastic transition to our next keynote input from Minister Robert Habeck. Thank you very much from Carletta Heinz from Heinz Glass.
Ich glaube, ich muss gar nichts mehr sagen. Wir wissen jetzt alle schon, was und vor allen Dingen auch wer kommt.
So we all know who's coming, and I'm sure you know what he's going to talk about. Let us welcome the Federal Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Robert Habeck.
Ja, vielen Dank, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been here in this hall for 36 hours and you've heard a great deal. I haven't. So I don't exactly know what has already been discussed and, what has been discussed so much that you can't hear it anymore, or what matters are unresolved, or what do you expect from me? Let's just start. And I'll start on the basis of the last 10 minutes I heard. Comment on that briefly, and then I'll move over to what I had intended to tell you about where to see Germany, what the future of our energy policy route is, what we've done the last 3-4 years, and what might be coming. But in order to pick on what we've just heard on this panel, the hydrogen core network is something which one of the panelists spoke to, and the others mentioned it as well. This is currently in the planning phase. In the next few weeks, very few weeks probably, we're going to start the hearings. In other words, we will then publish just what that is going to be. And in parallel, we are developing a structure for enabling investments so that there can be a certain degree of certainty for the money to come out of it again. And what you know, the system on the grid, which we decided after 2011, which hasn't all been finished, that will all be receiving approval in this parliament. And then when the next sort of grid channels will be built, the next systems will be built, will also be hopefully receiving approval in the nearer future. There is, of course, an investment problem that's fairly obvious. However, we are on the point of getting the 4 big electricity providers, TenneT, MBV, 50 Hertz, and so on, and to structure them in such a way that we can give them support with the Netherlands and TenneT. We're currently negotiating because they want to sell some of the business with 50 Hertz. There is already a share that the government is holding. Hermes guarantees for green project abroad also exist. They've been basically, they've gone live and the money can be called up. So much of what has already been talked about is either already being processed or has become reality and is ready for use. What does remain, that is correct, is the time for administrative approval. I don't go into that, but the good thing, Ms. Heinz, is that the money for you is clearly there or has been earmarked or is enabled. I'm not taking in the way. I don't know. I'm talking about the bureaucracy and what I imagine, but I'm fairly relieved that at least you have the money and that we have a lot of money for you. I'm going to talk about that too, because that, I think, is also something which was probably discussed yesterday, because the Minister of Finance has already been there, because there is a certain limiting factor here which I cannot overcome. In a limited way, very limited, I can shift things about a bit, but, you know, there are limits. But it also means that we have to look at Germany as a business location, the way Germany is seen. I don't want to bore you, but since discussion around the Day of Industry is always being discussed about, you know, how attractive is Germany as a location, there are 2 points I would like to distinguish here. One is this year we have made some major investments in new technologies announced or already realized. According to the GTAI statistics, which is the investment agency for Germany, and they say that the investments are significant. I'm not saying unprecedented, but they are significant. I could cursorily go through that, but you probably know about it. We're talking about Infineon, 5 billion, instead of Friedrichshafen, full speed in the semiconductor area is committed. Yesterday, the decision has been made for Intel in Magdeburg. That is a company that's going to invest. And let me say something about that, because it's going to be commented on anyway. It seemed not to be in doubt that a 17 billion investment of Intel can be triggered by providing 7 billion. Then Intel almost doubled the sum, that now with 10 billion. In addition, Intel is building a new technology, newer technology, which is the most advanced that is even feasible at the moment, while at the same time the value chain for the German industry, for optical devices, for mechanical engineering is going to get much stronger, because for these 17, or rather the 10 billion, whether that should be a worse deal than having less money, I don't understand. You can say don't spend so much money, but if we spend less money for this investment, it doesn't seem to me to be a good negotiation ploy. But, you know, we're setting up a new hydrogen center, more than 3-digit in millions, shipbuilding, marine systems, crop, all of that gets lots of millions. Boehringer, 350 million investment in medical technology has been announced. I'm not allowed to talk about that yet. Then in the arms sector, where for reasons of security and confidentiality, I can't discuss that either. But you see, altogether, there's a lot happening. So from my angle, for both new and established companies, Germany is an attractive location for new technologies. And quite apart from that, we do need to distinguish how attractive the location is for energy-intensive companies, because all the companies I've mentioned so quickly weren't in the intensive energy sector. We're talking hydrogen, we're talking battery cell production, we're talking about semiconductors, but the basic industry, steel manufacturing, that sort of industry, they're very much under pressure because of the higher steel prices in recent years, but there was also a structural issue. And here we need to make a political decision. These are energy-intensive businesses, and they have to face up to international competition. So one option is to say, well, let them continue until the CO2 prices are too high or until production is cheaper elsewhere, and then we'll lose those companies. There is another option. We support these companies now because for reasons of strategy, we want to maintain them here so they conduct the transformation here. And I do not doubt the fact that in future we'll be able to produce green steel. It will happen, but will it be produced here? And the same question can be translated to all the other high energy-intensive companies like Siemens or what have you. And it's not just an economic question, it's a political issue. I believe, and this is my answer, last year or in the last few years, we've learned that we are well advised to see economic policy also as an economic security policy, as a supply chain resistance policy, because we want to make sure that the world isn't just separated into economic spheres, but we'd be well advised to look at know-how, technology production, the mechanical engineering we need to have technology in the first place. We want much of that here in Europe and in Germany. And for all these reasons, I consider it's right to provide the money also for transformation, such as we've done in recent weeks. Salzgitter, ThyssenKrupp, that's very well known, the IPSAT project here with the procedure which has been put in place. We're already making good progress. ThyssenKrupp, I hope you don't object now, but I think we've more or less come to an agreement on that. We've got the carbon price for difference into the system. We are now looking at the carbon contract for differences in order to look at what this new funding tool, which is novel in Europe, can do, how we can contribute. And let me once again speak out in favor of the electricity price for specifically energy-intensive companies, which after all need to compete in the global market, because having that option for them means that they probably stay in this location. And I'm saying, yeah, we're not spending that money is an argument I could accept, but from my angle, from the point of view of a politician who's actually lived through the last few years, my conclusion is a different one. I think the money we spend is well invested, because it means that the energy-intensive companies here in Germany can be kept here, can be kept in this country, so we can fight for them doing the green transformation in this country and not elsewhere. And that is why I think the money is well spent. Yes, it's money, and it's money which has been funded by all of you, but ultimately having that money spent means we create the industrial basis which I want to keep in this country.
Jetzt zu dem, was ich eigentlich sagen.
Now on the things I really wanted to say. When I spoke to you in this place 1 year ago, the only question was, how will we manage to get through the winter? How can we cope with a serious winter energy crisis and an economic crisis, which would hit not just us, but in Germany, but also in Europe and global economy? We can all be having our feet cut from under us. To make clear again what it was we discussed at the time, remember how many companies send mails or letters to us or the DNA. If there is a deficit, we cannot be switched off. We are systemically relevant. You wouldn't believe it how many are considered to be too big, too important to fail. You just wouldn't believe how many people are of systemic importance. I mean, we can't spend 3 months without selling champagne glasses, or we are producing things which you need for vials for vaccines, so we cannot possibly go down. And that's thousands and thousands of mails and emails from so many companies. People seem to have forgotten that, but it was reality. That was a very real fear that you, your companies, your colleagues had. And to be honest, I shared that fear. We were able to avert the problem by having a big social, political, and industrial effort, which was cost-intensive, costs that we still have to shoulder, and we pay for it with high inflation, but we managed to avert the problem. The prices are going down, have already gone down, and to be honest, they've gone down much faster than ever imagined. The inflation had its high point last autumn, but of course it still has its impact. The repercussions are felt, and investment are to some extent inhibited because typically you have monetary policy to fight inflation, you raise interest rates so that you can stimulate the demand. You'd get the market down again on a good level, and that has a negative impact on the second big challenge that we are currently experiencing, and that is competitiveness. We want to keep Germany competitive or make it competitive again. A paradoxical situation. We need to get inflation down. That means interest rates go up, and as a result, competitiveness is going down. After all, that's what high interest rates are about, that less money is invested. But on the other hand, we cannot invest less because other countries aren't waiting, and the Chinese business delegation has just left Berlin to go to Munich. And we are facing tough economic competition as a national economy. And my financial or economic answer is to spend the money in a well-targeted way. I talked about the new technologies, batteries, semiconductors, and so on. That is important for transformation. It's not spending money like scattering things without a clear idea of what you're doing. If we did that, if we didn't have this situation, but, we can't just spend money in this wild and unclear way with a watering can. I've already told you we also want to have a balanced budget. And there is also a debate whether at such a time we should perhaps cut the funds that have been made available through the GAW, which means the regional promotion for structurally disadvantaged areas. I would be hit by that in my ministry, and it would be the eastern part of the country in particular, because they're benefiting from that. We can't just cut the funds. Maybe for political reasons, I think this is not necessarily the right way ahead either. It's a debate which we have not just in Eastern Germany, but particularly there. But you see, altogether, the available money is limited, which means we're going back to the job I mentioned. We have an acute crisis, which we managed to handle well. We haven't overcome it, but we were able to cope with it. Now what we need to do is tackle the structural crisis or the structural challenges, and these have grown. They are not the result of the last 15 months. The fact that there is not enough skilled labor because it's an aging society, isn't it not a sudden insight we suddenly developed between Christmas and the summer? But it's a fact. The gap is there, it's growing, and the German industry is in a stagflation phase between recession and growth. So what will happen if we get 2% growth rates, where we desperately want to go again, but who's going to do the jobs? But none of this is really surprising. Answers to that, the Immigration Act for Skilled Labor is going to be discussed by the Parliament, will be decided, but it also needs to have life breathed into it. It needs to be coming to a situation where we have a way of handling the situation where we do have immigration into the labor market. And I can imagine I'm Minister 157 who stands in front of you and says, we want to reduce bureaucracy. I mean, I don't know. But I don't think anybody's ever stood there and said, hey guys, we haven't got enough bureaucracy. I'm going to make sure that we increase red tape. But this time, there are several reasons why we don't just have to say we want to reduce bureaucracy, we actually have to do it. The funds available are limited. I regret it, but it's the situation. And we are part of an international competition with which Ms. Heinz, is not acceptable that we have 2-3 years until a process ends in an approval. That's a standard in Germany. It's not good. Maybe we are bear our share of responsibility. But the way that we are doing the funding doesn't make us competitive. We're not. Some successes have been made. The temporary crisis framework does open up opportunities for speeding up things, and we are currently developing the Net Zero Industrial Act. We always have these wonderful, cool abbreviations, but basically what this means is that all the industries which contribute to transformation shall be given approval much faster within months, whether we're talking construction, emission, all these laws. There, things must be like a Gordian knot, cut down, not carefully unraveled, but cut. And what we can say about cutting bureaucracy is that it's still a problem by finger-pointing at others. I could say, data privacy, Marco Buschmann, you do it, the minister, or environmental protection, that minister, Ms. Lemke, you do something. Emission, that's again, Ms. Lemke, you do something here. Or the regions, the German lender, you do this and you do that. But everybody of them will tell me why what they're doing is exactly the right thing. So I think I better start with myself, my ministry. Last year, with the pressure of the crisis, it worked actually quite well because, we had the gas system, we had the FSAU vessels, we had energy, wind power, and we managed. And now we are translating it to hydrogen networks, and when we are translating it to startups and to the duty of reporting. And I would like to announce that certainly in my shop, in my area, my ministry, where we finally got our heads above water again, we're going to work full ahead in order to de-bureaucratize, to be more streamlined, to be more robust and faster. And then we carry with us all the others who have their own jobs. But the big mistake in not reducing bureaucracy was that everybody always pointed at the other ministries. So what I have to do is check what I can do in my own ministry. I can do it, then the others will have to do it too. It's the only way in which it will work. Believe me, I tried to put it, I don't know how much time I have, but it probably is going to zero, or probably has been already. Anyway, some time ago, I was at another event where I was speaking. It was more a sort of societal context. We're talking not so much about climate protection, the principle of responsibility. Some of you may have heard about that. Hans Jonas once wrote the foundation documents of my party, my political party, talked about this. There's another book, The Principle of Hope, written by another German philosopher, Ernest Bloch. So I don't want to tell you about philosophical readings and how to interpret them. However, when I try to describe what it is that we are doing, what this turning point means translated to the structure of economic policy, what this really means is we move from the principle of hope to the principle of responsibility. This is the current moment in time. And there was reason for hope, and I have nothing against hope, but if we always just focus on hope, it means, somehow things will work, somehow growth will happen, somehow companies will find ways and means and access to markets themselves. The principle of responsibility means we make this happen. We are not passing the buck, we are doing it. We translate what companies, what entrepreneurship really means into political practice, because it means doing something, being enterprising and not waiting for things to happen of their own accord. Because if that happens, there may be mistakes made, because only if you don't do anything can you be sure you don't make mistakes. But by doing that, you actually have made the biggest mistake of them all. And maybe this is the bridge from the speech I give this year to the one I gave last year. If we've managed to do anything, then we've done things. We have been enterprising. We've corrected things. We're correcting the energy price. We have worked on the gas levy. We only managed to tackle the crisis because we were willing to take risks, because we were willing to together do something. And let's not forget that. We not translate what we've done into the next year, and then we'll manage to overcome the structural problems in Germany and keep it as a business location. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Mr. Habeck. Ich freue mich, dass Sie uns
Thank you, Mr. Habeck. I'm glad you're going to keep us company up here on the panel for a little. And joining us are Tobias Meyer, CEO of Deutsche Post, Ingeborg Neumann, founder and managing partner of Peppermint Holding, and Roland Busch, CEO of Siemens. Welcome to all of you.
Jetzt weiß ich gar nicht so genau, wo ich anfangen soll.
I don't really know where to start. Mr. Habeck, perhaps I should begin with the question. Last year, we have to say, there was bit of a storm awaiting you here after your speech in 2022. I think the industrial community were very happy to follow you. Do you think there'll be a similar candy storm today? Well, that's not really the aim of speaking here. That's not what you work towards. You're not working towards being unpopular either. But you don't have to stop working. And the best thing we can do with each other is discuss an agenda, expectations of the political community, and if I can say so, with a certain expectation that people shouldn't discredit the location, should stick to their own words, practice what they preach, be ready to take risks. Like Ms. Heinz just talked about, no one is going to accept that there's no risk. And then everything's fine. Okay, so let's ask around. Ms. Neumann, what did you think about his speech? Well, first of all, let's start with the compliments. I think together is a key word here in approaching the gas scarcity. The way we did this together was very good. The way industry came together with you at the ministry, that was the first point. Second, run an SME, so I'm talking for an energy-intensive sector. What was extremely good were the energy price caps, which certainly help the SMEs because they're not bureaucratic. That's fantastic. But looking ahead, and we all want to carry on investing because we can see growth. Should I invest in the German location? Probably not. We've already heard. Others have said this before. For us, the location isn't attractive enough. We have all these criteria. We've heard about it. Energy costs, demographics, and that includes skilled labor, shortage of, red tape, and excessive taxes. I don't have to talk about all the different kinds. So for us as a family enterprise, it's not an attractive location. There's a study being conducted by an institute in Mannheim, just been published, of 21 countries. Germany is ranked 18th, and that's been the case for a number of years. We're falling behind because for us as a family enterprise, it's not attractive enough. So I think the question's going to be, what will be the solution? And I haven't seen a solution here from you. We need a lot of energy, and I need an answer to my question, can I produce in the next few years here? And what will the price of electricity be in the future? And if I have that bridge, then I'd be happy to invest. So we have the industrial power price, and I'd like to talk about that in a minute. You talked about a family-run SME. Mr. Busch, what about Siemens? You're a big company, you're a listed company on the DAX, and you're planning to invest billions in the next couple of years, much of it in Asia and other countries. How much of that 2 billion will you invest in Germany? We announced 2 billion, including the two investments, 140 million in China, expansion, 240 in Singapore, completely new location there, high-tech for PCs. That's 260 million for our campus, another 260 million in health for new detector technology for the health sector, partly in Germany. And we said of the remaining 800, we said probably they'll go to Europe and the United States, but wait and see what happens. So we're investing in Germany. We're looking closely about how competitive we are. We're not really power intensive, carbon, 200,000 tons, I suppose. Energy price isn't so important. There are other location factors in Germany that interest me. I'll mention two that are very important, which you mentioned, Mr. Habeck. One is people, skilled labor, on the one hand, and then there's infrastructure. We're talking about the energy infrastructure, communication infrastructure, mobility infrastructure, and we're losing ground there. There's a last point which is important to me. The regulations coming from Europe they are completely bypassing entrepreneurial reality. Let's look at the EU Data Act, AI Act, and so forth. We are in the process of creating a digital industrial platform. You can imagine that it lives off SCADA, and it's possible to build it in Europe. I have to go to Brussels to discuss this, and Ms. Vestager is going to say, no, the scale is too big. We need scale. But she'll tell me it's too big. So there are only two markets now, US and China. If I'm talking about data protection, then there's only one market left, and that's the US. That must hurt, Mr. Habeck, right? As Minister of Economic Affairs. I'd like to distinguish between three areas, and I've already said something about two of them. You said, what's your response to the energy-intense industries? And of course, it is making cheaper power available. That's the only answer I can give. But we haven't agreed on that in the government, and I'm not quite sure. I don't think we've quite agreed with the BDI either. But it is an answer, well, it's my answer, for the political reasons that it costs something, the energy power, industrial power price. And then I have to implement it. The second point is the structural point. Bureaucracy, labor, you talked about the ranking. I've just been to the Foundation for Family Companies. They also drew attention to the fact that we were on rank 18, but we didn't start at the top. It's not that we've fallen from the top. Of course, we're getting older. No one's going to be surprised by that. But somehow we said, okay, let's not change anything. We're getting older. We've got an education system. We've got women involved in employment. We've got migration. I don't know what exactly the analysis said, but the structural points need to change. They're called structural points because we can't change them overnight. We have to take people on board. We have to persuade people that they want to come to Germany or Europe. And civil servants, contract award procedures are all part of it. So there are things we have to state honestly. Yes, the tax burden is high in Germany. That applies to energy, that applies to corporate tax by international comparison. But if we want to reduce it, then we have to take the money from somewhere else, or we have to challenge the debt cap. And of course, we can't do that during this legislative period. No one is saying that we should here. So we have to get the money somewhere else, but nobody's telling us where. And you can imagine what the struggle over distribution is. So I hear the answers. I also hear the demand, change the structural criteria. And I'm determined to do that. But with the demands that have consequences, I have to say what the consequences are. Otherwise, it's just a demand. But isn't that what politicians have to do, to come up with an answer and not to say you can't do that and you can't do that because we can't agree? Shouldn't politicians be at least giving some indication, here are the guide rails? This is a way we could go along, theoretically. Of course. But there's no such thing as the political community. Some are energy intense, some aren't. Okay, but the job of the government is to hold the reins of this country's destiny. Yes, but certain themes have not been visible. When we received gas from Russia, it cost 20 euros plus for a megawatt hour. Now we've been negotiating. We'll probably end up, after the last 3 years, of 40, 50. And then from 2027, the futures are going to fall below 30. But we didn't have that back then. The question whether we need to spend more money on an industrial power price wasn't negotiated back then. Now, I'm not trying to wriggle out of it. I would like to see this happen. But other people have different political priorities, to put it in fair terms. Yes, that's fair term. That was perhaps rather softly formulated. And I know you can't change it, but you have to live with it. Mr. Meyer, you must have concrete answers to the challenges of our times. There's China, there's de-risking. That's what you're doing at Siemens, obviously. De-risking. We're talking about power, we're talking about global supply chains and so forth. How do you respond to this industrial policy in Germany sometimes gets stuck on the ability to make decisions. Yes, well, from our perspective, of course, the transport sector, we are the future power consumers. Electricity is the new diesel. So we don't see the problem so much in terms of what the federal government is doing, but at European level. If we look at that, you want to be carbon neutral in the transport sector. What technologies do you want to do that with today? What can you buy and what makes sense commercially? We heard before about stability of the networks. We're going to try at 20 locations to have 20 megawatt connections so that we can actually charge our Daimler electric trucks. You said we're going to try. Yes, of course, we don't have much hope. I think we all have to pull together, but my main point would be we have to recognize what is the biggest problem we need to work on. And I think climate change is the biggest thing. Carbon neutrality needs to be a big issue. I'm a big fan of that. We need reliable, long-lasting incentives for industry, that's been talked about, so that we know what to expect. We have bought biofuel trucks. Did I think that that was going to be a problem with tolls? It would have been useful. Obviously, that would have been a wrong assumption. But this is the kind of thing we get confronted with daily. Obviously, the issues are complex. We're aware of that. But at European level, I would say quite a lot is going wrong at the moment. And it doesn't help us to become carbon neutral faster. Okay, let's be concrete. 2 points that are particularly important to you at European level. What is pear-shaped there? Let's take the regulation of vehicles. It's far too detailed. You have overlapping regulation, fleet targets, contribution of biofuels. Long list where you really don't know how long it's going to last, apply. And that makes it hard to invest. Or, as far as hydrogen is concerned, we all know that in the long term that's going to be a good solution, but over this decade not much is going to happen, and probably not an awful lot in the next decade either. So we firmly believe that we need these bridges so that we can become carbon neutral faster. At the same time, we have geopolitical challenges. I think we're all aware of that. The relationship with China hasn't become simpler, and that makes us worry too. We certainly think that global trade is a big factor in generating prosperity. And logistics is going to be more expensive if you raise the bar and we create unnecessary problems like Brexit, which probably nobody here really understands. But there are practical problems too. So focus is important. And we have to remove complexity. And in the case of doubt, possibly accept that perfect justice, which I think in Germany we still seek, cannot be achieved without losing sight of the big objectives. Mr. Bush, interestingly, we've been talking a number of times about carrots and sticks. And yesterday we had that image, which I thought was very interesting. In the United States, the carrot is held up higher, but sooner or later you get to it, whereas in Germany you get the feeling that you're constantly running behind the carrot and about to get it, but never do. So do you know how difficult it is in Europe because we have regulation? Is anything easier is it easier to invest in the United States? I think the short answer is yes, I'm afraid. Because if we look at chips or battery manufacture or whatever, we don't have to talk volume here. No problem with Europe there, but the speed with which the money is spent is just much faster over there. That's why a lot of companies are going to the United States and queuing up there, because they know the money gets out into the street faster. And in Europe it takes longer and will probably be distributed very fairly. What I do welcome is that this Magdeburg decision, I think there's more coming out of that. I think that's a clear commitment, a clear focus on creating an ecosystem there which won't call for just the one shot. It will take a lot of investment over a long period. But if that's a technology we want, because it's relevant for the future, for digitalization, then it's the right way to go. If you look at TSNT, they didn't happen overnight either. It took decades of investment and support by the municipalities. But a well-functioning chip industry belongs in Germany. We're good at ecosystems. That is a strength that I would like to emphasize if you look at chemicals industry, pharmaceuticals, health sector, mechanical engineering. The smaller companies are behind all of these sectors. We're strong there, and we can use that strength for the future. We can build those core technologies, those digital technologies, decarbonization technologies. I think that is working well. But in the United States, it's more pragmatic, it's faster. And we always have the feeling that the people who define subsidies understand what it means to run a company. Let's take an example. If you're talking about investment in hydrogen, then CapEx is subsidized, but also OpEx. There may be a tax break, so that once you've got your operation up and running, you know you'll be able to earn money with it at least the first 5 or 7 years, because you have these tax incentives. It's really productive. You don't have to worry about your business case, because you know from day one you're not going to be making losses. Super design, well done, beautiful, but try and make money. So what you've just said is they understand running companies, but what you didn't say, but it's implicit for me, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that the people who dish out the subsidies here don't really understand how businesses are run. Well, as we've heard, regulation sometimes has no understanding of reality. It's far too micromanaged. If I want carbon neutrality, then am I going to just focus on the carbon price and I know which way it's going to go, or do I want to regulate the details? And if it's global, all the better. But then at least I know where I am. And that enables us to invest, to be open about the technology, because who knows what innovations are out there or will be. And it doesn't have to be linear with technology. If we want to build a hydrogen economy, upstream, midstream, downstream, then we can already today, I'm sorry, Mr. Habeck, already take green hydrogen, sorry, Mr. Habeck, and every molecule that we can transfer from grey to blue to possibly green is all the better. All the greener it'll become. But we can begin the investment. We can speed up the investment. It might not be linear, but it starts gradually, but at least you have the technology. And these are the kind of things where I think we have to be more pragmatic. So a pragmatic solution that I think you're proposing would be an industrial price for electricity, at least as part of the approach. Mr. Rusvom said that basically the price isn't the issue, but the question what follows from that. What is it a bridge to? You build a bridge, but what's at the other end of it? What's your view on the industrial power price? Would it help you? I think the position of Mr. Rusvom is also mine. We need to know where the bridge is going. We don't want to have endless subsidies. I think that's the first thing we need. And we also need a blueprint for the energy system of the future. How will we get more secure, competitive energy prices? And if we've got that, Mr. Habeck, we know in 2030, I know you want by that time to have an energy price, and until then we can bridge the gap. But we urgently need, for the transformation, we need the primary materials here in Germany, and if we lose that, we can't manage the transformation. And I need the chemicals industry. We need green chemistry. So it's very important that we support each other. And then, of course, if we can see where this is all leading to, Mr. Habeck, then I'd say, yes, okay, let's have a bridge price for energy-intense companies. We know about this from the renewables law, and we could take that idea. That would be an investment or a subsidy for OPEX rather than CAPEX. We know Mr. Lindner was telling us CAPEX yes, OPEX no. But if we raise our voices a bit more and say it's essential for us as an energy-intense company, let's limit it to have this bridge price, but we need to know what the system behind the bridge looks like. I can't really add much on the price. You've really presented it very well, apart from that I take the view that the Economic and Financial Stability Fund was set up so that energy-intense industries could be brought through the crisis. Of course, we live in a world with budget rules. It's not there ad infinitum. But, of course, the energy prices dropped faster than expected, so we only gnawed at the surface of that fund. And I can see, basically, the purpose is more or less what you're describing. I think we should think about whether something more can be done, because if industry leaves, then it hasn't met its purpose. It doesn't help if industry maybe doesn't leave in 2032, but in 2034. And who are you looking at specifically, and when do you expect to see a result? That can only happen parallel to the budget negotiations, if it happens. But we've had prominent guests up here on the stage, and it's not a secret that we don't yet agree on this, because we have different political priorities. I've put my reasoning. It's not just about growth, it's about industrial security in Germany and in Europe. And Germany does have the biggest energy-intensive industry in Europe. If I could say a couple of words on the other points, the Inflation Reduction Act is less bureaucratic. There are tax credits. We've heard the logical reverse of that is that the Americans don't know how expensive it's going to be. They say, here's the tax break, invest, and later you'll get your tax credits. And we'll see how many invest. Very attractive for the companies, but in Europe, with the rules we have about public debt, it's not compatible. What do the Americans do? If they need more money, they raise the debt cap. They block it for a long time and then they raise it. That would be like us in Germany simply having a parliamentary decision to increase our debtability. We can't do that. We have this complicated procedure, which I regret, but it's a result of the fact that budgetary discipline is considered so important here. And the second point I'd like to make, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I will use a metaphor you might have seen. I like handball, that Magdeburg has won the Champions League. Magdeburg against Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain. And it was very improbable, but why did they win? Because they went out onto the pitch with a body language, we're not going to lose. Even if the others are 10 times as valuable and as great and as famous as we are, but we're not going to lose. Now we can sing in minor or in major. And last year, I wasn't just asked about power prices in the energy crisis, but also about CETA and trade policy. Now, CETA has been notified. Chile, Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, all going to be signed off, and probably Mercosur if the Brazilians and Argentinians can get their act together. I doubt whether so many trade agreements have been notified within a 9-month period. Oh, we forgot Kenya. And then we've got India, Indonesia, and Thailand in the pipeline, we hope. So from what, 0 to 10 within a year? I wasn't counting. And we can do this at other points too. So you're all right to tell me how you're suffering, but not every foreign investment from Siemens is a proof that the location is unattractive. Of course, Mr. Bush should be able to invest abroad, but he should be able to invest in Germany too. Like we were able to persuade Northvolt not to go to the US, but to invest in Germany. There are problems, but they can be solved. And a bit more Magdeburg body language means that we're not really on the wrong road. I was just wondering whether you go into discussions with Mr. Lindner with that same body language.
Ja?
Yes? Okay, we'll wait and see whether it is a result of body language. It wasn't about Intel. We did Intel. And it's like with looking for the red tape in my own ministry. If we're talking 3 billion, I don't want 3 billion to be the stumbling block. Okay. I'd like to move on to another issue that, given the day, is quite obvious, and that is China decoupling rather. And I thought it was interesting, obliquely, that we have both a positive volte-face or turnabout in the government on climate protection, but on the same day, our intelligence service warns us about industrial espionage. Which way do we want to go? Mr. Meyer, you're a very globally active company. What does that mean for your planning?
Well, it's like a certain element of schizophrenia in the way the partners work together. That's something that we've got more or less used to by now. I don't know whether, the relationship with the US isn't characterized exclusively through trust in our cooperation either. But of course, when facing China, the conflict is a slightly different one, which has two rather different elements. One is geostrategic rivalry. We don't want to be dependent on each other. And B, there is the rather specific problem of Taiwan, which regularly makes us rather nervous, where we all hope that people are very much aware and understand how best to deal with this issue. But it does cause us grave concern, because the disruptive potential for Asia and beyond is huge. Many years ago, we decided that we would sell our national business in China to a very large extent. We never built up a special national express and parcel delivery service network, because we recognized early on what they wanted from us and what they didn't. But of course, we are very much part of China as part of the international business, and we want to continue being there, and the relationship is good from our angle. Yesterday, we had an exchange with the Minister of Transport, the Chinese Minister of Transport, and it's my impression they want to keep us there, that they want to have good relations with Europe, while at the same time, they have to get a handle on the rivalry. How, in concrete terms, will this be done? It's obviously for us also an issue. We're a service provider, but the incentives from the US are relevant. The zero carbon issue is very important, and things are happening where sustainable aviation is happening with our partner in Cincinnati. And in the US, things are just moving faster, it has to be said. It's not necessarily just criticism, but it is a fact, which we recognize. So these are the markets where we will commit more strongly, although we will continue to be present in Germany and Europe. We have specific sector-specific challenges, in Germany in particular because of the letter delivery business, a special issue, not of the really broad-based interest, but it does have to be resolved. So that's the way we look at things. The complexity is there, we need to deal with it. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine hasn't made life easier for any of us. And given this, I always hope there will be a bit more understanding between us in business and you in politics. I think we both want the same thing, but sometimes it's not that easy for us either. We're on Mr. Putin's list either, that we can't sell companies, we can close down shop. We still have 3 companies in Russia, and it's not going to change in the next few months because there's nothing we can do. There's certainly, a need for having an exchange, trust and confidence characterized exchange on issues like that. Now, you said you want to differentiate, you said you want to diversify with a new plan for Singapore. Would it have been easier for you to make that decision if the German government had already finished a China strategy? Well, I'd like to know, depends on what was written in that strategy, but no. I believe that for us, China is the second largest market in the industrial section, the largest market with still very high growth rates. And that market is currently in the process of moving towards high-tech manufacturing and industrialization. Very interesting for us. We are the world champion in digitization in automotive and others. So China is one of the biggest markets for us. And we are going to continue extending our business, defend our market share, or extend it as much as possible, even though diversification, de-risking is an issue we will explore. We're looking at value creation. What is the value from Germany to China, or vice versa? What are the critical materials that we are may be able to buy from a second source? Then also we're looking at what is it that we offer. In India, we won a contract for 3 billion worth of train engines. We are now starting manufacturing trains in Singapore to serve the ASEAN market. We're also going to the US, which is battery production. If global manufacturers go to the US, we go with them. So, I mean, many people misunderstand what diversification means. They mean, I have to leave somewhere and go elsewhere. That's not the point. It's not I jump out of the window because I say, well, I might die tomorrow, so might as well jump today. Then you're dead. But you need the funds to do both things, certainly. That's exactly the discussion we're engaged in. I think Germany has more problems than we have money. And probably that's also what the minister was getting at. So we need to focus. We need to think exactly what to do, what not to do. Where can I be competitive in a sustainable way, and where can I not? And then I have to make decisions, however hard they may be. And if I may address the other issue, the issue that you're in, compare that with the company, because I also have to make sure that I clear all the obstacles out of my path so the process gets to be faster. We also need to look not just what others do, we need to rely on our own strength. China comes with a 200-man delegation, 60 people for business only, because we have something to offer. We're the largest trade partner after the US, so we're one of the biggest trade partners for China, and we still have to offer technology. The obsession to get up every day, to get better, to be right at the forefront of technology, that's something I'm missing a bit here in Germany. I think we need to stand up right again and stiffen our spine. I think we can do that. And then we will be relevant in the future as well, China or elsewhere. We have come to the end of the time we had allotted. But Mr. Habeck, one last question. You said 2023 is going to be the year of industry. Do you believe it is that already? Well, the year isn't over yet. But at the halfway turn, I would say we've passed some important milestones or are in the process of working through them. I've given you some pointers. I think we are now getting more and more of the approvals getting sorted through the IPSA project, semiconductors, 4 billion last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever, 10 billion invest for the steel sector, I already mentioned that. The CCFDs, that's currently in the tender process where you can apply. I think 2 weeks ago, 6 of them are still available, but they're binding, so if you don't apply now, you won't be part of the first round. We are currently preparing a tender for the solar industry, which we're doing as part of the temporary crisis framework. So we're doing this on the basis of an auction. So if you want to build up capacity, we're doing it this way. This is going to be presented in the summer. The industry price issue has been discussed at some length. We think it's been thought through, well thought through, we can do it. But I mean, it's there. When it comes to free trade agreements, I've discussed those already. So what is left are the structural challenges. Where will we get the labor from? And how can we accelerate the processes? These things, we have to admit, haven't been resolved in the past 16 years, and they can't be resolved in the next 6 weeks or months. But here again, the Skilled Labour Immigration Act is going to be passed before the summer recess, so things are happening. We will actually present an industry strategy, and there are several drafts that could have been finished within a fortnight. That was the plan originally, to have that ready for the Day of Industry. But various concrete things always came in between before we could confirm it. So now, before the ThyssenKrupp board meeting with the European Commission, we had to get to a stage where, you know, the thing that we're talking about is ready, not ready to go, but at least it's got little feet so it can start to walk soon. But that's how we want to do industry policy, and this year we have already made progress. Generally, I think when it comes to working through all the things on my list, we have made significant progress. The rest will be done during the summer break and for the rest of the year. And I'm looking forward to what will come out of it. One last question, because the issue of industry policy is always seen as a sort of theorem almost, or an overall construct, but we can never discuss it at length. So one of the questions I meant to ask you was, do you believe that industry actually wishes to transform itself? So everybody in this room and all the people online and the rest of industry, and all of them have the will to undergo transformation? Or do you think it actually needs politics to kickstart it? I can give you a very clear yes on that. I don't think that's anything new. Whenever the switch was flipped so that you say, well, these CO2 emissions and all that talking about it is just getting on my nerves. And then suddenly there was, we will be zero carbon, not because we see it as a business model, but because we are ultimately not just entrepreneurs, but citizens of this earth, and because we want to do our bit. But I'm sure it was years ago that that switch was flipped. And it certainly is the case. It is also right to say that you need to have the proper environment in which to act. You can't say, I get all environmentally superb, and then suddenly I've changed myself out of it, and I'm no longer there. So saying, where do we get hydrogen? We'll sort the blue hydrogen for Norway, and then step by step we make it green, if we're lucky, through the same pipeline if we do it well. So good infrastructure will give us more certainty for investment and all of these things. I don't think we need to convince the business people here that climate protection and economic prosperity are not contradictory. There's a feud of tension between them, that's clear, but the two are not contradictory. And whenever there is tension, solutions come out of them. And I think that's the right political stage. So no, we agree on that one. I think it's good. It's also very important, given the social debate, that we do want to be zero carbon, and it's good to have the Green Minister of Economic Affairs sitting here saying we're not sitting here to talk but to do. That's very important. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ja. Was für ein interessantes panel.
So this was an interesting panel with Ina, who I'm going to ask to come back. I can hardly believe it. We've come to the end of day 2 of the Day of Industry. My mind is whirling. Probably uses. Oh, definitely. I think there's going to be quite a bit of debate about it afterwards. We're talking about the power price for industry, when that will happen. We haven't been able to discuss everything in detail, and how exactly a ministry will be transformed. I would have liked to ask that. We'll ask Professor Russwurm to come on the stage again.
Ich habe das für Sie im Angebot.
So, I have a mic on offer for you. this is my privilege to have the last word, and of course nobody can take that away from me. So now I had the disadvantage to do the opening. The Chancellor spoke after me. Now you, Minister, have to bear with me for maybe answering or commenting some of the things in your speech. Ingeborg, thank you very much indeed for making clear that BDI does have a position of the industry power price. It was hard work, but the 2 weeks during which we worked on that, it was worth it. We now have a position, and Ingeborg Neumann made that clear. Second, setting priorities. Mr. Lindner said here and there that he's very willing to reduce power taxes, which is one of our suggestions, but it was a question of priorities, as you said too, in which case compensation has to be found somewhere else. But that's the point we discussed at the beginning, and that means the wheel has come full circle. Certainly, we won't be able to afford everything that would be good, but that's normal for a company. I always told my heads of development that if you want to, if you tell me you cope with the development budget and stay within it, I'm firing you because then you haven't got the right ideas. So this sort of thing is normal, and we as a society need to learn that not everything can be paid for. No, I'm not a philosopher. The whole story about hope and responsibility, people with a simpler mindset than like me, we quote another book, Hope is Not a Strategy. It really is about responsibility, because in our business, responsibility helps. Numbers, data, facts. And my suggestion about the investment situation in Germany, and I repeat, let us agree which KPI we look at, and then we will see very clearly whether the indicator goes up or down. We'll be able to compare that over time, and we really have to then add individual matters up. So urgently, once again, let me appeal to you. Unemployment is no longer an early indicator in demographics terms, but we said investment behavior, that's an indicator, so we should measure investment behavior all over Germany. So, and then thank you very much indeed. Facts, that was important. That was not a lament, but that was a fact-based statement. Thank you very much. That's what the people are. Ms. Science, thank you for what you said. That was very good. Mr. Habeck, I don't think there's definitely not been a single economics minister who ever stood here and said, let's go for more bureaucracy. The problem is we always end up with more bureaucracy. So this claim, or rather the gap between target and reality, that makes us go mad. That's a trap we need to get out of. Roland has gone because he has to visit the Chinese, but he gave us the optimistic case when he said we want to build up a platform in Europe. Maybe we should discuss the FDGB amendment for him anyway. Maybe you'll have to go to Mr. Mundt and explain to him why digitization without scalability simply won't work. And it's quite possible that you have a huge market share in a small provincial area, but it won't count because the Americans aren't really making the market share in Arkansas responsible for an approval process either. So there is still a lot to be done here. You asked about this story, how we agreed that with the industry price for power. It reminds me of a certain time in a big German company where my customers always told me, your organization I don't give a damn about. I want to come to you and buy what I need. And with all due respect of an interesting constellation of a coalition government unique in Germany, I couldn't care less how you get it sorted within your coalition. At the end, I will say it's the government that's responsible for what they do. That has to do with responsibility too, and you need to work on that. Now, I will finally come to an end with a summary. Speed, and that brings me back to the image which was painted by the Chancellor when he said in his introductory speech that there are many things we need to change, that we clearly need to move around, and that going through that bend makes a bit of a creaking noise. No, I'm not a road rager, I'm not a rally driver, but I've done a security training with the various associations like the ADAC in Germany and the Royal Automobile Club in Germany. We have to have a very good foot on the pedal and in front of the pedal, because one thing is clear: if you slide in the bend and you then put the foot off the accelerator, that's the way you'll end in the ditch. So my speech, my summary from these 1.5 days, from many, many fantastic panels, is we need to pick up speed. A good thing if we finally get the plans for that, but then they need to be implemented, because this is what everything depends on. The concept of the hydrogen network is not something which the melting furnace in Steinbach doesn't really help, because you're right at the end. So yes, what you're proposing is a first step, but the companies all over Germany, they need to see something. They need to know when they get what is there. So we're going to stay in very close contact about how to do this in concrete form. And all of us are going to meet again in a year's time and discuss what happened. We certainly will. And let me say, to end on an optimistic note, there have been a few optimistic voices, but everybody here was asked. We had a bit of a sentiment survey, a mood barometer. And we asked people, how do you view the future and the turnaround for the future? And you could say, with hope for new opportunities and innovation, that has definitely been the vote winner. After that comes with enthusiasm and optimism. So if that was how to look into the future, then we can only say, chapeau, let's get going. And so should you, Mr. Habeck. And we want to tell you, next year, the Day of Industry is going to be 24 June in a new building in the UREF campus in Berlin-Schöneberg. It's a new building with lots and lots of issues about energy, carbon neutrality, i.e. zero carbon. Lots of interesting things will be discussed. Now, there isn't a lot we can talk about, except, yes, I would like to come to an end by saying thank you, particularly to you two. You've been fantastic in moderating our panels. My association was, it really makes a difference between just being a moderator and being a journalism. You were journalists. Thank you very much. And then, of course, there are thousands of eager hands and feet and people who are working above us, behind the stage, down at the entrance. All sorts of people who've helped us through very hard work to organize this Day of Industry. I was downstairs a minute ago with the police officers who helped us organize this properly. That was a bit of a new experience, that we don't just need such a police presence for ministers coming, but that we generally need a lot of police for a Day of Industry. We need to secure this event. If this is our new reality, well, then that's the case. But I certainly went to the police officers and thanked them. I would like to thank everybody who's been working in and on this event. You've done a grand job. Thank you very much indeed. And the last thank you goes to all of you. BDI has become a small community somewhere on a broad avenue. Such a Day of Industry. That's done by you. You with your contributions as panelists. The only way we can do it is together with you. I enjoyed it tremendously, and I've learned a lot of new things. We have really broadened our horizon and looked beyond just German industry. And that was a great experience too. Many thanks for your commitment, for your presence. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you and goodbye.
Aber wir haben diese Krise nur in den Griff bekommen, weil wir bereit waren, ins Risiko zu gehen, alle miteinander etwas zu unternehmen. Und das ist der Spirit, den wir nicht vergessen sollten, den übertragen wir jetzt ins nächste Jahr.
Wir müssen sagen, dieses Land ist ein Industrieland und muss ein Industrieland bleiben.
Es ist und bleibt unsere soziale Marktwirtschaft. Sie ist die Erfolgsstory unseres Landes, meine Damen und Herren.